Chapter 1485 Blood Yamahal. Chapter 1485 Blood Yamahal. The four great progenitors were the Immortal Grove world's realm guardian divine beasts, and also Immortal Grove's most important companions. With Immortal Grove Paris, H.I. Plussing and his Tao Vanis, H.I. Plussing, their situation is probably no better too. As for where they are, I'm not sure either. Back then, I'd already fallen into a deep sleep and was sent back into that realm by Immortal Grove. The events later, I don't remember much. Mentioning this, Dustless's expression became downcast too. Clearly, what happened back then was not a pleasant memory. Senior, don't think too much about the events back then. This heavenly emperor Jiushang's lineage, I won't let a single one go. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in relief, his expression calming down slightly. He knew that if Yi Yuan could grow up step by step like now, taking revenge for Immortal Grove was not something impossible. The time that followed, Yi Yuan retempered his fleshy body according to the heavenly dragon Dharma body's cultivation method, and indeed felt extremely unhindered. That feeling of stagnation previously completely vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that this heavenly dragon Dharma body was a very high-level body refinement cultivation method, much more impressive than even the black tortoise treasure body divine art. Yi Yuan spent 3 full years' time to temper his fleshy body. After finished tempering, his body refinement realm actually already reached grand completion, initial stage, second transformation. Just missing a step, and he could catch up to his divine essence realm already. Indeed, it's still the dragon race's cultivation methods that's the smoothest when cultivating. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Before deity realm, Yi Yuan still did not feel anything when cultivating the black tortoise treasure body divine art. But after the first transformation golden body was completed, Yi Yuan felt his cultivation speed become slower and slower. The method of cultivation was clearly not wrong, but his strength was unable to advance. Now, this kind of feeling was completely gone. The 3 years in the world suppressing steel, merely 3 months pa-s, said in the outside world. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he discovered that Li Ji was actually already waiting outside the door long ago. Miss Li Ji, Yi Yuan said with a blank look. He discovered that Li Ji looked at him with eyes exuding tender affection, just like a maiden who became enamored. Li Ji's face turned red, and she said bashfully, "Brother Source Knight cultivates so diligently. No wonder you have such strength at a young age." Li Ji has already waited for 2 months here. Yi Yuan secretly felt a headache come on. This fiend race girl was really bold and enthusiastic. Li Ji did not indulge like other fiend race women, but once she encountered who she liked, she would become very forward and liberal. This was going to launch an offensive against him. Li Ji was not too alike the average fiend race women. The other fiend race women all did not refuse any admission, but she was different. Ka Xian was one of the best among the young generation. His strength rated as invincible among Capone capital city's young generation. Yet she did not like him. Yi Yuan was somewhat of a different type. He had no lack of meticulousness amidst ruggedness, unrestrained, yet not barbaric. He was very different from the average fiend race men. Originally, she just felt that Yi Yuan was good-looking and pleasing to the eye and did not have too much of a feeling. But Yi Yuan's performance previously was too eye-catching. That phantom kill, move unleash. H.I. Plussing, it captured Li Ji's heart all at once. This Miss Li Ji finding Source Knight, is there something? Yi Yuan said. Li Ji's beautiful eyes looked straight at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Why? Can't I come and look for you if there's nothing?" Yi Yuan sweated profusely and said, "Of course not." Li Ji said gloomily, "Source Knight, I discovered that you're really different from the rest. If it were someone else, this young lady being so forward, they would probably have long been at a loss on what to do with Joy. Yet, you seem to avoid me like the plague. Yi Yuan chortled with laughter and said, Isn't Miss Li Ji different from the rest too? Ka Xian is one of the top young heroes in the capital city. How many girls are infatuated with him? Yet, you speak brusquely towards him. Li Ji smiled and said, That's because he isn't as good looking at you. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, Hoo, that's true. Yi Yuan was living under someone else's roof now and could not express too reservedly either. Otherwise, it would definitely incur suspicion. Li Ji laughed until she shook with laughter, clearly being tickled by Yi Yuan's humor. Hee, it's also too boring for you to cultivate every day. Why not we go for a stroll around the capital city? How's that? Li Ji asked probingly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Just nice. I also want to take a trip to the Blood Mahal. Why not Miss Li Ji take a trip with me? Is that all right? Li Ji revealed a surprised look and said curiously, What are you going to Blood Mahal for? Yi Yuan said, Source Knight has a relative who went missing and wants to go to Blood Mahal to inquire about it. Li Ji revealed a look of realization and said, Like that, huh? Then this young lady will accompany you. Blood Mahal was a powerful underground organization of Capone capital city. This organization was not just limited to Capone capital city. Its network and power spread throughout the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City. The might of its strength, even the city Lord Manor did not dare to easily get on bad terms with it. Different from the city, Lord Manor lording over a city. The Blood Mahal's goal was to earn money. It was just that their methods of earning money were different from conventional means. Blood Mahal was divided into quite a few halls. Blood Battle Hall, ASA. Sanation Hall, Hundred Nose Hall, Fiend Medicine Hall, so on and so forth. All in all, their methods of earning money were mostly some things that could not be exposed to the public. When everyone heard the Blood Mahal's name, they loved and hated it. For example, Fiend Medicine Hall, this place was somewhat similar to the Alchemist Association, a place specifically to refine medicinal pills. The fiend race alchemists were called fiend apothecaries. The name was different, but it was actually about the same as human alchemists. Except the fiend race's medicinal pills were very different from the human race's. Two entirely different approaches. Fiend apothecary status in the fiend race was extremely revered, because the fiend race was seriously too weak in this aspect. The fiend race was warlike and valued valiantness, but making medicinal pills, this sort of delicate work, not many could really be qualified. Hence, the fiend race's fiend apothecaries were much rarer than the human race's alchemists. Each one had exceedingly high statuses. The fiend race did not lack powerful martial artists, but lacked powerful fiend apothecaries. Hence, everyone all liked the Fiend Medicine Hall, this place, but was afraid of the Sanation Hall, this sort of place. As for the Blood Battle Hall, that was a killing field, and also the gambling place of the capital city's various major Blee clans. It was very dy. The Hundred Nose Hall was naturally the place to inquire about information. The moment Yi Yuan and Li Ji went out the door, they were locked on by someone. Huan was the ASSA. Sanation Hall's Heaven Rank Fiend General ASSA. Sin. His strength belonged to the pinnacle most existences among the ASA. Sanation Hall's Fiend General Killers. He had kept watch for 3 months' time in the Fan family's vicinity, and finally managed to wait for Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that he came out together with Li Ji. The ASSA. Sanation Hall had a rule. One was not allowed to make a move against the 4 great families' direct line of descent disciples. Of course, if they were paid a sufficient price, they would take action anyway. The 4 great families' influence was enormous in the capital city. Pull one hair, and the whole body was affected. Even the Blood Mahal, this kind of major force, was not willing to easily offend as well. No wonder Ka Xian wants to kill this brat. He actually won over Capone capital city's famous cold beauty. Consider yourself lucky. Kid, let you live a while more. Amen. They're going to the Blood Yamahal? Huan's brows shot up, revealing a hint of a smile. Chapter 1486. All so weak? Chapter 1486. All so weak? Hey, are my eyes failing me? Miss Li Ji, she is actually snuggling up to a man. F***ck me, Miss Li Ji is my dream lover. She actually has someone she likes already. Truly a fresh flower stuck onto a pile of cow dung. Are your eyes blind? Compared to that kid, you're the cow dung, okay? This kid looks like a human. He's definitely a lead spearhead that looks silver. Looks good, but useless. I didn't expect that Miss Li Ji actually digs this type. Yi Yuan and Li Ji, two people walking on the capital city streets, incurred waves of exclamations. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died several tens of thousands of times already. Regardless of whether it was the fiend race men or human race men, they all had an accursed attribute, that was that what could not be obtained was the best. Li Ji was Capone capital city's famous cold beauty. The pursuers countless, including Ka Exan, this kind of young, outstanding talent. But not a single one could move her heart. But now their Ji, Des was actually captured by someone. This was simply a piece of explosive major news. On the entire street, it was suffused with a thick sour smell. This was not knocking over a vinegar jar, but knocking over a vinegar sea, already drowning the entire street. The moment they went out the door, Li Ji snuggled up to him very daringly. A delicate fragrance bored right into his nostrils, making him involuntarily feel his mind rattle. One had to admit, Li Ji was an exceedingly beautiful stunner. Unrestrained, but without losing inner restraint. Enthusiastic, but without losing shyness. It was very different from the average fiend race women. She did not enthrall people, but bystanders would involuntarily be attracted by her. On the surface, Yi Yuan held his chin up and chest out, seemingly feeling proud for conquering the spell. But in his heart, Yi Yuan was crying bitterness without ceasing. No matter how good Li Ji was, she could not compare to Yu Mingli and Mu Lingshua's position in his heart too. It was just that, forced by the circumstances, he could only put on a show too. Fiend Medicine Hall? Miss Li Ji, why don't we enter here to take a look first? The two people said by a pavilion. On it was written Fiend Medicine Hall. These three words stirring Yi Yuan's heart. He wanted to refine a second transformation, profound gold pill right now, and was still lacking some spirit medicines. Just now sing by the Fiend Medicine Hall. He naturally had to go in and take a look. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Ji's eyes, and she said in surprise, "Could it be that you're even a fiend apothecary?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understand a thing or two." Li Ji suddenly beamed widely and said, "I'm accompanying you. You go where you want to." Yi Yuan was speechless. The two people entered the Fiend Medicine Hall. Waves of rumbling sounds came from inside. Fire seething with activity made the entire Fiend Medicine Hall's temperature become very high. No idea what the Fiend Medicine Hall's people were thinking either, to actually put the medicine refining room in the outer hall. 4 to 5 old men were currently working hand in hand, urging the furnace fire nonstop, bustling until their faces were covered in sweat. Yi Yuan only swept a glance and unwittingly shook his head secretly. It looked like he overestimated the fiend apothecary's alchemy standards. This kind of standard did not even count as apprentice level in front of him. The Heaven-span world's races were numerous, and alchemy Dao was categorized into various forms. Hence, there was also no centralized organization similar to the Alchemist Association. The standard of alchemy would depend on the grade of the medicinal pills refined. But these fiend apothecaries' refinement techniques were simply crude to the extreme. Yi Yuan could not quite bear to look straight at it. Of course, this was also due to his level being too high. When he was at 1-star Alchemy G, oh, D, he could already give guidance to the peak 3-star Xiaofeng. The height of his level could be imagined. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. His alchemy Dao level naturally rose higher along with it. These few years, Yi Yuan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, but his alchemy Dao similarly did not fall behind. Yi Yuan entered the Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. His deep understanding of alchemy Dao, others could not understand it at all. With the world-suppressing steel in hand, Yi Yuan had ample time to study alchemy Dao. There were even quite a few middle-aged fiend apothecaries crowding around the old men. It looked like they should be 1-star fiend apothecaries. Clearly, they were all learning. Yi Yuan suddenly turned toward Li Ji curiously and asked, "Are Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries all so weak?" Li Ji suddenly looked up, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Weak? These few in front were leading authority CLA. S figures among 2-star fiend apothecaries. Even the 4 great families had many requests for them too. Body dared to offend them. These people would actually be said to be weak. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus poo. At virtually the same time, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yi Yuan. The medicinal pills in those few pill furnaces were virtually SCRA pet at the same time. Yi Yuan himself was also stunned. He asked very softly and even thought that these people all could not hear. He did not expect that everybody heard his words. One had to know when alchemists were refining pills, they all gave their full attention, having no distractions in their hearts. Even when learning, one should also put in their heart and soul. How could his soft voice be heard by people? Yi Yuan still really did not understand the standards of the fiend race alchemists, and even thought that these few old men were just small fry CLA. S figures. Hence, that was why he would ask this. But looking at it now, it seemed like he caused an uproar. Brat, you're a toad yawning, too. What high-sounding sentiments. One of the old men, who was abnormally ugly, looked at Yi Yuan and gave a cold smile. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Li Ji hurriedly spoke up. "Haha, Grandpa Meng Qi, this is a misunderstanding. In Capone capital city, who doesn't know that you're a leading alchemy authority? Source Knight, why haven't you quickly apologized to Grandpa Meng Qi?" Li Ji winked hard at Yi Yuan, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. Except Meng Qi clearly did not want to let Yi Yuan off so easily. He snorted coldly and said, "So it's the Fan family's SS. Could this be a boy toy that you recruited? Strength isn't powerful, but his tone isn't small. This old man refined medicinal pills throughout his lifetime. Today, I was actually said to be too weak by a brat still wet behind his ears. Haha, interesting, very interesting." Li Ji had an embarrass. Said look as he said, "Grandpa Meng Qi must be joking. In the entire Capone capital city, who doesn't know the renown of the fiend medicine Hall's 5 elders? Source Knight, he's new here and momentarily let his tongue slip. Isn't that right, Source Knight?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Although I really want to flatter them a bit, I seriously can't utter it. Can't even concentrate when refining pills. What kind of good medicinal pills can you refine anyway?" Li Ji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan's temper was so stubborn, to actually not be willing to lower his head. She knew that Yi Yuan was very proud and also had the capital to be haughty. But in alchemy, these few were already old men who had made a name for themselves long ago. Yi Yuan's boasting was bragged too overboard. Yi Yuan merely swept a glance earlier and could tell the level of alchemy's standard. This boy was also too haughty, too condescending. She kind-heartedly helped him to mediate. This guy actually still went from bad to worse. However, Li Ji did not know. Yi Yuan could compromise in other aspects. Only in alchemy he was truly unable to meet halfway, making him be tear up some guys who were not even fit to do CHO. Yes, for him, he really could not do it. Ha, good. Very good. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet. But to actually dare utter this kind of boasting, this old man wants to see how high a level you are. Seeing Yi Yuan's atti, tude, Meng Qi laughed from extreme fury. 1. Vinegar equals jealousy. 2. Very unusual idiom means a taunting boast. Chapter 1487 can give it a try. Chapter 1487 can give it a try, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, So I guess, but it should be slightly higher than you all. One sentence nearly choked everyone to death. Seen before shamelessness, but never seen before this shameless. This skill of climbing up along the shaft was already at the acme of perfection. Where did this punk pop out from? To actually dare be so arrogant. The 5 elders have immersed in alchemy Tao for all their lives. Their alchemy strengths have long attained the acme of perfection. How can they let a fool tarnish their reputation? Lord Meng Qi, being so long-winded with this brat for what? Directly kill him. Yi Yuan's words directly incurred public wrath. When Li Ji saw that the scene was somewhat out of control, she winked furiously at Yi Yuan in anxiety. She was secretly pouring out endless grievances in her heart. At this rate, this big sister can't save you anyhow. Meng Qi's gaze was slightly cold. Using a hand gesture to stop the other's excoriation, he said in a cold voice, Brat, spouting wild drivel in the fiend medicine hall. The Fan family can't save you no matter what. Come, men, cripple this brat for me, and throw him to the medicine garden as fertilizer. Under Meng Qi's command, over a dozen big, strong men suddenly popped out in the hall. One look, and it was clear that they were not weak. Li Ji's expression changed drastically. Pulling Meng Qi's arm, she begged, Grandpa Meng Qi, you watched Li Ji grow up since young. He's my man. I beg you, give him a way out, all right? Li Ji's tone was virtually carrying tears. She was all too clear about the might of the Blood Yama Hall's fiend medicine hall. The Fan family also could not possibly go to war with the fiend medicine hall because of a puny little source knight, really angering the fiend medicine hall. Directly destroying the Fan family was also not impossible. Meng Qi glanced at Li Ji, looked at Yi Yuan again, and said with a cold snort, Brat, don't say that this old man didn't give you a chance. These 5 furnaces of SCR, PED pills, you pick one at will, able to differentiate any SCR, P pills 30% composition, I'll spare your life. Li Ji panicked again the moment she heard and said, Grandpa Meng Qi. Meng Qi gave a snort and said, Lass, if not looking on the account of your face, this old man won't even give him this bit of chance. If he understands alchemy, then forget it. If this kid pretends to know what he doesn't know and ruins this old man's reputation here, could it be that this old man still has to let him off? Differentiating SCR, P pills composition. To very proficient fiend apothecaries, they might not be able to say it all correctly. Differentiating SCR, P pills composition was totally different from distinguish. Plus in a medicinal embryo's composition. P pills' various ingredients had already fused together through the pill furnace's tempering, making no distinction between each other. Wanting to differentiate, the difficulty was immense. Even Meng Qi himself, if under the situation of not knowing the pill formula, he could at most differentiate 70% too. Him making this request of Yi Yuan was not considered excessive. It really gave some face to Li Ji. But his own face still had to be preserved too. 30%, no less. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, just differentiating the elements easy. Easy? Not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging to. La S. You don't even give face to Ka-Exan that brat. At the end of the day, you found such a hothead? Meng Qi billowed his beard and glared as he said. Li Ji's face turned red and could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not speak. directly coming in front of Meng Qi's medicinal cauldron, palms surging forward. A ball of black sticky substance was shaken out. Seeing this, a hint of surprise was briefly shown on Meng Qi's face. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's grasp toward medicinal cauldrons was evident. One look, and he was obviously a very experienced person. It looked like this kid was really an expert. It was just that, wanting to say that Yi Yuan could differentiate the SCR-A P-pill's composition, he did not believe. Yi Yuan observed slightly for a while, sniffed, and said coolly, "Inside there's dragon beard root, fiend flame crystal, rosewood S, simulation crane GRA. S. Yi Yuan took his time and reported the names of each and every spirit medicine. With each name reported, the expression on everyone's face was a degree more shocked. After Yi Yuan reported the final name, he pursed his lips and said, "It's a shame. Your control over fire is too inadequate. In the first step of tempering, the fire was 30% too hot. In the third step, it was 20% too weak. The fourth step. Furthermore, your attention was so scattered when you refine pills, you're completely unable to integrate the Tao ACCU. Mulations. Even if you form the pill, it is at most also just low grade." Everyone's gazes all looked toward Meng Qi. These things they could not tell, and were all very curious, wanting to listen to Meng Qi's own view. There was no expression on Meng Qi's face, seemingly turning his nose up at Yi Yuan's remarks. Actually, in his heart, monstrous waves had long been set off already. This kid was formidable. To actually discern so many things from an SCR-A P-pill. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Although Meng Qi's standard was lousy, he was a pill-refining veteran already as well. How could he not know where he went wrong? But knowing did not mean being able to overcome. There was a limit to a person's strength, and when methods were pointless. At times, no matter how hard one worked, they were also unable to break through. Alchemy was a delicate task in the first place. It could not allow the slightest hint of error. However, Meng Qi was at any rate a leading authority CLA. S figure among fiend apothecaries, being preached to in public by a kid still wet behind his hearts. Where would he put his face? He toughened his scalp and answered back, sarcastically, "Ha! Do you know how great the refinement difficulty of the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill is? You argued it reasonably and logically. If you have the ability, refine one for me to see." The Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill was indeed a very hard to refine 2-star divine pill. Among Capone capital cities, 2-star fiend apothecaries. Only he could refine it. Even the others present could not refine it at all. Hence, he wanted to use this sentence to shut Yi Yuan's mouth and make him stop talking nonsense. However, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You really want me to refine?" Meng Qi was first stunned. Following that, his expression turned sullen, and he said, "Rubbish. H. Plus, who doesn't know how to speak thoughtlessly? You say that we all can't do it, then you refine one for me to see. If you can't refine, hurry up and get lost for this old man." He did not believe that this punk could really refine the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill. These words sounded very tough on the surface, but actually it was already equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's level. Yi Yuan's composition was said without the slightest error. This point could not be hoodwinked. Meng Qi reckoned that Yi Yuan definitely had a very formidable master at the back and taught his basic skills very solidly. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Without several thousand years of cultivation, wanting to refine this difficulty of 2-star divine pill was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill, I really never refined before." Hearing this, Meng Qi's heart eased up. This kid finally yielded. He was just about to speak, but heard Yi Yuan say leisurely, but if insisting for me to refine, I can give it a try." Meng-Chi nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Don't have such a long pause when talking. Hang on, first time refining? Kid, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor? No matter what kind of medicinal pill, you're able to produce it off the top of your head? You never refined before the devil dragon flame, crystal pill. This is deliberately toying with us? Lord Meng-Chi already spared your life. You still want to go too far, is it?" Yi Yuan's words immediately brought down a wave of condemnation. Chapter 1488, Borrowing Divine Fire to Use. 1488, Borrowing Divine Fire to Use Medicine Ancestor? Whose medicine ancestor? Could it be one of the Tao ancestors? When Yi Yuan heard this name, his heart involuntarily stirred and started communicating with Dustless through his consciousness. Dustless said the medicine ancestor isn't a Tao ancestor, but his status in the heaven-span world is extremely high. One can say that he's the earliest ancestor of the heaven-span world's path of medicinal pills. Inside the houses of many alchemists, they would even enshrine and wars. H.I.+P. his memorial tablet. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "There's actually such a figure. He calls himself medicine ancestor without authorization. Could it be that the 9 great Tao ancestors would let it go unchecked?" Dustless smiled and said, "The 9 great Tao ancestors are above worldly considerations and normally don't care about the heaven-span world's matters. Moreover, the medicine ancestor's position is indeed very special. The 9 great Tao ancestors each control a region of heavenly Tao laws, virtually invincible existences. But the Tao of alchemy's strongest person, the medicine ancestor, doesn't control a heavenly Tao. But his strength is acknowledged by all of the Tao ancestors. Of course, don't talk about the medicine ancestor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. This kind of existence is also not what the likes of us can estimate." Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the limits of alchemy Tao. Toward the alchemy Tao's paramount existence, Yi Yuan was naturally fascinated. "I didn't expect that the heaven-span world actually had such a character. I really hope that one day I can sit and debate on Tao with him," Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Meng-Chi's expression turned slightly dark. He could not quite grasp Yi Yuan anymore. Want to say that Yi Yuan had no ability. Yi Yuan really set out all of the medicinal pill's elements. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the devil dragon flame crystal pill, he did not believe even if beaten to death. Humph! Prepare the spirit medicines. I want to see what kind of medicinal pill he can refine. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can't refine, bear the consequences yourself," Meng-Chi said solemnly. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Relax, this level of medicinal pill still can't stop me. Don't need 3 times, once is enough." Haha, what high-sounding sentiments. Young man, better to be a little more low-key, or the wind might sprain your tongue. Meng-Chi laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. Very soon, the devil dragon flame crystal pills, spirit medicines were ready. Yi Yuan said to Meng-Chi, "Borrow divine fire to use." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all revealed a peculiar look. A fiend apothecary actually did not have his own divine fire? Did this guy really know how to refine pills? A divine fire was the divine rank state of essence fires. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame had long already advanced to divine rank and become a divine fire. But after Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, the cleansing sandal sacred flame did not evolve along with it. Now, when Yi Yuan refined pills, there was no convenient divine fire to use. He could only find Meng-Chi to borrow fire. Looks like I have to find a chance to let the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve. This isn't the way to go. If only Fiery was by my side. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart and unwittingly missed Fiery. On the road of becoming a fugitive, Yi Yuan virtually spent all of his savings just to familiarize himself with 2-star spirit medicine's medicinal properties. When he came out of Wu Meng capital city, the low-grade divine essence stones on Yi Yuan were very sizable. He had about as much as 80 million. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower awarded to Yi Yuan was 40 million. In addition, Yi Yuan successively killed Qin Tian, as well as Lin Xiu, Qin Zheng, and the rest. The storage rings on them were all taken into Yi Yuan's possession. Counting it together, when Yi Yuan left, the divine essence stones on him were plenty. On the way of fleeing, each time Yi Yuan reached a city, he would sweep up the goods and purchase spirit medicines. Presently, there was already plenty of room to spare for Yi Yuan to refine 2-star divine pills. But this devil dragon flame, crystal pill, it was really his first time refining. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove studied the fiend race's medicinal pills greatly. But Yi Yuan only obtained the knowledge from Dustless there after all. As for the specifics of how to refine, he had not tested it before. But with Yi Yuan's present alchemy strength, refining the devil dragon flame crystal pill, this kind of medicinal pill, was nothing difficult. Meng Qi gave a cold snort and held his palm out. A pale white fire seedling appeared in the palm of his hand. A fiend apothecary without even a divine fire actually dares to spout empty rhetoric too. I want to see how you refine pills. Humph. Meng Qi said with a cold snort. The fire seedling floated over in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. With a slight finger movement, the small fire seedling immediately grew into a fire tree. The exquisiteness of the technique, those fiend apothecaries actually could not see through. White elegance, devil flame. It's not bad. I'll make do and use it then, Yi Yuan said. When Meng Qi saw this scene, he could not help being shocked inwardly, disregarding anything else. Just this technique of controlling fire was much stronger than him. His own divine fire was actually so obedient and docile, reaching Yi Yuan's hands. This made tanic waves set off in his heart. Even he himself could not do it to this degree too. This was also demoralizing. However, this was just the beginning. When Yi Yuan started refining the pill, Meng Qi's pride was directly washed away by wave after wave of floodwaters. What impressive fire-controlling methods. This kid actually really knows how to refine pills. Furthermore, his level is quite high. What kind of refinement method is this? Never seen it before. Yeah, it's totally different from our pill refining techniques. But why do I feel that this technique is of a much higher level than ours? Stupid. That Tao ACCU mulation. His technique secretly contains heavenly Tao, obtaining heavenly Tao support. Cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Meng Qi was utterly dumbfounded. This was a true expert. Just this pill refining technique was already on a completely different level than him. The fiend medicine hall's 5 elders all had their eyes glued at this time, fearful of missing any step. This kind of master-level refinement could not be seen simply if they want it. Li Ji's cherry lips opened slightly and never shut before the whole time. Cool. Too cool. She watched Yi Yuan refine pills and was actually wholly enraptured. Since young, she had also seen quite a few fiend medicine halls, fiend apothecaries refining pills. But no one had ever given her this feeling of being refreshed in mind and spirit. Condense. No idea how long had Pa-S said either, and then it was only to hear Yi Yuan cry out lightly. The furnace fire extinguished. The medicinal pill formed. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "First time refining, the fire control still isn't quite there yet. The quality of the medicinal pill is probably not too ideal." Finished talking, Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned. A medicinal pill flew into the jade vessel. Superior grade. Superior grade devil dragon flame. Crystal pill. Hiss! Everyone all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at Yi Yuan like they had seen ghosts. This medicinal pill barely managed to reach the level of superior grade. Superior grade Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill was still called not too ideal. Meng Qi wished to give himself a tight slap. This was too demoralizing. Him refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, the best grade, was also just middle grade. He had never refined before high grade. Another person refining for the first time, and it was a superior grade. This disparity was too great. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's excuse. Meng Qi knew that it was probably really Yi Yuan's first time refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill. Even though Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely profound, that awkwardness and inexperience when just starting could not be concealed. This kind of situation, he had seen them too many times among newbies. But along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, Yi Yuan clearly gradually entered an optimal state and found the feeling. Hence, the more he refined, the smoother it got. Chapter 1489 already came, leaving for what? Chapter 1489 already came, leaving for what? Your Highness Ka Xian, please wait. Ka Xian brought Lian Hua and just entered the Fiend Medicine Hall when he was stopped by a one-star Fiend Apothecary. Although Ka Xian's status in the capital city was very high in the Fiend Medicine Hall, he did not dare to be unbridled too. Ah, Brother Lu He, I made an appointment with Lord Meng Qi 10 days ago. There are some important matters to discuss with him. Ka Xian cupped his fists and said, even though the other party was just a one-star Fiend Apothecary, he was Lord Meng Qi's accomplished disciple. Ordinary people could not afford to offend. Lu He said, apologies, Your Highness Ka Xian. Master, he's currently meeting an important guest in the inner hall and has already instructed an body is to disturb him. Ka Xian frowned and said, even I'm not an exception too? I'm here representing the city Lord Manor. This matter is likewise no trivial matter. Moreover, I've already made an appointment 10 days ago. This, Lu He's face revealed a difficult look. Ka Xian's status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Ka Xian was not here representing himself. He was representing the city Lord Manor. Although the Blood Yamahal did not fear the city Lord Manor, face still had to be given. Why not? Better trouble Brother Lu He to go and Pa-S on a word. Presumably, Lord Meng Qi won't dismiss me, Ka Xian said with clasped hands. Lu He thought about it, nodded, and said, all right then, I'll go and ask Master. Lu He turned around and went in. Lian Hua smiled and said, wonder what kind of big shot Lord Meng Qi is seeing to actually even ignore our affairs. Ka Xian smiled and said, to be able to refuse us outside the door, it must be an incredible major figure. I reckon that it might very likely be a 3-star Fiend Apothecary. Lian Hua nodded her head, clearly quite in approval of this. Coincidentally, Fan Yu also entered the Fiend Medicine Hall at this time. Seeing Ka Xian and Lian Hua, Fan Yu's heart thumped, secretly thinking not good. The Fiend Medicine Hall released a batch of medicinal pills recently. They were in very high demand now. Quite a few factions went into action without delay. Among these, the one with the strongest compet. 1. Tive power was naturally the city Lord Manor. Although the alchemy strength of Meng Qi and the rest were too trash in front of Yi Yuan, the medicinal pills produced by the Fiend Medicine Hall were indeed very popular in Capone capital city. In the fiend race, good fiend apothecaries were too few. The city Lord Manor had long gotten the news. Hence, Ka Xian made an appointment with Meng Qi 10 days ago to meet today. Ka Xian had a smile on his face as he said, ha, Brother Fan, you came a step late. Lord Meng Qi isn't meeting guests today. Better go back. Fan Yu's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a cold snort, your city, Lord Manor, eating meat. Aren't you even going to leave a mouthful of soup for people to drink? This time, our Fan family will definitely fight it out with you. Ka Xian laughed and said, ha, I'm about to go in and finalize this matter with Lord Meng Qi right away. What will you use to fight to the bitter end with me? Haha, want to fight it out, come early next time. The muscles on Fan Yu's face twitched a few times, suddenly feeling powerless. The four great families' foundations were still much worse compared to the city, Lord Manor. People had money and power. Each time the price offered, it was 30% higher than the rest. How to discuss things. At this time, he came out of the inner hall, the expression on his face rather ugly. When Ka Xian saw Lu He's expression, his heart involuntarily thumped. Brother Lu He, what did Lord Mengqi say? Ka Xian said with clasped hands. Lu He said crossly, Your Highness Ka Xian, please return. I asked you to go back, but you insisted on me going to disturb Master. Now, just great. I got a good scolding from him, right to my face. Are you happy? Clearly, Lu He was already unable to maintain his original demeanor. This scolding was not light. Just now, the moment he entered and just reported Ka Xian's name, he was scolded angrily by Mengqi. Even expelling from tutelage, this kind of words was uttered. It would be weird if Lu He's mood could be good. Ka Xian had an awkward look. Stuffing a storage ring into Lu He's hands, he said, Here are 50,000 low-grade fiend essence stones. Just take it as Brother Lu He's laboring fees. Since Lord Mengqi is meeting an important guest, then Ka Xian won't disturb anymore. I'll come to visit again another day. Who knew that Lu He directly pushed the storage ring back and said, Just now Master was already very angry and even said expelling me from tutelage. This kind of words. Aren't you making me take the road to ruin here? Quickly go, quickly go. Ka Xian was extremely depressed. He did not know just what kind of important guest Mengqi was meeting. Even meeting City Lord, it would not be to an extent where he expelled his own disciple from his tutelage for relaying a message, right? Moreover, he did not hear of any remarkable major figure who came to the city recently. Later, better inquire about it and make some appropriate compensation. If he were to offend the Fiend Medicine Hall because of this matter, the losses would outweigh the gains. Getting rebuffed, Ka Xian had an unhappy look too. He glimpsed at the Fan Yu who was unwilling to give up by the side, and he said indifferently, Come on. Didn't hear that Lord Mengqi is currently meeting an important guest? Could it be that you want to cause Brother Lu He to be scolded one more time? These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. It was clearly to irritate Lu He. Lu He was in a bad mood just now and directly ignored the Fan Yu by the side. Only after Ka Xian saying this did he notice that Fan Yu had already stood at one side for very long. Lu He took care of many things for Mengqi throughout the year and was also a smooth and artful figure. When he saw Fan Yu, his eyes immediately lit up and he went forward to greet with a smile. Turns out that young Master Fan Yu came too. Apologies, apologies, Lu He did not entertain well. Those words of Ka Xian's just now actually already made Fan Yu give up. He did not expect that he actually took the initiative to engage in small talk with him. One had to know, he did not even give face to Ka Xian earlier. What's Brother Lu He saying? It's Fan Yu who suddenly paid a visit and imposed on you, Fan Yu hurriedly said. Lu He smiled and said, Young Master Fan Yu coming to the Fiend Medicine Hall. It's also in order to request an audience with Master, right? Fan Yu was slightly embarrassed, said, but still nodded his head and said, Fan Yu will leave right away and won't cause trouble for Brother Lu He anymore. Lu He was taken aback with fright and hurriedly pulled him, saying, Don't. Already came, leaving for what? I'll go in to report right away. You wait a minute. Done talking, Lu He directly turned around and left. Ka Xian already walked to the entrance, but forcefully stopped his footsteps. He looked at Lu He's departing back view, and raged until his complexion was livid. What the hell was this? Since the beginning to end, Lu He never showed him a good attitude. Even if he agreed to go in and report just now, it was also with a reluctant look. But now, Fan Yu himself said that he was going to leave. but Lu He took the initiative to hang on to Fan Yu and not let him leave. Lu He even took the initiative to go in and report. Didn't he say earlier that Meng Qi even said about expelling from tutelage, this kind of words? Fan Yu himself also had a baffled look, completely not knowing what happened. His relations, H.I. plus P with Lu, he did not seem to be good to this kind of extent, right? Before long, Lu He came out gleefully and said to Fan Yu, Master said, let young Master Fan Yu wait in the side hall for a while. When he's done over at his side, he'll immediately come and see you. Happiness arrived too suddenly. Fan Yu completely did not react to it. What happened? By the side, Ka Xan's expression was long, already black as the bottom of a wok. Chapter 1490 Double Standards. Chapter 1490 Double Standards. Brother Lu He, what's this? Didn't you say that Lord Meng Qi isn't seeing anyone? Ka Xan tried his best to make his tone seem calmer, covering up the rage in his heart. This double standard was also a little too obvious, right? He had not even left yet. Lu He's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, Amen? Your meaning is that I'm lying to you? Why not do this, then? After Master comes out, we'll confront face to face? Although Ka Xan tried his best to control his tone, the skepticism in his words could not be concealed no matter what. Lu He's anger rose up with a puff. He helped him go in to report. Putting aside that he did not get any benefits, he was even scolded angrily by Master. Meng Qi did not have just him, one disciple alone. A single misstep, and he fell out of favor. There would be nothing to do with him in the future. Forget it if Ka Xan was not grateful. He even wanted to question him. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Lu He finally stopped showing Ka Xan a nice attitude. Ka Xan said with an awkward look. Brother Lu He misunderstood. Lu He directly cut off his words and said with a cold smile, I didn't misunderstand anything. The matter previously, just take it as it didn't happen. Consider it myself being opinionated. Just treat it as I was careless in making friends. Your Highness Ka Xan, please go back. Ka Xan's expression changed, knowing that this was offending Lu He to the core. He stood there, unable to leave nor stay. Lu He said in a cold voice, Why? Your Highness is not leaving? Could it be that you still want me to send your Highness out? Ka Xan finally left dejectedly, but the grievance nursed in his heart no one could understand. With his status and standing, when had he been subjected to this kind of treatment in Capone capital city before? The more he thought, the more amiss it felt, and he said in a solemn voice, There must be something wrong with this. How can the Fan family and Fiend Medicine Hall's relations, H.I. plus P possibly compare to ours? Today's incident is too abnormal. I must investigate clearly who Meng Qi was meeting. Fan Yu followed Lu He to the side hall with a blank look. Puss. H.I. Plussing the door and taking a look, he saw an all too familiar figure. Li Ji, why are you here? Fan Yu said in surprise. You came too? I was accompanying Source Knight to stroll around in the city. He said to come to the Fiend Medicine Hall to take a look, and I followed. Li Ji said with a slightly red face. Came with Source Knight? Where is he? Fan Yu said with a dark expression. This punk his younger sister accompanied to come out, but he was good, hanging his younger sister out here alone to dry. But a glimmer of smugness flashed across in Li Ji's eyes as she said with a smile, He's currently chatting with Grandpa Meng Qi. This chat lasted 3 days and 3 nights. What? Fan Yu nearly jumped up, being taken aback with fright by Li Ji's sentence. He turned his head and looked at Lu He and said with his eyes wide open, Brother Lu He, the important guest that you said wouldn't be Source Knight, right? Lu He beamed and said, Who else can it be if not him? Your Fan family really remain deeply hidden, to have actually invited this kind of big shot and still maintaining your countenance. Fan Yu said with a confused look, Be big shot. Source Knight's strength was indeed not bad, but to say big shot it was a little too far-fetched, right? What in the world happened in between this? He even thought that Fan Yu knew, but looking at it now, he was really kept in a dark. Li Ji said with a proud face, "Big brother, I only knew that Source Knight was actually even a fiend apothecary when I saw Source Knight refining pills too. Furthermore, it's the very formidable kind." Li Ji described the events that happened previously with a look of excitement, making Fan Yu dumbfounded with shock. His first reaction was this Source Knight really that Source Knight he knew? Source Knight's age seemed to be even quite a bit younger than him. How could he possibly be a fiend apothecary that even Lord Meng-Chi looked up to? But Li Ji was here. Who could that be if not that Source Knight? He originally thought that Meng-Chi was meeting some remarkable important person. That was why he would not even give face to Ka-Xen. He did not expect that it was actually Source Knight. No wonder, oh no wonder, that excitement when He saw him. Turned out that it was because of Source Knight. What kind of character was Fan Yu? He practically reacted to it right away. He being extra familiar with him, was treating him as a straw to clutch at. Previously, because of helping Ka-Xen to pass a message, he offended Meng-Chi. But he was Li Ji's elder brother. Li Ji and Source Knight's relations. I plus P was very ambiguous. Meng-Chi naturally regarded him as someone very close to Source Knight. Why did it feel like a dream? A full 3 days had already said since the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders listened to Yi Yuan's sermon on Tao. These 3 days' time, Meng-Chi 5 people listened like they were in ecstasy and in rapture. They had never known that pill refining still had so many tricks involved. Especially when Yi Yuan performed a skill to focus on pill refinement, they used all kinds of methods and also could not distract Yi Yuan in the slightest. Finally, Yi Yuan still refined a high-level medicinal pill, making them marvel in astonishment. Only then did they know why Yi Yuan would say that they were weak previously. They could not even accomplish the most basic focusing, let alone talk about refining high-level medicinal pills. Yi Yuan also knew that the fiend race's disposition was hot-tempered. Most were frank, without tact. Making him focus on pill refinement was indeed making things a little hard. But where there was a will, there was a way. Meng-Chi they all failing to do, so was primarily still because their method was not right. Yi Yuan casually imparted some spirit-calming and mind-focusing spells to them. These old fellows were all akin to having obtained a priceless treasure, endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Meng-Chi was currently in high spirits when he came in and said that Ka-Xen was looking for him. How could he not be furious? Compared to advancing his own alchemy strength, what the L did Ka-Xen count as? Suddenly, Yi Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, right, talking nonsense with you all these few days. Forgot all about proper business." The 5 elders were rendered speechless. How did this transmission and preaching of Tao become talking nonsense? Except the things that Yi Yuan narrated to them were really not that profound. Similar to focusing, it was Alchemist's basic skills. The 5 elders all could not do it. For them to be able to refine complete medicinal pills could not be said to not be a kind of miracle. Of course, even though Yi Yuan turned his nose up at the 5 elders' pill refinement, he could not underestimate fiend apothecaries either. The fiend race's alchemy skills also had quite a few saving graces. I wonder what the proper business Master Source Knight said is, "Meng-Chi will send people to go and do it right away. I beseech Master Source Knight to be generous and preach Tao to us for a few more days." Meng-Chi was incomparably respectful towards Yi Yuan now. Yi Yuan's alchemy standard was an existence that he could not look up to at all. He even felt that those few 3-star fiend apothecaries in the city could not compare to a fraction of Master Source Knight too, even though they could refine 3-star medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan said, "Preaching Tao will end here first. Coming to the Fiend Medicine Hall, I just wanted to purchase a few kinds of spirit medicines. In addition, I still have some matters and want to take a trip to the 100-Nose Hall. You all can't do it on my behalf." The moment Meng Qi said, he hurriedly said, "Isn't Master Source Knight smacking Meng Qi's face by saying this? Just a few kinds of spirit medicines. What's there to buy? As long as the Fiend Medicine Hall has it, feel free to take it. If there isn't, the Fiend Medicine Hall still has the confidence in acquiring it within a short time. As for the 100-Nose Hall that side, their door isn't easy to enter. How about this? You take my Blood Yama token and go. Those guys won't cause problems for Master." Chapter 1491 Grudge is sowed big time. Chapter 1491 Grudge is sowed big time. The types of spirit medicines for the second transformation, profound gold pill, were seldom seen. But the Fiend Medicine Hall's strength was really not for show. Meng Qi told Yi Yuan that within half a month he would help him gather all of the spirit medicines. Meng Qi's thoughts. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. He also promised Meng Qi that half a month later he would come again and preach the Tao to them. Done with these, Yi Yuan went out of the door alone. Although Li Ji was reluctant to stay behind, she was helpless to do anything too. Yi Yuan going to the 100-Nose Hall to inquire about information. She had nowhere to go and could only stay in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Li Ji was no longer a little girl in Meng Qi's eyes now. What did she say? That Source Knight was her man? This relations. H-I plus P. How could he not make good use of it? What was the most powerful? Not a man's fist, but a woman's pillow talk. As for the matter of that batch of medicinal pills, it was even more of a cinch. Meng Qi made the decision and directly half-sold, half-gifted them to the Fan family, absolutely being a friend. H-I plus P price. Happiness came too suddenly. Fan Yu was somewhat at a loss on what to do. The Fiend Medicine Hall's medicinal pills were in very short supply. Even the city, Lord Manor, had to pay a huge price to get it too. Another batch of medicinal pills to a family strength was rather significant. To Yi Yuan, Fan Yu was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He wished to send Li Ji onto Yi Yuan's bed right away. Coming out of the Fiend Medicine Hall, Yi Yuan's alarm bells went off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of tearing through the air came over. Several streaks of cold light flew over towards Yi Yuan at a terrifying speed. It was concealed weapons. Explode for me. Huan formed a seal. Those flying knives directly exploded in the air, turning into countless fragments, virtually sealing off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Being struck by these shards, Yi Yuan's body would probably turn into a sieve. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Huan's mouth. He knew that this mission was already completed. His half-step fiend commander strength, scheming against the unwary, Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly escape this assassination. All of this was just something that happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to react. Huan did not go and look at Yi Yuan. He was already ready to get up and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared from where he was. Phantom kill! Huan's expression changed drastically. A sense of danger instantly welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure actually turned into a blurry shadow and rushed over towards him. Too fast. With his strength, he could only barely manage to capture Yi Yuan's traces too. Blood feather sword art. Huan shouted fiercely, his sword art stabbing over towards that vague shadow like lightning. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, the two people exchanged blows no idea how many times. The powerful undulations shocked the surroundings into a pile of ruins. After several breaths, Yi Yuan appeared 1,000 feet away, his complexion pale and breathing unstable. Clearly, it was a sign of overly exhausting his divine essence. However, Huan was not much better either. He gasped heavily for air. That bout of exchange just now rapidly consumed his fiend essence in an instant. From when he took action to sneak attack Yi Yuan until now, only around 10 breaths of time had passed. Everything happened too quickly. Huan did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. If not for him being an ASSA, Sin, his reactions extremely quick, Yi Yuan's sneak attack earlier would have been able to counter-kill him. This kid was too dangerous. At this moment, Huan finally knew how scalding these 30 million low-grade fiend essence stones were. Take his life while he was ill. Huan was a competent ASA. Sin. He already perceived that move just now was extremely taxing on Yi Yuan. Now, he already did not have much strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan's speed was fast. Huan's speed was likewise not slow. As an ASSA, Sin's speed was a mandatory requirement. Blood feather sword art. Bloodlight suffused all over Huan's body, his figure Russ. Plussing towards Yi Yuan once more like lightning. However, he already had no more chances. Stop! Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus 5 figures made a move at the same time, blocking Huan's path. This place was right outside the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door. Such a large commotion. How could it not startle them? Huan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, I'm a member of the ASA. Signation Hall. Somebody offered a reward for this kid's life. Although the 5 elders were fiend apothecaries, their combat strengths were similarly not weak. Fighting 5 versus 1, they naturally would not fall into a disadvantage. The reason why Huan dared to take action here was that this place was their own territory. Even if he killed people, and, Body dared to say anything either. Although the Blood Yama Hall's various branch halls were under different commands, they were one family after all. Huan never expected that it was precisely his own people who blocked his fatal blow. He had kept guard outside the whole time and completely did not know the events that happened inside the Fiend Medicine Hall. He even thought that by reporting his background, the 5 elders would make way. Meng Qi snorted coldly and said, This old man hasn't reached the point where my eyes can't see clearly. How can I not know that you're a member of the ASSA? Signation Hall? Humph. You actually dared to make a move against our Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest. This score will find the ASA. Signation Hall to settle it later. Huan was stunned, doubting whether he heard wrongly or not. Why did the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders help an outsider? For the sake of a boy who had nothing to do with them, they were actually going to go to war with the Signation Hall? Esteemed guest? A kid whose hair was not fully grown. How did he become the Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest? Meng Qi, what's the meaning of this? For the sake of an outsider, you're actually going to make things difficult for my ASA. Signation Hall? Huan said in a solemn voice. Meng Qi was greatly enraged as he said, Master Source Knight is our Fiend Medicine Hall's most blee guest. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair of his, we aren't finished. Seeing Meng Qi fly off the handle so Huan finally realized that he was not joking. Master Source Knight? This kid, could it be that he was even an alchemy expert? You have got to be kidding. Meng Qi was, at any rate, a leading authority CLA. S figure among 2-star fiend apothecaries too, to actually call a kid who was still wet behind his ears master? Huan felt that maybe the 5 elders have gone crazy. He gave a cold snort and said, Humph! Meng Qi, don't you forget, you're not the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. This matter, somebody will naturally come and find you. Meng Qi was hot-tempered too, and immediately said furiously, Ha! Good! Very good. Your ASSA. Signation Hall is very tough now, huh? Today's word, this old man has remembered it. Get lost. Huan gave a cold snort, and then his figure moved, swiftly vanish. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. Meng Qi turned to Yi Yuan, cupped his fists, and said with an apologetic look, the ASA. Sination Hall's people are becoming more and more insolent. Meng Qi failed in his hospitality and let Master Source Knight fall into a dangerous situation. Meng Qi's truly ashamed. At this time, Meng Qi was actually incredibly shocked in his heart. One had to know that Sin was half-step fiend commander realm. Yi Yuan, a middle-level fiend general, could actually retreat unscathed. It was truly surprising. At this moment, he was incomparably certain there was definitely a powerful existence behind Yi Yuan. This young man was not simple. He must not be offended. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nothing to do with you guys. Somebody else wants my life." With this, the grudge is sowed big time. Use one's T to think, and one would also know this incident was definitely Xan causing trouble behind the scenes. Failing to kill him at the gathering, this time he actually hired an Sin to deal with him. Did he really think that Yi Yuan was easy to need? Chapter 1492 Blood Essence Contract. Chapter 1492 Blood Essence Contract. In order to prevent accidents, Meng Qi personally brought Yi Yuan to the 100 Nose Hall. With him coming forward, everything was naturally a cinch. Under a manager of the 100 Nose Hall's lead, Yi Yuan went straight up to the 3rd level. This was the place to receive VIPs. "Sir, wait for a moment here. Someone will come and receive you right away," said the manager, and then left. This was a very elegant room. A delicate fragrance hit one's nostrils, giving people a feeling of intoxication. The tea was already brewed. Yi Yuan gently took a sip and praised, "Good tea. The morning dew of purple qi coming from the east. Tea shoots irrigated with spirit rain. Hard to come by, hard to come by." What's even harder to come by is the pair of skillful hands of the person who brewed the tea. SPAC distorted. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void. This woman's clothing was half revealed, her skin fairer than snow, arch eyebrows and cherry lips. Not at all inferior compared to Li Ji. But compared to Li Ji's reservedness, this girl was zealous like fire, as if going to burn someone. Every twinkle and smile seemed to carry a flirtatious intention. Sir Source Knight is indeed extraordinary, to actually see through the profundities in this room with a glance. The woman slowly sat down not far away from Yi Yuan's side and said with all smiles, Sir Source Knight's erroneous praise, "Yi Han isn't worthy of it." The charming arts of this woman, called Yi Han, already reached the acme of perfection. Every careless action could give men immense temptation. With Yi Yuan's concentration, he actually had a momentary lapse in mind too. Clearly just drank a mouthful of tea. He actually felt parched. However, it was also just that instant. The firmness of Yi Yuan's Tao heart was rare in the world. Wanting to use bewitching arts to confuse him was virtually without any possibility. Source Knight came here to inquire about information and not play with girls. "Miss Yi Han, please call the main person out," Yi Yuan said coolly. When Yi Han saw that Yi Yuan's focus was so great, she could not help being secretly startled inwardly. This Capone capital city, the men able to withstand her bewitching arts, were rare. Yi Han covered her mouth and smiled as she said, "Sir Source Knight is so oblivious to other people's feelings. Could it be that in Sir's eyes, Yi Han can't compare to Li Ji?" Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "Keep pestering unreasonably, and don't blame me for not being courteous." But Yi Han said without a care, "Okay, this lowly one wants to see how Sir becomes impolite." As she said, Yi Han's pair of clever hands actually groped toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, fingers tapping over towards Yi Han's shoulder like lightning. Who knew that this Yi Han's shoulder actually slipped away bizarrely, narrowly avoiding this tap. Yi Yuan's heart sank and realized right away that this Yi Han concealed her strength. His move failing, Yi Yuan hurriedly retreated, pulling apart a distance from Yi Han, maintaining vigilance. Goodness! Sir Source Knight doesn't know how to be tender toward girls at all. Attacking so strongly. Is this wanting to take this lowly one's life? Ihan giggled and said, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, Who the H-E-L are you? Why are you teasing me? Ihan smiled and said, How did this lowly one tease, sir? It was clearly Sir who wanted to ruthlessly crush a flower. However, Ihan is very curious just who Sir is. Putting aside your strength far Serpa. Sing those in the same rank, your alchemy skills are even so powerful. The devil dragon flame, crystal pill at your fingertips with ease. Even the fiend medicine halls, 5 elders had to show you a pupil's manners. With my blood Yamahal's eyes and hands, we actually completely could not investigate Sir's background. Yi Yuan's heart sank, secretly thinking that this 100-Nose Hall had such access to information. It seemed like what he had done in Capone capital city was already completely known by the 100-Nose Hall. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not treat Ihan as an ordinary girl anymore. Her strength was likely far above his. Even Dustless could not fathom Ihan's depths either. Although Dustless's strength did not recover to its peak state under Divine Lord Realm, most could not escape his divine sense investigation. But this Ihan was clearly an exception. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, This young master had lived with my master in a remote land since young. It's also normal for you to not have heard before. So what's strange about that? Yi Yuan naturally would not make this kind of low-level mistake. He had long fabricated his origins. Ihan smiled and said, So that's how it is. Sir doesn't need to panic. Let's sit down and talk. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and got seated again, and he said, Coolly, if you want to ask about my master, you can save your breath. A hint of surprise flashed across Ihan's eyes, thinking to himself that this chap was so formidable. She was just about to open her mouth and ask, and he already used words to block her. If Yi Yuan's master was really a reclusive expert, then he was definitely unwilling to reveal his name. This point was naturally justifiable. Ihan smiled faintly and said, All right, then Sir Source Knight came to Capone capital city just for the sake of investigation? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Miss Ihan, wonder if Source Knight can ask questions now? Ihan said, Does Sir know our 100-Nose Hall's rules? Yi Yuan was stunned and shook his head as he said, Don't know. Ihan giggled and said, Sir is really interesting to dare come and inquire about information without even knowing the 100-Nose Hall's rules. Yi Yuan had long heard that the 100-Nose Hall's information was not easy to inquire, but he did not know the specifics. Looking at it now, seemed like he thought too simply about it. Pray tell. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ihan said, Our 100-Nose Hall's intel is divided into 1st grade to 9th grade. The first 3 grades intel, as long as one pays sufficient fiend essence stones, they can obtain it. But 4th grade to 9th grade intel, apart from having to pay exorbitant fiend essence stones, one even has to agree to do some things for the 100-Nose Hall for free. Yi Yuan said in surprise, That means I owe you all a favor? Ihan said, It's pretty much this meaning. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, If I don't do it? Ihan smiled and said, You need to leave behind a blood essence contract before we'll give you the information. If you renege and not do the favor, we can make you wish that you were dead through the blood essence contract. Yi Yuan's heart turned cold. This blood Yamahal was very mysterious. It seemed like their background was huge. Yi Yuan said, If you all make me go and die, could it be that I have to act in accordance too? Ihan smiled and said, Our blood Yamahal has always been equally honest with the elderly and the young. It's just that some things it's not convenient for us to act in our own capacity, so we need a promise. Some people, we never went to find him even till death. On the blood essence contract, there are naturally also some taboo rules stated one by one. For example, we won't make you go and die. Of course, if you die in the process of carrying out the contract, it's not within the scope. Once the contract activates, if you didn't complete it, you'll naturally suffer the contract's backlash. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked in his heart. This was equivalent to saying that as long as someone inquired about 4th grade and above information, they would all owe the Blood Yamahal a favor. With the ACCU, mutilation year after year, the Blood Yamahal's favors outside would be very terrifying. Among these people, it was hard to guarantee that some powerful existences would not appear. As long as the Blood Yamahal continued on retaining this blood essence contract, it was equivalent to this contract continuously appreciating in value. No wonder even the City Lord Manor did not dare to provoke the Blood Yamahal too. Just this blood essence contract. How could the average person afford to offend? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, but I have to take a look at the contract's contents first." Chapter 1493, Special Grade Retainer. Chapter 1493, Special Grade Retainer. After the contract entered his hands, a powerful law undulation came from it, making Yi Yuan secretly alarmed. No idea whose hands this contract originated from, but that person's strength was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan's divine sense entered inside. The contents of the contract revealed itself. He carefully lies the contents of the contract. After verifying that there was no problem, only then did he slowly say, "No problem. Now, can I ask for the information that I want to know?" Ihan smiled and said, "Of course you can. You can just directly ask the contract. The contract will automatically determine the grade of your question. Drip your blood essence on the contract, and the information that you want to know will appear on it." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked the contract. 1,000,000 years ago, Capone Capital City had a fiend commander called Kanua. I want to know who sent him to carry out the last mission, as well as all of the information for that person. After asking this, the contract had a reaction very quickly. A large word gradually appeared on it. 8. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that this information's grade was actually so high. But seeing that 8 word on the contract, Ihan was all smiles and said he didn't expect that Sir Source Knight's information is actually so valuable. Looks like this favor isn't small. From 4th grade to 9th grade, the contents of the contract were naturally different. 4th grade was still relatively easy to return. 9th grade, it would probably be a favor to drive one to their death. If someone checked for information not matching their own strength, that price might be death. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, wanting to see how he'd choose. However, she was a little disappointed. She completely could not see through Yi Yuan's inner heart activity, as if what Yi Yuan held in his hand was a piece of blank paper. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The tip of Yi Yuan's finger had a gash cut open. A drop of golden blood slowly fell, dripping onto the contract. The golden blood instantly disappeared. Very soon, densely packed words appeared on the contract. Yi Yuan rapidly browsed it over, but the expression on his face became ugly. Sure enough, the one who sent Kanua to the Immortal Grove world was precisely the Generation City Lord, called Ka-Sua. It was just that not only did this Ka-Sua not die, he already broke through from the second-layered Heaven Fiend Lord back, then to the current Fiend King, first-layered Heaven, which was also the human race's celestial deity, first-layered Heaven. After one's martial Tao broke through to divine Lord Realm, it was entering a whole new realm. Each step would become even more difficult. Each major realm was divided into 9 heavens. Each breakthrough of a minor realm was exceedingly difficult, easily starting with 100,000 years. Presently, 1,000,000 years had said. That Ka-Sua's strength steadily increased, and actually already reached the Fiend King realm. Looks like wanting to find this Ka-Sua to settle scores. I have to give the matter further thought and consideration. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. This Ka-So had already left Capone Capital City long ago. Right now, he was at Eminent Orchid Imperial City, wielding immense authority. Apart from these, there were still many intel related to Ka Sua. This information was indeed very valuable, worthy of being an 8th grade contract. However, Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked and had an even clearer understanding of this blood Yamahal strength. Even a Fiend King powerhouse's information could be recorded so comprehensively. This was clearly not what an ordinary power could do. After Yi Yuan silently noted down Ka Sua's information, the words on the contract gradually disappeared, and Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that there was a kind of mysterious connection established between him and the contract. "Looks like Sir Source Knight is very disappointed," Ihan said with a smile. Yi Yuan returned the contract to Ihan and said indifferently, "Indeed, a little disappointed, but it's nothing as well." He indeed did not care. There would come a day where he would step into celestial deity realm and seek justice for the immortal Grove world. Hoo-hoo! Sir Source Knight doesn't care, but Ihan cares a lot. I have a feeling that Sir Source Knight's favor is much more valuable than this information. As for Fiend Essence Stones, just take it as Ihan becoming friends with Sir. Forget about it, Ihan said with a broad smile. Yi Yuan glanced at her and said coolly, "Becoming friends with Miss Ihan, one has to become more vigilant." Ihan giggled and said, "Is Sir praising Ihan here?" Yi Yuan said, "You can understand it like that." Ihan's strength was unfathomable. This blood Yamahal was even more mysterious and hard to fathom. Becoming friends with them, one would probably not even know when they were sold. Returning to the Fan family, Fan Yu was naturally inexplicably grateful toward Yi Yuan. The Fan family heard that a very powerful fiend apothecary appeared in the family and burst into an uproar all at once. The Fan family immediately convened an elders' meeting and raised Yi Yuan to a special grade retainer. The treatment that Yi Yuan enjoyed in the Fan family could virtually rival Fiend Commander Realm Elders already. Those people who said that Yi Yuan relied on a woman to get his position immediately shut up, all extremely fluid you, as tiered. Offending a Fiend Apothecary retainer was not some wise thing. Medicinal pills who did not need it. The Fan family could not be blamed for going through so much trouble. It was true that Fiend Apothecaries were too in demand in the Fiend race. With the status of Fiend Apothecaries, they did not stoop to go to some large family to be retainers at all. Otherwise, the Fan family also would not be so cautious because of a batch of medicinal pills. The news of a Fiend Apothecary emerging in the Fan family immediately spread throughout the entire capital city like the wind. The other 3 families, including the City Lord Manor, were all envious about this to the extreme. Of course, if there were people envious, there were people unhappy. When Ka Xan heard this news, his entire person went blank. And it. How can that brat possibly be a 2-star Fiend Apothecary? The important person that Meng Qi saw that day was actually him. How is this possible? Ka Xan was full of indignation and puzzlement. He seriously could not figure out how a young man with such powerful martial arts strength could possibly become a Fiend Apothecary that even Meng Qi bowed his head in submission to. Lian Hua's face was also full of shock. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was a Fiend Apothecary. Furthermore, even the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders were actually docile and obedient towards him to this extent. Originally, she was just harboring the thought of teasing a little. That was why she would be like that toward Yi Yuan. Now, she was really envious of Li Ji to death. If she had long known it was like this, she should have thought of everything possible to TCH Source Knight. But now, it was too late to say anything. Source Knight and Ka Xan were already like fire and water. It was completely impossible to bury the hatchet anymore. She let out a sigh and said, "This matter is already beyond all doubt." The ASSA. Sination Hall took our bounty to ASSA. Sinate Source Knight. But it was stopped by the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders. It was said that for this, the Fiend Medicine Hall already went to war with the Sination Hall, cutting off all of their medicinal pill supply. I reckon that within a few days the Cynation Hall will have to yield. Meng Qi clearly doesn't have this authority. For the Fiend Medicine Hall to do so, they definitely obtain the Hall Master's approval. Waging war with their own family for an outsider, this matter of thing. Even thinking about it feels inconceivable. Ka Xian's expression was green and already did not know what he should say. He discovered to his dismay that he seemed to have really kicked a metal plate this time. Lian Hua paused for a bit and continued. To be able to make the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master do this, that Source Knight's alchemy skills must be extremely remarkable. The Fan family picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 1494, Giving In. Chapter 1494, Giving In. Inside a hidden private estate in the capital city, Huan was currently kneeling in front of a man in black, fearful and in awe. Huan, do you know your mistake? The man in black said coolly, Your Excellency, I know my mistake. Huan hesitated for a bit, but finally still admitted his fault. The man in black slowly turned around and said coldly, in the Cynation Hall, you aren't wrong. But in the entire Bloodyama Hall, you've made a grave error. Now, the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall are applying pressure on me at the same time. The pressure on me, this Hall Master, is also huge. Huan was a capable general under his command. When the Fiend Medicine Hall came over, he still supported Huan a bit. But he never thought that later on, the Hundred Nose Hall actually came over to put pressure too. This doubled the pressure on him, a Hall Master. The Cynation Hall primarily did some things that could not see the light and could not appear on the stage. The prestige of the Bloodyama Hall was mainly established by the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall. These two halls. The function of the Cynation Hall was to kill. Huan was depressed in his heart. His position in the Cynation Hall was around the same as Meng Qi's in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Hence, he did not take Meng Qi's warning to heart as well. He even left a few harsh words. He did not expect that now. His face was slapped resoundingly. Huan was teared inwardly and said, Your Excellency, what should this subordinate do? The man in black swept a glance over him indifferently and said, An in failing an Cynation, the outcome, you know it. Huan's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He originally thought that it was a big business for him. He did not expect that his life actually had to be capitulated on this mission. Do it yourself, then. The words of the man in black carried some melancholy. Honestly speaking, he did not think that Huan did anything wrong. What was wrong was that this was a world where the strong prey on the weak. For that young man called Source Knight to be able to make two great halls value so highly, it indicated that he was a figure who carried a lot of weight. Then one could only say that Huan was unlucky. Who asked him to provoke someone he should not provoke? Arg! Huan's gaze revealed a fierce look. His body suddenly burst apart. Clank! A black token dropped onto the ground. The man in black extended a hand and beckoned. The token landed in his hand. After Yi Yuan returned from the Hundred Nose Hall, he went to the Fiend Medicine Hall again to give Meng Qi they all a lesson. Meng Qi and the rest naturally benefited greatly. But this time there was an additional person listening to him preach Tao, the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. He was a 3-star fiend apothecary, his status in Capone capital city extremely revered. Even ordinary fiend commander powerhouses found it hard to meet him. A single one of the medicinal pills that he refined was hard to seek after. But this time he was like a student, sitting together with Meng Qi and the rest respectfully, listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. On the first day, he relied on his status and hid next door to listen. But on the second day, he sat together with Meng Qi and the rest very conscientiously. The contents that Yi Yuan preached on were not some profound maxim of great Tao. It was just some alchemy basic skills. But to them, it was akin to obtaining a priceless treasure. Yi Yuan discovered that their cultivation system was too messy. These fiend apothecaries' basic skills were too poor, resulting in affecting the pill refinement's result in the end. As the saying went, details determine success or failure, and alchemy skill was an extremely meticulous art in the first place and did not tolerate any sloppiness. Yi Yuan targeted the fiend apothecary's characteristics and summarized some cultivation methods, imparting it to them. One should not look down on these simple, basic skills. Actually, Meng Qi, their standards were not lousy. They just had to practice some basic stuff properly and the effects would be immediate. Compared to elucidating on some profound things, these little tips were more effective instead. After the last sermon, the 5 elders, including the hall master, cultivated the spirit-calming and mind-focusing spells that Yi Yuan imparted, and they discovered that the medicinal pill's quality improved significantly all of a sudden. This result made them wildly ecstatic. Therefore, each and every one of them revered Yi Yuan akin to a god. This time, Yi Yuan talked for 5 days and 5 nights in a row, making everyone wholly enraptured. Following that, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan wanted also arrived, and he returned straight to the Fan family, planning on going into a retreat. The close seclusion this time, apart from refining the second transformation, profound gold pill. He even purchased a large batch of spirit medicines from the Fiend Medicine Hall. He wanted to refine a batch of divine essence, advancing medicinal pills, and A.S. salt, late-stage heaven glimpse. Yi Yuan killed Xiu Lai before entering the fiend race and obtained all of the wealth on his body. A half-step fiend, Lord Powerhouse's wealth, that was rather terrifying. Yi Yuan using it to purchase spirit medicines. Cultivating to the origin deity realm was also plenty to spare. As long as there were sufficient medicinal pills supporting him, Yi Yuan's cultivation would be very fast. But before close seclusion, Yi Yuan welcomed a guest, the A.S. Sination Hall's hall master, Yuming I. Even the Fan family's family head did not recognize Yuming. It was Yuming himself making his ident. 1. Tai, known before the Fan family's family head knew who he was. His arrival made the Fan family's family head panic. For so many years, the A.S. Sination Hall's hall master was an existence who daunted people. Even if they were the 4 great families' family heads, they were also extremely afraid of him. Even though their realm was more or less the same, Yuming, this person, had always been hidden in the night. No idea when he would reap people's lives. In history, the A.S. Sination Hall had once destroyed a major family, and that major family's strength was not weaker than the Fan family. The A.S. Sination Hall's strength was too terrifying. If say that the major families were in awe of the city lord, then toward the A.S. Sination Hall it was fear, because your life would be gone without knowing when. But when Yi Yuan saw Yuming, he did not have much of a feeling. People all had weaknesses, and Yuming's weakness was clearly being grasped by the Fiend Medicine Hall. Him coming to find him openly indicated that the A.S. Sination Hall gave in. This is Hua An's blood Yama token. He has already committed suicide to offer an apology. There's his divine soul imprint on it. You can check it. Yuming threw over the black token and directly said this. Yi Yuan received the blood Yama token, but did not check. He just casually threw it to one side and said coolly, "This is your affair, nothing to do with me." Yuming could not help suffocating when he saw the situation, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Before coming to meet Yi Yuan, he had already seen the Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster, but the two people's behavior was very different. He felt that this young man in front of him was even harder to deal with than the wild old fox Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster. Yuming sucked in a deep breath and said, "This matter was my A.S. Sination Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the A.S. Sination Hall. Sir Source Knight, please raise your hand high in mercy." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I said this is your affair, nothing to do with me. The Sination Hall accepting a bounty and killing people, this is something perfectly justified. Yu Ming nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This punk was too cunning. These words were said until he did not have any room to refute at all. Yeah, the Sination Hall was not wrong. What was wrong was that they provoked someone that should not have provoked. But with Yi Yuan not relenting, the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall both would not drop the matter. What can I do? I'm very powerless to. Yu Ming wished to dig Huan out from underground right now and kill him again. 1 Yu Ming equals Nether from Netherworld. Chapter 1495 Issuing Letter of Challenge. 1495 Issuing Letter of Challenge. Yu Ming looked at Yi Yuan helplessly and was really at a loss whether to cry or laugh. In Capone capital city, who did not wet their pants when they saw him. Yet today he was cornered tightly by a brat still wet behind his ears. He did not even have the qualifications to lose his temper. If it were other people, he would use powerful strength to oppress his opponent and could use various means to go and threaten his opponent. But against Yi Yuan, these were all useless. Threaten? It would only make matters develop in an even worse direction. Yu Ming let out a sigh and said, Whatever conditions, Sir Source Knight, feel free to state them. As long as my Sination Hall can do it, we definitely won't refuse. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Yu Ming sharply and said, Really? Yu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Do I have a choice? Yi Yuan smiled too. Talking with wise people was effortless. I want you to help me issue a letter of challenge. Yi Yuan said. Yu Ming's brows furrowed and he said, You want to have a battle with Ka Xan? You're not his match. Yi Yuan said, coolly, Not his match or not, that's my business. You just have to help me do 2 things, and that will do. Yu Ming's expression became intent, and he said, What 2 things? Yu Ming discovered that Yi Yuan did not have his blood rust. Plussing up to his head at all. He was not mindlessly trying to find Ka Xan and take revenge without any plan. That indifferent expression of Yi Yuan was clearly him having a well-thought-out plan. In fact, even Yu Ming coming to apologize had also been calculated. Yi Yuan had long already thought of everything and was just waiting for him to pay a visit. This young man was truly too frightening. This move of borrowing power to strike another person actually toyed with the Blood Yama halls, several major halls, in the palm of his hands. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, all of this was in view of Yi Yuan's own powerful strength and potential. Otherwise, those 2 great hall masters were not fools either. How could they possibly be manipulated by Yi Yuan? He finally somewhat understood why those 2 great halls would view this young man in a different light and even wanted to defend this young man without balking at falling out with him. Yi Yuan took out a small bag of medicinal powder and said, This packet, let Ka Xan eat it unknowingly. This shouldn't be a difficult thing for your Sination Hall, right? Yu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately said, No way. Although the Blood Yama Hall doesn't fear the City Lord Manor, poisoning the City Lord Manor's prince to death is a serious matter. I can't promise you. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Hall Master, you don't need to be so agitated. This packet of powder won't take his life, and it doesn't affect his strength in the slightest too. He won't discover that he's poisoned. I'm just leaving myself a way out. Yu Ming's brows furrowed and he said, How do I believe you? What if you borrow a knife to kill someone? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I still have another packet here. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But you have to be mentally prepared. This thing is effective toward you too. Yu Ming was startled inwardly, a hint of dread flash. Plussing across his eyes. Something that a 2-star fiend apothecary refined was actually effective on him too? This tiny packet of powder actually was such a great threat. One had to know the medicinal pills that two-star fiend apothecaries refined. The effect on fiend commanders were negligible, let alone, say Yu Ming, this kind of grand completion realm fiend commander. Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable fiend apothecary. Saying this was absolutely not in order to scare him. Only if he went soft in the head would he go and try this thing. Although he did not know what effect this thing had to Ka Xian, it was definitely a fatal thing. Seeing Yu Ming's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This packet is just in order to ensure that he and I battle under a fair condition. As long as he eats it, absolutely no one will know that it was done by you guys." Yu Ming's brows knitted tightly. He was silent for quite a while. Suddenly he nodded and said, "Okay, I can promise you. I believe that you won't do something like digging your own grave. What about the second?" Yu Ming thought about it for a little. Yi Yuan borrowing a knife to kill, causing two major forces to confront each other. This did not have any benefits. It would put him in a dangerous situation instead. Yi Yuan was clearly a very smart person and would not do this kind of stupid thing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The second thing, 10 months later, you personally help me go and issue a challenge letter. After a year, I want to fight with Ka Xian to the death." Yu Ming said, "You're underestimating Ka Xian too much. His strength is close to invincible in the fiend general realm. For him to be able to stand out among so many of the Ka family's juniors, it isn't an undeserved reputation. You aren't even Hua An's match. Could it be that you have the assurance to beat Ka Xian within a year?" Just now, Yi Yuan himself also said it, this packet of medicinal powder would not affect Ka Xian's strength. Then, on what basis would he win against Ka Xian? Even though Hui En was a capable subordinate under Yu Ming, and his strength was extraordinary, when facing Ka Xian head-on, there was no chance of victory at all. Ka Xian's strength was the #1 person in Capone capital city's fiend general realm. This point, no one had any objections. Yi Yuan smiled, but he did not speak and did not answer to Yu Ming's words. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Okay, these 2 conditions, I promise it. But if the fire burns onto the Blood Yamahal in the end, you know the consequences." Finished talking, Yu Ming took that packet of powder and left straight away. After Yu Ming left, Yi Yuan went straight into close seclusion. A year's time was 10 years to Yi Yuan. If it were others, 10 years would not change too much either. But Yi Yuan could. After consuming the second transformation, profound gold pill, Yi Yuan's fleshy body directly broke through to the middle stage, second transformation. Then, Yi Yuan started refining medicinal pills frenziedly. 10 months later in the outside world, Yi Yuan's divine sea trembled, finally breaking through to the late-stage heaven glimpse realm. There's still 1 year plus. After I consolidate my realm a bit, I should enter the death cultivation PAC to train for a bit, Yi Yuan murmured. Yu Ming's arrival caught Ka Xian by great surprise. "You're representing Source Knight to issue a challenge letter to me?" A hint of a disdainful smile flashed across Ka Xian's mouth. Yu Ming said coolly, "Yes. He's afraid that you'll refuse his challenge, so he requested me to come." Regarding Ka Xian, Yu Ming did not have any favorable impression to. This matter originally had nothing to do with the AS's Signation Hall. Because of Ka Xian posting a reward, it dragged the AS's Signation Hall right into the water, making him lose a general. This result made Yu Ming very annoyed. Therefore, he was actually very unhappy with both Yi Yuan and Ka Xian. If any of them died, his mood would be much better. This battle was undoubtedly a channel to vent to him. Ka Xian laughed loudly and said, "Refuse? Why would I refuse? Ha ha ha, a fool who overestimates his own strength, delivering himself to the door to seek death. This prince is more than happy. Looks like this 10 months' time, his strength had a breakthrough." Ka Xian was not afraid of challenges. On the contrary, he had already not received a challenge for very long. His 1. Tie of a prince was not simply inherited, but was piled up by countless fresh blood. The fiend race did not restrict challenges. The city Lord Manor's prince was also no exception. Wanting to become the city Lord Manor's prince, one had to accept the challenges from all parties. Ka Exayan was not a silk pants leading a comfortable life, but a true powerhouse. Of course, not anybody could challenge Ka Exayan. He had the right to refuse. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yuan requested Yu Ming to step forward to apply pressure. Yi Yuan was expressing an ATTI, toot. The matter of you hiring people to kill me, I already know. The grudge between us is already irreconcilable and can only be resolved with a fight. This was the simplest and most crude way to resolve problems in the fiend race. Chapter 1496 King of Blood Battle. Chapter 1496 King of Blood Battle. The blood battle stage was a killing field, just like an underground boxing city. The Blood Yamahal had hauled in no idea how much money by relying on it. Every day, hundreds and thousands of life and death battles had taken place here. The aristocrats gambled here to seek emus. E, M, E, and T. The boxers earned money here with their lives. Of course, there were also quite a few bless who would personally take the field and fight to hone themselves. Some people died in battle just like that, while others carved out ODY path. Ka Exayan was one of them. In Capone capital city's blood battle stage, Ka Exayan was still a legend to this day. Back then, when Ka Exayan was not a prince yet, his reputation was not ill. Trius among his many brothers. However, he was very ruthless to himself. He came to the blood battle stage alone by himself without even bringing along a guard, and he became a blood fighter. Blood fighters were existences for people's enjoyment. They engaged in life and death struggles on the blood battle stage every day, while the gambled exorbitant amounts on the grandstand. Since then, Ka Exayan started his path of heaven-defying rise. It was also this blood battle stage that excavated his terrifying combat talent. At first, Ka Exayan's dozen over battles in a row were all close shaves. Each time, he would barely manage to escape with his life from under his opponent's hands. Virtually everyone all thought that he would not live long. However, one battle after another, his improvement speed was rapid until it made people despair. 10 years later, Ka Exayan defeated countless powerhouse adversaries, sweeping across same-rank opponents. From the earlier bitter fights to virtually having no opponent capable of lasting one exchange with him. Experiencing countless life and death battles, Ka Exayan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, daunting until it made his opponents despair. However, this was not the end. After that, the Ka Exayan, who was already the blood battle stage's king, started jumping realms to challenge his opponents. This crazed action made everyone all think that he was seeking death. But he did not die. His name lived for 100 years on the ring, all the way until one day, no one dared to fight him anymore. Starting from no idea when Ka Exayan had not lost before. Later, the blood battle stage looked over the records before discovering that Ka Exayan had already won 800 over matches in a row. One had to know that in this place where experts were plentiful as clouds, even winning 100 matches in a row was an extremely extravagant matter. But Ka Exayan won 800 over matches in a row. Furthermore, his opponents were virtually all powerhouses who were all a minor realm higher than him. From then, Ka Exayan had a nickname, the King of Blood Battle. This was a legend. The respect of Fan Yu and the rest toward Ka Exayan was not because he was the city Lord Manor's prince, but because they feared his strength. They were very strong too, but they were absolutely not as crazy as Ka Exayan. The news of the King of Blood Battle re-emerging immediately ignited the blood battle stage, making everyone seethe. Source Night, this name had merely just circulated among the upper echelons of Capone capital city. But King of Blood Battle, this name, virtually no one did not know in Capone capital city. Source Knight and Ka-Exayan would be carrying out a life-and-death battle at the Blood Battle stage. As soon as this news spread out, the Blood Battle stage crazily seized 30 billion low-grade Fiend Essence Stones within 3 days. 90% of the people all bought the King of Blood Battle, Ka-Exayan's victory, even if Ka-Exayan's odds were only 1:1. Of course, there were also quite a few speculators who wagered on Yi Yuan. His odds were too tempting. 1:15. This was a 15 times profit. Once won, then it was a huge profit. When the positions just opened, Yi Yuan's odds were 1:7. But in 3 days, the people who bought Yi Yuan were few and far between. Yi Yuan's odds also soared along with it, surging to 1:15. To the Blood Battle stage, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out newbie. He was completely without any battle achievement support. The odds looked scary, but actually not many people would go and bet on him at all. The higher the odds, it indicated the less optimistic the Blood Battle stage was about him. People who bought Yi Yuan's victory were all harboring the mentality of a trace of a fluke. Even if they bought, they would not buy a lot too. At this time, inside a room at the Blood Battle stage, the Blood Battle stage's hallmaster, Blood Eagle, appeared somewhat irritated. Yu Ming, do you have confidence in this life-and-death battle or not? This position, I was originally not planning on opening it. No idea how upstairs is thinking, to actually insist on opening the positions. Now it has staked so high. I already find it hard to dismount the tiger's back. It's just a few short days' time, and it's already 30 billion. Most likely, on the closing day, the exposure risk will rise to 100 billion or even more. If that Source Knight loses our Blood Battle stages, 3 years of profits will all sink into the water. Blood Eagle said in a solemn voice. Yu Ming said coolly, this kind of life-and-death battle, not reaching the last moment, who'd know who wins or loses. Blood Eagle nearly choked and said, Yu Ming, your words are also said too irresponsibly. Ka-Exayan's strength, you're all too clear. It can be said to be invincible among the same rank. The letter of challenge was issued by you. Don't you know that Source Knight's strength? Yu Ming gave Blood Eagle a glance and said coolly, Blood Eagle, don't be so agitated. I can only tell you that Yi Yuan's chances of winning are greater than you imagine. As for who wins or loses between the two of them, it's really very hard to predict. From a rational point of view, Yu Ming really could not see any chance of Yi Yuan winning. But when he recalled that calm expression of Yi Yuan's, he also felt that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan. This kind of contradictory psychology had already lingered in his heart for a year, making him very uncomfortable. He believed that the other two guys were definitely the same as him. Blood Battle Stage's Blood Eagle was originally just an outsider. But this time he was dragged down the water too. The moment the positions opened, he had no way to back down anymore. Yu Ming was also very perplexed why upstairs would want to send this order, making them open the positions. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's win rate was really too small, unless that packet of powder could greatly diminish Ka-Exayan's strength. However, Ka-Exayan had already eaten that packet of powder for several months. Right now, there was no problem at all. He was still BRIMMING with vigor and vitality. This showed that Yi Yuan did not bluff him. That powder really would not affect Ka-Exayan's strength. Yu Ming's ATTI. Tude made Blood Eagle about to stomp his feet. He roared at Yu Ming. Win rate greater than I imagine? Yu Ming, you're a dotard, right? If this Source Knight's realm was more or less the same as Ka-Exayan's realm, then forget it. But he's just a middle-rank fiend general. Even when Ka-Exayan himself was at this realm, it's also impossible to jump realms and defeat himself, right? Yu Ming rolled his eyes and said coolly, it also wasn't me who made you open the positions. What are you yelling at me for? Blood Eagle could not help choking up and immediately shriveled up. Yu Ming gave him a glance and said, just 3 years of profit, it's also not a big deal. You guys are the most profitable haul. It's merely a little bit that leaked out at the seams of the pants. I reckon that upstairs is betting too. You think about it. One source knight wins. How much money will you all make? Blood Eagle gave a cold snort and said it lightly, your halls only know how to burn money, don't know our pains. I watched Ka Xian grow up with my own eyes. His strength I'm all too aware. Even if that source knight is a second Ka Xian, it's also impossible to win him with his realm. These 100 billion essence stones will most likely sink into the waters this time. Chapter 1497 Force Breakthrough? Chapter 1497 Force Breakthrough? On this day, the grandstand of the Blood Battle Stage's main platform was fully occupied. Those martial artists' faces were all BRIMMING with fanatical expressions. That was Wars. HI plus P straight from the bottom of the heart. The King of Blood Battle, returning to the Blood Battle Stage. Just this one topic was sufficient to drive them crazy. People who hung around at the Blood Battle Stage every day were all a bunch of fanatic lunatics. The fiend race loved fighting, while they were belligerents among belligerents. Therefore, they were filled with endless wars. HI plus P towards the King of Blood Battle. Ka Xian was the legend here, the idol that they wars. HI plus Ped the most. Haha, I waited for 200 years. His Highness Ka Xian is finally going to take action once again. This time, it will probably be his swan song. I mustn't miss it. How much did you bet on His Highness Ka Xian winning? I put down all of my assets. This kind of sure win transaction. What's there to hesitate about? What about you? I wagered 30 fiend essence stones. This is 80% of my assets. Is the Blood Battle Stage stupid this time? This kind of battle, they actually still open positions. Who cares? Free money, why not take it? Everyone on the grandstands was incomparably excited. Not only could they watch the swan song battle of the King of Blood Battle, but they could also earn money. This kind of good thing, they had never encountered it before. Regarding Yi Yuan issuing a letter of challenge, this matter, there were naturally people who had doubts. But after they heard Yi Yuan's realm, they no longer had doubts. Middle rank fiend general challenging the King of Blood Battle? What was this if not courting death? The grandstand's second level's VIP area was also fully occupied. Some small family clans' big shots could only stand at the back row, a little smaller, and they could only squeeze with the ordinary people outside. The four great families' family heads were imposingly present. Ka Lan was the Ka family's present family head, in charge of managing the Ka family's affairs. Although the Ka family stayed in the City Lord Manor, they were distinct from the City Lord Manor. After Ka Sua, the Ka family had always been Capone capital city's ruler. No one was able to shake this position. The Ka family had a flurries. HI, plusing population with countless descendants. Ka Xian was the pinnacle-most existence among them. Fanlin, your Fan family finally managed to pick up a powerful fiend apothecary, but is a complete and utter fool. Did your Fan family bring so many people come to collect his corpse on his behalf? Ka Lan mocked. Fanlin was the Fan family's family head. Hearing that, he immediately retorted sarcastically, Humph! The battle hasn't started yet. Who wins or loses is still not known. Ka Lan laughed loudly and said, I know that this kid's strength is pretty good, killing stars. HI plus any of the three of them by himself. But Ka Xian's strength, you all are well aware. No matter how impressive this kid is, he can't flip the heavens too. Fanlin defended himself with sophistry. It's not too late for you to come and brag after Ka Xian wins. Ka Lan laughed loudly and said, very well, when Ka Xian pummels that brat into mincemeat, I'll come and brag again. Ha ha ha! Fanlin had a livid look, gave a cold snort, and did not talk any more. He really could not find a reason to believe that Yi Yuan could win this fight. Originally found an extremely powerful 2-star fiend apothecary. Fan Lin was excited until he could not sleep for quite a few days. But he had yet to enjoy a few days of bliss, and it was going to be over. Li Ji, your relations. H.I. plus P with Source Knight is the best. You say, does he have hopes of winning or not? Fan Lin asked Li Ji softly. Li Ji's expression was very ugly. She shook her head, but she did not know what she should say. When Yi Yuan issued the letter of challenge, he definitely did not know how terrifying Cao Xen was. The Tlea of King of Blood Battle that was slaughtered out by him match after match. She completely did not think that Yi Yuan would go and issue a letter of challenge to Cao Xen. If she knew, she definitely would not have allowed this thing to happen. Now, a shot arrow could not be recalled already. At this time, the Blood Battle stage's referee walked to the center of the ring and said in a clear voice, "Today this battle, the two parties involved, one party is known as the King of Blood Battle, His Highness Cao Xen, while the other party is the Fan family's special grade retainer, Source Knight. 2 months ago, Source Knight issued a letter of challenge to His Highness Cao Xen. This battle will continue until life and death are determined." The moment the referee's voice faded, momentous and tidal-like roars sounded out on the grandstands. "Long live His Highness Cao Xen! Kill that fool who overestimates his own ability. The kind of blood battle is mighty. The kind of blood battle is mighty. Your Highness Cao Xen, I love you." Although Cao Xen had not taken action for 200 years, his popularity in the blood battle stage was still exceedingly high. Those who wars H.I. plus ped him were not just male martial artists. There were also large groups of female martial artists as well as Blee ladies. They did not stint with their wars. H.I. plus ping feelings in the slightest, with 3 cheers for Cao Xen. As for Yi Yuan, he was already a dead man in their eyes long ago. Over 200 years ago, Cao Xen could only insta-kill those in the same rank. His current strength was definitely even more unfathomable. "Now, the King of Blood Battle, Your Highness Cao Xen, please take the field," called out the referee in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, screams sounded out all round. The Cao Xen in white robes slowly walked out of the Pa-S sageway, carrying overweeningly arrogant domineeringness. This kind of feeling had not been seen for ages. The deafening cheers did not make Cao Xen have a feeling of his hot blood boiling. On the contrary, he was frighteningly calm right now. Upon standing in the ring, he seemingly returned to when he took the stage on the blood battle stage again. At present, his strength was no longer comparable with the past. But upon standing here, his cold blood state immediately returned to his body. In this place, he would not underestimate any opponent. Countless times of life and death struggles made him understand that underestimating one's opponent any one time would become a lurking peril of death. "Sir Source Knight, please appear on the stage." In the Pa-S sageway, the Yi Yuan in black robes slowly came out. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused a stir. Wasn't it said that Source Knight was a middle-rank fiend general? How did he become a high-rank fiend general? It's just a year's time and he broke through? No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Cao Xen. Looks like he still has some skill. It's just that breaking through is useless too. His Highness Cao Xen is already half-step Fiend Commander realm. He can break through to become a Fiend Commander at any time. He's still dead. The news that spread previously, Yi Yuan was just a middle-rank Fiend General. But when Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone, his aura was already much stronger, already a high-rank Fiend General, just like that. Inside a secret private room, Yuming saw that Yi Yuan broke through his realm, but his brows furrowed. This kid actually forcefully broke through his realm. Looks like we all overestimated him. Yuming said with a sigh. The expression of the Blood Eagle by the side changed, and he said, "It's over. The positions open this time are too big. 3 years of profit is going to sink into the water." When Ka Xian saw Yi Yuan, he was surprised for a while first. Very soon, his face revealed a mocking look. I didn't expect that you actually forcefully broke through your realm for this challenge. Hoo-hoo! Do you think that by breaking through a minor realm you can kill me? Ka Xian said with an amused look as he smiled. To genius martial artists, forcefully breaking through realms was a great taboo. It would cause one's foundation to become unstable. Ka Xian, Qin Tian, these geniuses, their cultivation speed were all very fast, but they had to suppress their realms and not let their realm increase too quickly. It was in order to retain potential to the greatest limit. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully broke through his realm for this battle today. This would cause his foundation to be unstable. Although his strength increased, it was a time bomb. Perhaps it would explode at any time. Chapter 1498, Iron Wire, True Fiend Punch. Chapter 1498, Iron Wire, True Fiend Punch. Ka Xian pointed at the cheering crowd and said proudly, "Do you think that only you can jump realms to battle? Listen to their cheers. This is what I exchanged for using one victory after another." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "I know. 800 over matches of consecutive wins. It's no big deal. In the past, body ended your winning streak. But it doesn't mean that right now there isn't." A mere 800 over matches of consecutive wins were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Back then, he won several thousand matches in a row in Cloudmarsh City, seeking but one defeat and not getting it. That was the feeling of seeking defeat amidst loneliness. The things that Ka Xian had felt before, he felt before. The things that Ka Xian never felt before, he had similarly felt before. He acknowledged that Ka Xian was a powerful opponent, but he was even more confident in himself. However, Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a mighty uproar. What did he say? Over 800 matches of consecutive wins is nothing? Hoo-hoo, what a riot! He's talking big to impress people here. Ignorant fool, when he witnesses the king of blood battle's terrifying strength, he'll know what over 800 matches mean. Shameless boasting. A pretty boy like him will be dead in less than 3 days going on to the blood battle stage. He actually dares to insult my idol, a mere high-rank fiend general. Truly unbelievably arrogant. Yi Yuan's words had another feeling when others heard them. Overestimating your own ability, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In general, it was what these people thought of Yi Yuan. Ka Xian was the undefeated D of war in their hearts. So how could he possibly lose to such an unusual fellow? Ka Xian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Haha, perhaps there's someone capable of ending my winning streak. But that person definitely isn't you. Regarding your action of seeking death, I admire it very much." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether or not it's seeking death, you'll know right away." Seeing the gunpowder smell gradually became thicker, the referee spoke up in a timely manner. "Since both of you parties have agreed upon life and death, this battle isn't limited to any means. As long as you can kill your opponent, it will do. Now the battle begins." Finished talking, the referee withdrew from the main ring. The protective grand array activated. A wave of fanaticism was set off on the grandstands once more. "Attack, King of Blood Battle! Kill that pretty boy! Your Highness Ka Xian, let us have a taste of the style of the King of Blood Battle again. Kill, kill, kill! Beat him into SCR, APS!" The cheering sounds were louder one wave after another. The entire blood battle stage was virtually supporting Ka Xian one-sidedly. As for Yi Yuan, probably only the fan family would cheer him on. "Ha ha," and, "Body has dared to challenge me for 200 years. Got to admit, you're very courageous. In order to reward your courage, I'll blast you until not even residue remains." Ka Xian laughed ferociously. The aura on his entire body suddenly changed. That image of an elegant and poised prince was immediately gone. What was standing on the ring right now was a vicious wolf, full of a dangerous aura from top to bottom. fiendish energy surged on Ka Xian's body. On a pair of divine artifact gloves, 2 black-colored virtual images of a fist condensed and formed. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The fiendish energy within his body also secretly revolved, taking precautions. Blood Eagle's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "The moment he came up and it's the iron wire true fiend punch? That boy is in danger." Back then, when he was still only initial rank fiend general, he used this move and unleashed 300 punches in a row, forcefully SMAs. Plussing a middle rank fiend general into minced meat. From start to end, that middle rank fiend general never made a single move, and that middle rank fiend general already won 86 matches in a row at that time. Regarding Ka Xian's past, Blood Eagle could speak on it with great familiarity. To be able to make the blood battle stage's hall master pay such attention, Ka Xian's prowess back then could be seen at a glance. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Looks like he's going to compete in speed with Source Knight. Ka Xian, this lad is still so domineering. Wonder whether or not Source Knight this brat can block or not." Yu Ming naturally knew that Yi Yuan's sword art was adept at speed. Ka Xian's move was going to compete in Yi Yuan's strength with him. "Weren't you fast? I'll use speed to beat you. Amen? This dance, it's the iron wire, true fiend punch. Haha, truly a move that hasn't been seen for a long time." His Highness Ka Xian did a big move the moment he came up. This punk is pitiable. Back then, the Demeng who was known as the Iron Butcher was forcefully bombarded to death by His Highness Ka Xian and didn't even make a single move. Let us guess how many punches this kid can block? Ha ha ha. The moment these words came out, everyone started guessing one after another. Some said 3 punches, some said 10 punches, some said 1 punch. All in all, no one was optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Swizz. Plus right then, Ka Xian moved. From silence to moving. It was extremely sudden. Even if everyone was prepared, they also felt that their reaction was somewhat lagging behind. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. Bang, bang, bang. Right after, a series of detonating sounds transmitted over. The vast majority of the people on the grandstands could not see the two peoples fight at all. They only saw the black fist images filling the air everywhere. Those were the fist images of the iron wire, true fiend punch. However, they could not see Yi Yuan draw his sword at all. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was being completely suppressed. Those dense fist images made people practically about to suffocate. Separated by the protective grand array, they could feel that horrifying law's undulation. So strong! This is the strength of the King of Blood Battle. His Highness Ka Xian's present strength completely can't be mentioned in the same breath as back then. Speed, strength, power of laws, all have gone up several steps. I feel that his strength is also not much worse compared to initial rank fiend commanders, right? The people forgot to cheer for a moment. It was exclamations everywhere on the stands. Under the fist images, Yi Yuan appeared very fluid S-tiered. Ever since comprehending Chasing Moon to grand completion, there were virtually not many people capable of keeping up with his speed. But after Ka Xian's iron wire true fiend punch was unleashed, it was like a motor that never rests, unable to stop at all. Over a dozen breaths of time, Ka Xian already unleashed several hundred punches, each punch faster than the last. Yi Yuan had just dodged a punch, and the next punch arrived with a howl. He did not have time to draw his sword at all. Just a fraction slower, and he would be swept by the fist winds. Currently, Yi Yuan's vital energy and blood were erratic. Although he barely managed to dodge these hundreds of punches, the undulations of power of laws suffused everywhere in the air still caused considerable damage to him. Ka Xian's might was somewhat out of expectations. No, wait, he's building up fist momentum. Can't drag on like this with him anymore. His realm far surpa. SES mine, his explosive power is much stronger than mine. If it were others, such high-intensity moves, the fist momentum should get weaker and weaker. But Ka Xian's fist was clearly one punch stronger than the other. His fist winds already gradually caught up with Yi Yuan's movement technique. At this rate, Yi Yuan would lose without a doubt. Sundering stars! Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back. The evil extermination soared chopping out like lightning. Boom! Two power of laws collided together vigorously at close range. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, figure slamming onto the protective grand array like a straight line, while Ka Xian's iron wire true fiend punch finally stopped because of this chopping move. Chapter 1499, Attaining the Acme of Perfection, Drawing Parallels from Inference. 1499, Attaining the Acme of Perfection, Drawing Parallels from Inference. Haha! With this bit of strength, he also dares to challenge His Highness Ka Xian. Really tired of living. Ignorant fool. Now he knows the strength of the king of blood battle, right? Hey, is he dead? Not dead. Quickly stand up and carry on letting His Highness Ka Xian abuse. On the stand, a wave of intense cheering erupted. No one had sympathy for Yi Yuan. On the blood battle stage, only the victor would obtain applause and admiration. Losers, no one had sympathy. In their view, Yi Yuan challenging His Highness Ka Xian was totally overestimating his own ability. Blood Eagle secretly heaved a sigh in relief. He was nervous just now until his palm broke out in a sweat, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually pulled through. This kid has such incredible insight. A little bit later and he'd be defeated, Blood Eagle said. Yu Ming said, breaking the fist momentum the risk of getting injured. This kid is still very daring and resolute. It's just that the speed which he relies on to face his enemies is utterly restricted. Truly can't see the chances of winning. At this time, Yu Ming already fully confirmed that packet of powder indeed did not affect Ka Xian's strength. Then what on earth was its effect? Yi Yuan racked his brains. Could it be that it was doing pointless endeavors? Don't you still have an even faster move? Why didn't you use it? Let me see just how fast you are, Ka Xian said with a satisfied look. Yi Yuan secretly revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art to recover his injuries. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "As you, Wisconsin H." Plus, all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Those on the grandstands whose strength did not reach Fiend Commander realm could not see Yi Yuan's shadow at all. It was as if Yi Yuan disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Why is he gone? Could it be fast until we can't see? This is also too fast, right? A high-rank Fiend General can actually be swift to this kind of degree? No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Ka Xian. He really has some ability. It's no use. The King of Blood Battle is undefeatable. This kid is hard-pressed to escape death. When Ka Xian saw this scene, his expression could not help turning intent. Even faster, compared to facing off with stars. I plus an E they all the last time, the speed of Yi Yuan's phantom kill move was much faster again. Last time, he could still see Yi Yuan's figure clearly. But this time, with his visual prowess, he actually only saw a blurry shadow. How could the improvement be so great in a year's time? Not only breaking through a minor realm. The power of laws even improved further too. The blood battle stage's grandstands actually had a total of 3 levels. However, the 3rd level's grandstand was never open to the public. This was a secret room. The outside world could not perceive it at all. Inside this room, a man and a woman, 2 figures, were currently staring at the ring below. The woman was very beautiful. Even if just standing there, she gave people a bewitching sensation. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this woman was precisely the Ihan who received him at the 100 Nose Hall. When Ihan saw Yi Yuan use Phantom Kill, a trace of amazement was revealed in her gaze, and she said to the man beside her, "What terrifying talent!" He actually drew parallels from inference, comprehending spatial laws through sword Dao laws. The man's face also revealed a shocked expression and said, "No wonder he can be selected by you. This boy's talent is indeed Estoni's." I+ing. Drawing parallels from inference. This requires one's utilization of sword Dao laws to reach the acme of perfection before they can accomplish it. His power of laws isn't strong. What is strong lies with putting it to use. When people cultivated the power of laws, they only knew to cultivate the strength of the power of laws. But extremely few people practiced application of the power of laws. No matter how strong the power of laws, if one did not know how to apply it, it was like a child swinging a broadsword, unable to unleash the true might of the power of laws. The way of application was similarly divided into realms. First glimpse at the door, achieving mastery through comprehensive study, unity of mind, as well as the most fleeting and ephemeral acme of perfection, 1. Yi Yuan had always been able to defeat the strong as the weak. The reason lied in his realm of application. To the vast majority of martial artists, they pursued the realm of laws blindly but neglected the application of laws. Hence, they stopped at the first glimpse at the door. A minority of martial artists who fought in more actual combats. They could reach the realm of achieving mastery through comprehensive study. An extremely small portion of the people was able to cultivate to the extent of unity of mind through countless battles. As for the realm of acme of perfection, those who could reach it were like feathers of a phoenix and the horn of a qilin. On one hand, it hinged on talent. On the other hand, it also depended on how much a person's actual combat experience was. Of course, very few people spent their energy to go and practice the way of application, because this required expending a large amount of time, with the losses outweighing the gains. Once they missed the golden period of cultivation, it would be very hard for their realm to want to break through. When Yi Yuan was at the sword tomb, he could be said to have been subjected to all kinds of torment before he comprehended sword Dao laws. Not because he was ASOCHIST, but because he was experiencing each sword's true essence, experiencing the way of application. Therefore, he was able to trigger the resonance of all of the swords. Yi Yuan's sword Dao law's power advanced very slowly, not because his comprehension was poor, but because he spent a great deal of time on the way of application. Leaving the sword tomb, Yi Yuan currently had the death cultivation SPAC. There, he could feel the inadequacies of his sword art even more distinctly. For him to be able to kill his way out of the death cultivation SPAC time after time and never failing, what it relied on was not a fluke. After Yi Yuan broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse and entered the death cultivation SPAC several times, he finally trained the way of application to the acme of perfection realm. And this time, during the time Yi Yuan was in the death cultivation SPAC, when he urged phantom kill to the limits, his mind suddenly became more agile as luck hit, comprehending a trace of spatial law power. After this trace of spatial law power merged into his movement technique, it made phantom kill this move become even more illusionary and abstruse. Even with Ka-Xian's strength, he found it hard to capture his figure. Ka-Xian's expression changed. He discovered that he actually could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed anymore. He only said a sentence provocatively just now, wanting Yi Yuan to exhibit phantom kill, but did not expect that what he saw was actually the phantom kill after evolution. Brahma, true fiend, Dharma idol. Protect me. Ka-Xian gave a fierce cry, his fiendish energy surging. A true fiend Dharma idol condensed behind him. The true fiend Dharma idol lied prostrated on the ground and actually protected Ka-Xian's entire person firmly in the middle. Then the entire SPAC exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone could only see Yuan's figure, and only saw that the true fiend Dharma idol's body was bombarded countless times within an extremely short time. Bang! Following a huge bang, the true fiend Dharma idol dissipated with a loud bang. Ka-Exayan's body flew out backward. While at this time, Yi Yuan's figure also revealed himself, appearing rather ragged. Although his realm broke through, Phantom Kill's power became greater. The consumption of divine essence also became much greater. It was also just him. If it were others, they were completely unable to support Phantom Kill this move while being in the same realm. On the grandstands, it was deathly quiet. They were all stunned by this scene. Their king of blood battle was actually struck, flying by someone. Furthermore, the one who sent him flying was merely just a high-rank fiend general. In Capone capital city, Body had ever thought that they could jump realms to defeat Ka-Exayan before. But Yi Yuan did it. Honestly, these aren't important. They don't really show up again. Chapter 1500, True Fiend, Mantle versus Daybreak. Chapter 1500, True Fiend, Mantle versus Daybreak. Is my eyesight failing? His Highness Ka-Exayan was actually defeated? This Source Knight is so strong. Really too strong. He's just a high-rank fiend general. To actually be able to defeat the half-step fiend commander, His Highness Ka-Exayan. His Highness Ka-Exayan has basically been all jumping realms to battle after 10 years at the blood battle stage. Today, he was actually defeated by someone jumping realms. This is too inconceivable. The momentous and tidal-like yelling disappeared. What replaced it was a series of exclamations. Those fanatical supporters of Ka-Exayan suddenly became confused. What they saw was an idol suddenly collapsing. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not a fool seeking his death. He was really impressive. Ha ha ha, Kalan. Didn't you say that Ka-Exayan will pummel him into minced meat? Didn't you want to brag? Why don't you boast now? When Fan Lin saw this scene, he could not resist speaking sarcastically. Ka Lan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He gave a cold snort and said, "It's not over yet. How many times do you think that kid can use this move?" Fan Lin said smugly, "Ha! Just need to be able to use once more will suffice. You look at Ka-Exayan's state. Can he still resist a second time?" At this time, the fiendish energy on Ka-Exayan's body had dissipated significantly. This phantom kill move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless. The Brahma True Fiend Dharma idol blocked the majority of the power, but it still made him sustain heavy injuries. Compared to Yi Yuan's injuries earlier, his was much more severe. Ka-Exayan crawled up from the ground rather difficultly, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan coldly. Until now, he still did not dare to believe it. A year's time. How could Yi Yuan improve so quickly? He was previously still mocking Yi Yuan, forcefully breaking through realm. Looking at it now, it was completely not the case. Not only did Yi Yuan break through to become a high-rank fiend general for real, furthermore, his realm was also already consolidated very solidly, without the slightest trace of instability. Good, very good. Source Knight, to be able to force this prince to this extent, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. If my conjectures are right, that move just now you can only attack once more, right? Ka-Exayan said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what if yes, so what if not?" Ka-Exayan snorted coldly and said, "Whether yes or not, you can't escape death. True fiend mantle, magnificent devilish heaven." Rumble. An enormous, true fiend phantom condensed and formed above Ka-Exayan's head. Countless heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here. The terrifying true fiend pressure made everyone somewhat breathless. Its true fiend devil soul mantle. My God, His Highness Ka-Exayan is actually already able to summon the true fiend devil soul. Devil soul mantle. Not only can it let fiend essence instantly recover, furthermore, one can cast numerous ancient forbidden moves, its power being incomparably terrifying. Really didn't expect that His Highness Ka Exan still had such a trump card. With this, Source Knight is in danger. This Source Knight's talent is indeed terrifying even Serpa. Seeing His Highness Ka Exan. It's too bad his realm is too low. Ultimately, it's difficult to escape death. The moment Ka Exan's move was unleashed, everyone got a huge shock. Summoning true fiend devil soul. This was a unique secret art of the fiend race, exceedingly difficult to master. Those able to summon true fiend mantle were all peak geniuses of the fiend race. Seeing this scene, Blood Eagle, whose expression had just taken a turn for the better, immediately changed drastically and said, "It's over, it's over!" Still thought that it's a big win this time. Didn't expect that Ka Exan, this boy, can actually summon the true fiend devil soul already. Yu Ming frowned and said, "Looks like the victory has been decided." On the third level stands, the man who had both brows tightly knitted the whole time finally eased up and said with a faint smile, "Looks like he isn't Ka Exan's match in the end. Such talent, what a shame." Ihan's face also revealed a look of surprise, but she smiled and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Ka Long, for having a worthy successor. This Source Knight is a promising talent. Looks like it was too hasty." This man was actually Capone Capital City's City Lord, Ka Long. Look at Ihan's tone when speaking with him. They were actually on equal footings. Ka Long smiled when he heard that and said, "Looks like you have no other choice as well." Ihan smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the true fiend devil soul on top of Ka Exan's head slowly landed and actually fused into his body. For some time, fiendish energy surged monstrously. Ka Exan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes pitch black. "Ha ha ha, what powerful strength. Really makes my hot blood boil. Source Knight, I admit that you're very strong, but you still have to die. Heavenly fiend hidden art, boundless devil's shadow, iron wire, true fiend punch." Ka Exan gave a fierce cry. His figure suddenly vanished. Plussing on the spot. He was actually the same as Yi Yuan Vanis. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. Phantom kill. At the same time, Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure likewise disappearing. Bang, bang, bang. On the ring, terrifying bombardment sounds came over. Two terrifying power of laws clashed in the ring. However, no one could see their figures at all. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only that intense tremor sound made it clear to all about these two people's existence. Although they could not see, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate. These two people's strengths were too formidable, virtually already reached the limits that Fiend General Realm could achieve. This, just who is dominating. Can't see it all. Is there still a need to say? It must be His Highness Ka Exan. He's cloaking on the true fiend essence being supplied endlessly. Furthermore, there's the true fiend secret art. His speed can already catch up to Source Knight's. This battle is already without suspense. Lucky. I wagered all of my sets on His Highness Ka Exan to win. Didn't expect that this Source Knight was actually a major dark horse, almost causing me to lose all of my net worth. Who isn't? That move of Source Knight's is really strong. It's just too bad that he can only sustain for a short while. Everyone only saw bombarding sounds coming from the corners of the ring continuously, determining their positions with this. It was just that how the battle situation was, and, Body knew as well. In a twinkle, several dozen breaths Pa said. On the battlefield, a quiet voice faintly transmitted over. Daybreak. There was a violent explosion sound, blowing up the entire ring's floor. Dust and smoke were flying everywhere. Finally, that violent fighting sound ceased. The dust and smoke dispersed. Two extremely wretched figures appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan panted heavily for air, his complexion incomparably pale. There was no idea how many injuries sustained on his body, blood flowing nonstop. However, Ka-Exian's situation was even worse than his. Ka-Exian's true fiend devil soul was already utterly dispersed by Yi Yuan, his fleshy body virtually having more than half shaved off by Yi Yuan, looking incomparably devastating. Ka-Exian's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, "You actually still had a trump card to play." Yi Yuan's trump card was the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's third form, Daybreak. This move broke myriad moves under the heavens. Under the state of Phantom Kill, Yi Yuan Unleash. Plussing this move directly shattered his true fiend devil soul. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I said this before, your winning streaks are nothing. That's because you never encountered me." Haha. Ka-Exian suddenly laughed, wildly nonstop, looked at Yi Yuan and said with pity, "Do you think that it's over just like this? Since I can't kill you at Fiend General Realm, then I'll use Fiend Commander Realm to kill you." Chapter 1501 Unfettered Soul-Eater Powder. Chapter 1501 Unfettered Soul-Eater Powder. Hearing Ka-Exian's wild laughter, Yu Ming's body suddenly trembled. "This packet of powder is just in order to ensure that he and I fight under fair conditions." Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. Yu Ming suddenly realized that that packet of powder was in order to prevent Ka-Exian from forcefully breaking through at the last minute to the Fiend Commander Realm. But could that packet of powder really do it? "Yu Ming, what's wrong with you?" Blood Eagle suddenly asked. Yu Ming shook his head and said, "Nothing. I wonder if Ka-Exian can succeed in breaking through or not. If he succeeds, Yi Yuan will be in danger." Although Blood Eagle and he both belonged to the Blood Yamahal, this kind of thing, the fewer people that knew, the better. Ka-Exian was the Ka family's #1 genius, after all. A junior who would definitely be able to inherit the position of City Lord in the future. Once the news leaked out, it would be a troublesome affair. Therefore, this matter, the fewer people that knew, the better. Killing people did not necessarily need to use weapons. How powerful the ASSA's Sination Hall was, only he, the Hall Master, as well as the Blood Yamahal's Hall Master, knew. On the second day after Yi Yuan handed him this packet of powder, he had Ka-Exian drink it in complete secrecy. And now, it seemed like it reached the time for it to take effect. But Blood Eagle's expression was ugly as he said, "With Ka-Exian's strength, breaking through shouldn't be an issue. It will depend on whether Source Knight can recover Fiend Essence rapidly or not." The two people had both reached the point of total exhaustion right now. Whoever recovers strength first would be the victor. Yi Yuan did not bother with Ka-Exian's ridiculing. He took out a medicinal pill very indifferently and started recovering Fiend Essence. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats, watching this scene extremely nervously. The violent spiritual energy gathered over from all directions. Ka-Exian let out a long laugh, laughing brazenly without any fear. This powerful sidelong glance made everyone cast a sidelong glance. As long as Ka-Exian broke through a realm, spiritual energy would instantly pour into Ka-Exian's body, becoming his fiend essence. The fiend race primarily cultivated the fiend soul. Ka-Exian completely released the suppression of the fiend soul and let the fiend soul start getting into contact with heavenly Tao. As long as he obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao, his fiend soul would be able to advance smoothly, becoming a fiend commander powerhouse. Suddenly, Ka-Exian's expression changed drastically. He discovered that his fiend soul seemed to have run into a barrier. He was actually unable to break through. The realm of Fiend Commander was right under his nose, seemingly within grasp. But this last step, he was unable to take it no matter what. That feeling was like the reflection of the moon in the water. He could see it, but it could not be touched, driving him crazy. It. Break through. What's going on? Ka-Exian cried out in his heart. Amen? What's going on? His Highness Ka Exen seems to be somewhat not quite right. With his strength, breaking through the bottleneck should be something that happens naturally without extra effort. But why is the spiritual energy showing signs of dissipating? No way, right? His Highness Ka Exan is actually unable to break through this. How is this possible? Very soon, the crowd on the grandstand discovered something amiss. The spiritual energy that gathered over failed to be absorbed by Ka Exan and had signs of dissipating instead. This discovery made everyone perplexed. Yu Ming's expression became intent. Tanic waves set off in his heart. It indeed came. The function of that packet of powder was indeed in order to prevent Ka Exan from forcefully breaking through. Yu Ming, as the Sination Hall's hall master, could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. He had never heard before that there was some kind of medicinal powder that could make people unable to break through realms. Furthermore, the party still did not have the faintest inkling. This packet of medicinal powder was truly unknown to Ji. DS nor ghosts. Moreover, Yi Yuan said back then, this packet of medicinal powder would have an effect on his level of powerhouse. If he did not believe in such heresy and tried it, would it be impossible for him to break through to the Fiend Lord realm in this lifetime too? Extreme horror after long deliberation. The grandstand's third level. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan, who slowly stood up. A hint of a smile flashed across her eyes. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. City Lord Ka Long, you wouldn't blame me, right? Ihan said to Ka Long with a smile. But Ka Long seemed very indifferent and said with a smile, Hall Master, Ihan is too kind. Reaching our realm, those below Fiend Lord are all ants. Ka Exan losing to Source Knight is his strength being inadequate. How could I blame you? Merely a junior, just groom another one will do. If Yi Yuan heard this, he would definitely get a huge shock. Ihan, who teased and flirted with him, that time was actually the incomparably mysterious Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. And she was actually a Fiend Lord powerhouse, the same as City Lord Ka Long. Hearing Ka Long say this, Ihan covered her mouth and smiled as she said, It's good that City Lord doesn't blame me. You rest assured I owe you a favor this time. Ka Long's brows raised up. Looking at Ihan rather surprisedly, she said, Hall Master, Ihan's favor is much more valuable than a junior. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Ka Exan and said nonchalantly, I said before, your winning streak isn't anything remarkable. You see, body is cheering for you anymore. A hint of panic finally flashed across Ka Exan's face. No, impossible. Why? Why would I fail to break through? This is impossible. Helplessness was written all over Ka Exan's face. He completely never thought before that he would fail breaking through the Fiend Commander realm, let alone that Yi Yuan had long planned this scheme a year ago in order to prevent him from breaking through his realm. Everything was long already destined at that moment when he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had witnessed before Qin Tian breaking through at the last minute. So, how could he possibly give him the opportunity to break through? That packet of powder was called unfettered Soul Eater powder, a medicine specially made to target the Fiend race's Fiend soul. As long as Fiend race martial artists consumed it, the unfettered Soul Eater powder would directly act on the Fiend soul, making the Fiend soul unable to perceive heaven's secrets, unable to advance an inch further in this lifetime. The unfettered Soul Eater powder was colorless and odorless, and also would not cause any harm to a martial artist's strength. But as long as they suck, they could forget about breaking through again in this lifetime. Until death, they would not know what was going on. Although the unfettered Soul Eater powder that Yi Yuan refined could not affect Yu Ming to the point he could no longer advance an inch further for life. But for him to advance to become a Fiend Lord, this kind of thing, he could forget about it. Impossible. I'm the king of blood battle. How can I lose to a high-rank Fiend General? Arg, I'll fight it out with you. Ka Exan roared, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. However, in his current state, he was unable to pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, "When you were immersed in the glory of the past, you were already doomed to today's outcome. You are not irreplaceable. The king of blood battle, is it? What a ridiculous honor." Chi. Yi Yuan's long sword swung, directly cruce. H.I. plussing Ka Xian's fiend soul, not giving him any chance. All those present were dead silent, although they had long already known the outcome. When this instant arrived, they still could not quite believe it. The king of blood battle, the legend of the blood battle stage, was defeated just like this? Just what kind of terrifying existence is that handsome young man on the ring? This battle, Source Knight wins, Ka Xian loses. Finally, the referee's announcement shattered this silence. Chapter 1502, Attracted by Fame. Chapter 1502, Attracted by Fame. Even with Blood Eagle's shrewdness, he nearly jumped up. He was simply too excited. A single fight actually earned back 2 to 3 years of profit. This money was simply swept over by the wind. The blood battle stage was the most profitable hall among the halls within the Blood Yamahal. It could be described using the phrase, bringing in bushels of gold daily. But earning money like this today had never happened in history before. Deducting those who bet on Yi Yuan's victory, the blood battle stage crazily pulled in 100 billion low-grade fiend essence stones today alone. Ha ha ha. It's still Lord Hall Master who had foresight. This money was earned too easily. I really didn't expect. Before today, who would have thought that a middle-rank fiend general could defeat the king of blood battle, Ka Xian? Blood Eagle said excitedly. Today, the blood battle hall reaped a huge earning. This hall master, felt like his back was straightened. Yu Ming was clearly not as excited as Blood Eagle and said indifferently, "Yeah, it's still Lord Hall Master who had the foresight. This boy is absolutely not a creature that belongs in a shallow pond. His talent, methods are all too terrifying." A few families rejoice, and a few families are in sorrow. Compared to Blood Eagle's excitement, wailing sounds echoed outside. It's over. This time it's thoroughly over. Was I freaking stupid? Why would I pledge all of my assets? With this, I lost everything. My fiend essence stones. Sniff, sniff. Your father went through fire and water for several thousand years before saving up these few tens of thousands of fiend essence stones. Now, return to before liberation overnight. DAM. NKXN. To actually cause me to lose so badly. I'm going crazy. Ha ha ha. Profit. Earn big profits. I wagered 50,000 fiend essence stones, and it flipped 15 times all at once. 15 times. Ha ha ha. That person was immersed in excitement, but did not notice that there were already many pairs of eyes staring at him. Those mucking around the blood battle stage, the majority were martial artists mucking around at the bottom level. Now that they lost all of their sets, they were already anxious until their eyes turned red. This fellow who bet on Yi Yuan's victory earned money, but did not know how to restrain himself. Later, he would not even know how he died. However, there were always some people who were exceptions. Fan Lin was hugging Li Ji at this time, Wisconsin plussing to hold her with his everything. He had never felt that this daughter was so pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuan was the Fan family's special grade retainer. Fan Lin naturally would not bet on Ka Xian's when like the others. However, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan at all, harboring the idea of cheering Yi Yuan on. Fan Lin bet on Yi Yuan 1 million fiend essence stones. He never thought that, in a blink, Yi Yuan earned him 15 million fiend essence stones. Even to a large family like the Fan family, 15 million fiend essence stones were absolutely not a small sum as well. More importantly, there was excitement on his face. The name of Source Knight would reverberate throughout Capone capital city tonight. His Fan family would naturally benefit from association with it too. My good daughter, you're really too discerning. This treasure you have to help me keep in the Fan family, no matter what." "Ha ha ha," Fan Lin said with a loud laugh. Starting from just now, there was no idea how many Capone capital city in. Oh! Bless coming over to congratulate him. He, this Fan family's family head, immediately felt radiance on his face. However, Li Ji was clearly not as optimistic as Fan Lin. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan was neither friendly nor aloof to her. Regarding her active pursuit, he also seemed very perfunctory. Sigh, can only take it one step at a time, Li Ji thought in her heart. When the entire capital city was discussing how formidable Yi Yuan was, and so on, Yi Yuan himself was not very aware of it. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan had defeated too many geniuses, regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts. Toward this kind of victory, he had long been able to treat it like a normal day. Returning to the Fan family to recuperate his wounds, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to cultivate, but spent all day in the Fiend Medicine Hall. His prestige was like the noonday sun currently. Everyone in the Fiend Medicine Hall, including the hall master, all treated him with the courtesy of a teacher. Such a good resource, Yi Yuan did not wish to squander. He worked as a teacher in the Fiend Medicine Hall while making use of the Fiend Medicine Hall's resources to comprehend the alchemy Tao. Yi Yuan's research on 2-star divine pills had not reached the level of grand completion yet. It still required a great deal of practical work before it could attain grand completion. The Fiend Medicine Hall's resources were abundant, and they also had the greatest esteem for him. It was naturally the best place for Yi Yuan to study alchemy Tao. Therefore, Yi Yuan became the Fiend Medicine Hall's attending fiend apothecary, granting all demands. Anyone who came to the Fiend Medicine Hall to request for pills, he would accept it all. Of course, Yi Yuan studying alchemy Tao still had a very important mission: to develop the pill formula to repair the divine sea. Regarding little fatty Xie Jingyi, Yi Yuan had always kept him in mind. No matter what, he had to let fatty Xie restore his divine sea and cultivate anew. But Yi Yuan also knew that this was not something that could be done overnight. The study of alchemy Tao required ACCU, mulat practice and research. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the harder to comprehend, let alone talk about developing new medicinal pills. Half a year was about to pass in a twinkle. The matter of Ka Xan being killed by Yi Yuan had long faded away already. But now the Tli of Capone capital city's #1 fiend apothecary rose in the capital city. Every day, the martial artists who surrounded the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door to request for pills lined up like a long dragon. The fiend general powerhouses in Capone capital city all took pride in getting one of Master Source Knight's medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined were hiked to an extremely high price in the black market. It was inevitable. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was high and the medicinal effect was strong. Others could not compare to Yi Yuan's pills at all. However, through this half a year of training, Yi Yuan corrected all the bad habits of Meng Qi and the others. This made their pill refining standard improve greatly. The 5 elders were all shedding tears of gratitude. On this day, Meng Qi approached Yi Yuan and said carefully, "Master Source Knight, our Longping capital city, Black Jade capital city, and Purple Nether capital city's Fiend Medicine Halls. Associates heard that Master's alchemy standard is extremely high and came attracted by your fame, hoping to listen to Master preach on Tao. Wonder what is Master's opinion?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "Did you all listen too much and feel that my preaching isn't worth money? Anyone can come and listen?" Meng Qi's heart thumped, and he hurriedly said, "This Master's words are too serious. Master's preaching, every phrase is a gem, causing us to be enlightened at once. How could it be something cheap?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "The reason why I stay here is that I owe your Blood Yamahal a favor, not because I have nothing better to do. As for the other capital cities' Blood Yamahals, I'm not acquainted with them. and I don't want to be acquainted as well. Let them go back where they came from." Meng Qi had an awkward look and withdrew helplessly. After Meng Qi went out, Yi Yuan gave a cold snicker. Did the Blood Yamahal really take him to be a free labor force? Not hemorrhaging any blood at all, and wanted him to preach on Tao for them, dreaming too beautifully. Regarding those people coming to listen to the sermons, Yi Yuan did not have objections, but they must repay it with a favor. In this half a year, although Yi Yuan borrowed the Fiend Medicine Hall, this platform, his alchemy strength improved a lot. But what the Fiend Medicine Hall obtained from here far exceeded what they paid. Disregarding others, it was still very promising for the 5 elders to step into the realm of 3-star Fiend Apothecary in the future under his guidance. Just this alone was already above their money's worth. Chapter 15. Oh, 3 congratulations. You've already been blacklisted. Chapter 15. Oh, 3 congratulations. You've already been blacklisted after leaving Yi Yuan. Meng Qi had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that it would be this result. It was just that the hall master made him come over. So he had no choice as well. He could only come and give it a try. The Fiend Medicine Hall underwent an earth-shaking transformation under Yi Yuan's hands in this half a year. Recently, these few days, Meng Qi faintly felt his realm that had yet to loosen for a long time actually have signs of going to break through. This discovery made him extremely agitated. Meng Qi had already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. He knew that he had long exhausted his potential and that there was basically no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. But now he actually had hopes of breaking through to the legendary 3-star Fiend Apothecary. How could this result not make him wildly ecstatic? But Meng Qi knew, for him to be able to break through, it was entirely Yi Yuan's credit. In this half a year, Yi Yuan opened another window for them, letting him see a whole new world. The few little tricks that Yi Yuan imparted to them could be said to have polished up their alchemy skill, making their strength advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Qi refining the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill currently was basically all middle grade as the start. There was a very large chance of being able to refine high grade. To be able to have this kind of improvement in half a year, it could simply be described using riding a rocket. If it were before, Meng Qi never dared to think that he could still have such rapid improvement in alchemy. He knew that the other 4 elders also obtained varying degrees of improvement. And all this was all thanks to Master Source Night. Meng Qi even knew that the Hall Master's improvement in this half a year was similarly very great. He already flung the other 2 3-star Fiend Apothecaries in the city far behind. The current Yi Yuan was already revered by them akin to a god. The Fiend Medicine Hall's change was so great, but Yi Yuan never opened his mouth to ask for anything before. Even with him being present and refining pills, it was the customers that prepared the required spirit medicines themselves for refinement. The Fiend Medicine Hall did not need to do much. It was the Fiend Medicine Hall that owed Yi Yuan greatly. Now, the other capital cities' people are coming to seek experience. This was clearly the interaction between the upper echelons. The Blood Yama Hall treated Master Source Knight as someone that could be squeezed dry. It would be weird if he was happy. Kong Shao was Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster, regarding upstairs, making him bring people over to listen to people preach on Tao. He was actually very disdainful in his heart. Fiend apothecaries were all proud. He, a 3-star fiend apothecary, how venerated was his status. Ordinary fiend apothecaries, he did not pay any attention to them at all. His alchemy strength was also a first-rate existence among the hall masters in the nearby few capital cities. What made him even more gloomy was that he heard that this fiend apothecary preaching on Tao was actually just a 2-star fiend apothecary. How to make him accept this? EMO, this master has such airs. Even you, a hall master, can invite him? Kong Shao said unhappily. A Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master wanting to meet a 2-star fiend apothecary, actually still had to pass S on a message. Wasn't this a joke? EMO was Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster. Out of fear of losing face, that was why he made Meng Qi go and invite Yi Yuan. Actually, he also knew that Yi Yuan most likely would not agree to meet these people. Kong Shao, this place isn't the Black Jade capital city. If you don't care about it, you can immediately leave. I did invite you to come, EMO said with a dark expression. The moment Kong Shao heard, he was delighted and said with a smile, Yo, became courageous, huh? If not for my hall master asking me to come, do you think I'll come to this lousy place? What master still, pooh. A 2-star brat also dares to come out and show off. It's just your lousy standards that you call anybody your master when you see them, right? Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall was indeed ranked near the bottom of the few capital cities in the vicinity. From numbers to strength, they were all far inferior to the other few cities. Hence, when Kong Shao saw EMO, he had his head held high, not taking the latter seriously at all. EMO was livid with rage and said, Good, very good. Since you don't care for Master Source Knights preaching the Tao, then please go back. Kong Shao was just about to speak when Meng Qi came out from inside and said to EMO with a bow, Hallmaster, Master Source Knight said, Let them go back where they came from. The two people's conversation just now, Meng Qi heard all of it. He originally wanted to say it a little tactfully. Now he did not give face at all, directly reiterating Yi Yuan's words as it was. When Kong Shao heard this, he directly lost it and said furiously, Ha! What high-sounding sentiments! A measly little 2-star fiend apothecary actually dares to speak to this hall master this way. I'll go and meet your hall master straight away. I want to see what she says. Wu Hao, Metal Heart, they are needing us here. Let's go find their hall master together then. Wu Hao and Metal Heart were respectively Longping Capital City and Purple Nether Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmasters. When Kong Shao said finish, he turned around and was about to leave. But walking a few steps, he discovered that Wu Hao Duo did not follow after. He could not help stopping and said with a frown, Didn't the two of you hear? They are having us go back to where we came from. You guys still want to drag out your stay here to look at people's countenance? But Wu Hao chuckled and said, You leave then. Our Longping capital city came over harboring the ATTI, Toot of Learning. How can we sweep away the host's face? Since he's a master, he naturally has his pride. We should bring out some sincerity. Metal Heart also smiled and said, Why not Brother Kong Shao go and find Lord Hallmaster? Perhaps we'll be able to meet Master Source Knight. Kong Zhao's brows furrowed. Countless question marks flashed. Plussing across in his heart. What was with these two people? He knew that these two people also looked down on the Capone Fiend Medicine Hall. When they just entered the city, the three of them even met up and discussed together that they could not let EMO become intoxicated by success and had to extinguish their prestige properly. Why did their ATTI Toots have a 180-degree major change now? There must be something that he did not know in between this. His face fell, and he said, The two of you, what's the meaning of this? Wu Hao smiled and said, No meaning. We came to Capone Capital City without paying heed to the distance. We naturally have to have an exchange with Brother EMO more. Brother EMO, this Wu had some queries recently. Let's explore it? EMO had yet to speak when Metal Heart also smiled and said, Brother EMO, I brought quite a few people this time. We're brothers, so we need to interact more. EMO was confused, but one could not reach their hands out to hit a smiling face. He clasped his hands and said with a smile, That is, of course. Kong Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave a cold snort as he said, Humph! I don't believe that a 2-star fiend apothecary can actually defy the heavens. He's not meeting us, right? I'll make him crawl over to see me. Done talking, Kong Shao was just about to flick his sleeves and leave. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out and just happened to hear the sentence. He said with a smile, Is that so? Then congratulations to you. You've already been blacklisted and can head back home. Kong Xiao suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, You're that whatever bulls. I plus T Master? I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's a brat still wet behind his ears. EMO, you all are really declining with the pa-s sing of time. Kid, you rest assured. I'll head back home. But you need to be on your knees and give me 3 kowtows first. But Yi Yuan did not even bother with him and said to EMO, Hallmaster EMO, this recent half a month, I want to return to the Fan family for close seclusion. This half a month, don't send people to come and find me. Finished talking, he did not wait for EMO to answer either, directly walking past from Kong Xiao's side and left the Fiend Medicine Hall. Chapter 1504 Redeeming Favor. Chapter 1504 Redeeming Favor. A cloud of green smoke emerged from the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal pill inside already became a SCR-AP pill. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, Failed again. Could it be that this medicinal pill to restore the divine C really can't be refined? In order to refine the medicinal pill to help Xie Jingyi recover his divine C, this half a year, Yi Yuan had already failed no idea how many times. He attempted no less than 1,000 over ways of combining spirit medicine, but he never succeeded even once. These 1,000 over kinds of combination methods were just the results that he derived in the end. There were at least several tens of thousands of pill formulas derived in his mind. It was just that, in the end, a vast majority of them was rejected by him. In order to derive this brand new pill formula, Yi Yuan could be said to have cudgeled his brain. However, the result made him very disappointed. You've already done your best. Even though alchemy DS are deity realm powerhouses, they don't dictate all life on Earth too. There are times when human strength would not do. You don't have to be discouraged either. A medicinal pill to repair the divine C had never been heard of in the Heavenspan world. It's easier said than done for you to want to develop it yourself. Dustless figure appeared and consoled him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm not discouraged. In fact, through this half a year of deducing experiments, I feel that I'm already very close to it. It's just that this layer of window pane paper can't be poked through from start to end, making me somewhat depressed. I have a feeling that as long as I poke through this layer of window pane paper, my alchemy strength will advance a step further. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, as if he did not know the latter. He knew that Yi Yuan's current alchemy level was already far stronger than the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the same period. Advancing a step further, he even did not quite dare to imagine it. Could it be that this guy did not have a limit? Water will flow when a channel is formed. Being too deliberate can be counterproductive instead. This period of time, why don't you relax a little first? Perhaps you'll straighten out your ideas one day, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, It's also time to leave seclusion. I'm afraid some people are already tired of waiting. Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Zhan was long already waiting for him. Master, there's a Blood Yamahal's guest waiting for you in the box room, Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, You withdraw then, I'll handle it. Walking 2 steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, You go and find Fan Yu to fetch a batch of spirit medicines over. Just say that I said it. This is the formula. You've already been stuck at half-step origin deity for very long, right? Hearing this, Long Zhan involuntarily trembled all over. A surge of wild elation welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, This lowly one has already been stuck at this step for 15,000 years. Yi Yuan gave an amen and said, Your talent is pretty good. Originally, entering the Heavenspan world, you could break through to origin deity. It's just a shame that it was delayed. Looking on the account of your diligence and earnestness these few years, I'll give you a ride. Long Zhan's entire body trembled agitatedly as he said, Long Zhan thanks Master very much. Yi Yuan voiced his A.S., sent and turned around and left. Long Zhan's pair of fists were gripped tightly, his face appearing somewhat red because of excitement. These 100,000 years, it was his first time being so agitated. His state of mind that was originally akin to low level of water finally produced a trace of ripple. For 100,000 years, he bemoaned how tragic his own fate was all the time. His entire person seemingly fell into darkness, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Long Zhan had never thought that this Kin who came out of the immortal grove world like him actually had such outstanding talent. The entire Capone capital city was stirred until waves ran high by his new master. All forces were revolving around his master. Sigh. One misstep, and every step became wrong. Gotta double down my efforts from now onwards. I hope that I can get master's forgiveness in the future. Long Zhan said with a sigh. When Yi Yuan saw Yi Han, he could not help being somewhat surprised. Source Knight pays respect to Hall Master. I didn't think that Hall Master actually arrived in person, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Han's gaze, and she said with a smile, You actually guessed my item. One tai long ago. Looks like I still underestimated you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't think of it at that time. But after coming back from the 100-Nose Hall, I thought carefully, and I realized that Hall Master had many suspicious points on you. Yi Han smiled sweetly and said, No wonder Ka Exan would die at your hands. His level of skill is far too lacking compared to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hall Master is too kind. Yi Han giggled and said, I even find that I didn't praise enough. It looks like I indeed didn't find the wrong person. Yi Yuan gave Yi Han a glance with a profound expression and said, Hall Master coming personally, could it be to have me return the favor? Yi Han gave Yi Yuan a glance reproachfully and said with devilish flirtatiousness, You slippery little fellow, not even willing to help elder sister with a small favor. Must I use favor to pay it off? Yi Yuan broke out in Guseb. MPS all over and said with a smile, This favor of Hall Master isn't small. If my conjectures are right, there are already quite a few capital cities' fiend medicine halls that have gathered at Capone capital city, right? The moment I start a sermon on Tao, the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's fiend medicine Hall strength will collectively rise a major level. How big this favor is, Hall Master is adept at this, and don't need me to calculate, right? Yi Han had a bitter look on her face, looking delicate and pitiful. Truly a nuisance character. She heaved a sigh and said, The news of the Blood Yama Hall is all shared. The other capital cities' Hall Masters, learning about your existence, they naturally won't let me off. So many people came to find me. I can't very well push all of them away, right? Don't look at how Big Sister is in charge of the Blood Yama Hall. Big Sister also has times where things are difficult. That expression of Yi Han made people unable to resist loving her upon seeing her, making people's bones go soft. Except if not because he could not beat her. Yi Yuan wished that he could give a tight slap. This woman really calculated well, wanting the horse to run and also wanting the horse to not eat GRA. SS, you think that by putting on an act, this little lord will promise you? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said indifferently, Hall Master, kill me then. Don't talk about this matter. Yi Han's expression instantly turned from sunny to overcast. A moment ago, she was still thinking of seducing Yi Yuan. The next instant, her face was already cold as frost. A piercing cold-killing intent arrived with a howl. But Yi Yuan was firm as a rock and not cowed in the slightest. He knew that Yi Han absolutely would not kill him. She personally came forward and took his favor. She definitely had something to request of him. Sure enough, Yi Han's killing intent quietly subsided, and she said gloomily, You punk, really impervious to everything. Speak then, what conditions do you have? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said too, The first, this is considered half a favor, realized right now. The second, A month later, you'll gather everyone to the blood battle stage. I'll preach on Tao for half a month, continuously. How much they can comprehend will depend on themselves. I don't have time to waste on this daily. There's still one more. That is that whatever Black Jade capital city's fiend medicine halls people, this lord won't wait upon them. Have them scram. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to use this to cash in all of the favor, Ihan absolutely would not agree. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for second best. Consume half a favor first before talking. Ihan sighed slightly and said, "You brat, really not willing to suffer any bit of loss at all. Fine then. Big sister will promise you." Finished talking, Ihan took out the blood essence contract and slightly kneaded a seal. The blood essence in the contract began to combust. Chapter 1505 Consequences of Offending a Master. 1505 Consequences of Offending a Master. Are you satisfied now? Sigh, big sister has never suffered such a big loss before being this hall master, Ihan said with bitterness on her face. Yi Yuan did not want to get too entangled on this topic, so he said, "Lord Hall Master coming personally, you should have a notion about the other half of the favor, right?" Ihan laughed, her breath smelling like orchids, as she said, "Sly and cunning, can't hide anything from you." Yi Yuan did not follow up, quietly waiting for Ihan to continue speaking. Our Blood Yamahal discovered an ancient ruin. It's too bad that ruin, only those below the Fiend Lord Realm can enter. Moreover, Fiend General Realms can exceed 1,000 years old. Fiend Commander Realm are not to exceed 3,000 years old. At that time, eminent Orchid Imperial cities, most elite juniors will gather there. Our Capone capital cities, Fiend General Realms, only have one spot. Therefore, the strongest person has to go. And that person is you. Ihan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So that's why you guided Ka Xan and my death match in secret. It's to see who has the qualifications to enter the ancient ruins?" Ihan also smiled and said, "This is the world of the strong. Weaklings will only be eliminated." When saying this, Yi Yuan finally felt that this one in front of him was a ruler who dominated a region. In front of her, those that had no value to be exploited could be abandoned at any time. He was merely a chess piece in her hands. Yi Yuan said without batting an eyelid, "When is it starting?" Ihan said, "1 year later I'll come and find you. You still have a lot of room for improvement in the Fiend General Realm. This period of time, set aside the matter of medicinal pills. Use it on improving your strength." Yi Yuan nodded his head, showing an expression that he understood. Sending away Ihan, Yi Yuan could not help but ponder. This trip to the Fiend race, his goal had already been achieved. Originally, he was already not planning on staying. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually attracted the attention of the Blood Yamahal's hallmaster. Since Ihan chose him, his every movement and action was under her control. Wanting to escape from under the hands of a fiend Lord Powerhouse was virtually impossible. As for the blood essence contract, Yi Yuan did not think anything of it at all. That thing was indeed very ingenious. To others it had a fatal binding power. But to Yi Yuan it was totally useless. Yi Yuan had refined the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Wanting to use this kind of contract power to deal with Yi Yuan was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. How could Yi Yuan possibly put his fate in the hands of others? The reason why he caused a bit of difficulty was to put on an act for Ihan to see. Let her feel that he was very apprehensive of this blood essence contract. Looking at it now, the effect was pretty good. It was just that this trip to the ancient ruins was most likely imperative. These few days made Kong Xiao very depressed. Only afterward did he learn that Wu Hao and Metal Heart sent people to Capone Fiend Medicine Hall first to make a trip. They discovered that Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's level was already no longer what it was long ago. How astute were Wu Hao and Metal Heart? How could they still not know Master Source Knight's prowess? For half a month, These two fellows stayed at the Fiend Medicine Hall every day and did not come out. These two guys had clearly long known, and they actually tricked him. At first, Kong Xiao thought, no matter how awesome this master was, could he still not listen to the hall master? The matter that two great hall masters settled on was not up to Source Knight to turn down, who knew that when he went to request an audience with the hall master, their hall master directly said that she could not influence Master Source Knight's decision either. Since he offended Master Source Knight, then it would depend on his fortunes. With this, Kong Xiao really despaired. An existence that even the hall master could not control, then how incredible was his alchemy skills. Right at this time, another heavyweight news came. Meng Qi of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders successfully broke through, and he already became a 3-star Fiend apothecary. This news, regardless of whether in Capone Fiend Medicine Hall or to the other capital cities' Fiend Medicine Halls, was a heavyweight bombshell. Meng Qi was a veteran 2-star Fiend apothecary and already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. If barring no accidents, he would remain at this realm in this lifetime. But now he actually broke through. If this had nothing to do with Master Source Knight, they would not believe even if they were beaten to death as well. Staying for a long time in Capone capital city, some news naturally spread among the Fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight had merely preached about the Tao for the Fiend Medicine Hall's people for the greater part of a year. More than half a year's time groomed a 3-star Fiend apothecary? This Master Source Knight simply transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Kong Xiao regretted until his intestines were green now. Looking around as one group after another of fellow professionals arrived, he was burning with anxiety. This was the mission that upstairs ordered. If other people returned fully loaded, but he returned empty-handed because he offended Master Source Knight, this responsibility of his was not small. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive at the Fiend Medicine Hall unhurriedly, Kong Xiao immediately went up to greet him. "Haha, Master Source Knight, you're here." Kong Xiao bowed as he said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and walked past him expressionlessly. Kong Xiao knew that this round was not easy to clear. He did not mind, either, following Yi Yuan into the Fiend Medicine Hall subserviently. "Master, that day it was all me who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Hope that a great man like you don't stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs," Kong Xiao said. With Yi Yuan entering the Fiend Medicine Hall, there were already a lot of people waiting to request for pills. He came before his exclusive medicinal cauldron and said coolly, words that had been said before, water that had been spilled, I won't take them back. Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall has already been blacklisted. If they are here, everyone doesn't need to wait here anymore in the future. Swizz. H. Plus Swizz. H. Plus Swizz. H. Plus everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Kong Xiao's face. Kong Xiao's expression also became extremely ugly all at once, and said in a solemn voice, "Master Source Knight, must you leave no room for maneuver?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People have to pay a price for their actions. Yesterday, if I crippled you with a sword, then say sorry to you today, will you agree? Therefore, please do as you please." Wu Hao had already hung out with Emo for quite a few days. He was already astonished by Emo's alchemy skill. Emo's alchemy skill, he was aware of it, just a bit worse than his. But now, Emo's alchemy standard already Serpa. Set him all round. This discovery made Wu Hao inexplicably shocked. More than half a year, Emo's strength actually had such great improvement. This was simply a joke, the advancement of alchemy skills, who did not grind it out using time. Half a year's time, even if there was progress, it would be negligible too. But Emo's improvement was too obvious. No wonder when seeing Source Knight, this 3-star Fiend apothecary. Even Emo, this 3-star Fiend apothecary, was incomparably respectful. Now it was his, Wu Hao's turn to perform. Kong Xiao, not that I'm criticizing you, but what you said that day was too much. Since Master Source Knight said to blacklist you, could it be that you want to smack the Master's face in front of so many people? Please leave. Otherwise, you're offending everyone present. Wu Hao said in a solemn voice. Metal Heart also immediately stood up and said, Kong Xiao, please go out. Do you want to cause so many people to not see the Master of Fine Pills because of you alone? Chapter 1506. Not presentable if lower than heaven grade. Chapter 1506. Not presentable if lower than heaven grade. Yeah, it's fine that you offended Master Source Knight yourself. But don't harm us. Quickly go, quickly go. We've already waited for Master Source Knight for half a month. Want to die, die yourself. Don't drag us into the water. I'm still waiting for Master Source Knight to refine pills to save lives. Still not getting lost. I'll fight it out with you. At this time, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was packed with people. Everyone all turned the spearhead at Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao discovered that he seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, everyone yelling to beat. Especially Wu Hao and Metal Heart, the two people's ATTI, Toods. It made him burn even more with rage. These two people wanted to step on him to get into Source Knight's good graces. He discovered that he really seemed to not be able to stay on anymore. Continue to thicken his face and stay on, he would be flayed and swallowed alive by these people. The two of you, I've remembered you. Go then, who's afraid of whom? Humph. I don't believe that listening to this kid's sermon, one can still ascend to heaven? Done talking. Kong Xiao left resentfully. He originally thought that he was, at any rate, a 3-star fiend apothecary, a Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster, that Yi Yuan would more or less give some face. Who knew that this brat did not give any face at all? In front of so many people, this face was completely lost. Regarding this little interlude, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. Visit our comic site, read novelful. Live he had his own pride. This kind of pride was not allowed to be blasphemed. Since Kong Xiao desecrated his glory as an alchemist, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Next, starting the pill refinement. Yi Yuan said coolly, other masters refining pills had all kinds of requirements. Yi Yuan did not, as long as you did not rush up to make trouble. Even if you made a racket below, it was no problem too. This was everyone's first time watching Master Source Knight refine pills. Each and every one of them held their breaths, looking rather excited. Although Yi Yuan did not request for it, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was incomparably quiet at this time. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. Only, when Yi Yuan refinished refining the first medicinal pills, did those fiend apothecaries abruptly wake up. It's done? Wu Hao blinked a few times, looking somewhat not quite daring to believe it. This was a low-level 2-star divine pill. The majority of the people present could refine it. But from the beginning of the refinement until now, merely 2 hours had said. Wasn't this too quick? EMO and the rest had clearly long been accustomed to it and said smugly, otherwise, do you think that I'll call just any person my master? Ordinary 2-star divine pills, Master Source Knight doesn't take more than 2 hours to refine. Those a little harder wouldn't Serpa. 6 hours either. Wu Hao's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, no way, right? This is also too exaggerated. What about the quality? EMO smiled and said, won't you know if you take a look? At this time, Yi Yuan opened the furnace. The pill formed. That person who requested for the pill flushed red, incomparably agitated. Although the medicinal pill was not out yet, he was not worried about the medicinal pill's quality at all. Yi Yuan's palm shook. The medicinal pill flew out and landed in the jade container lightly. The gazes of Wu Hao and the rest turned intent, looking at the medicinal pill with unbelievable shock. Divine grade. My G.O.D. 2 hours to refine a divine grade divine pill. Are my eyes blurry? It was not just him alone who was shocked. The exclamations in the hall rose one after another, clearly all being stunned by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Yi Yuan's pill refinement was too profound. They could not understand it all, and only felt a surge of doubt ACCU, mulations revolving around the pill furnace. However, they could understand the medicinal pill's grade. A 2-star fiend apothecary refined a divine grade, divine pill in 2 hours. This was simply inconceivable. Divine-grade medicinal pills were normally all high-rank fiend apothecaries refining low-level medicinal pills before there was a certain chance of being refined. Just the level of these fiend-race fiend apothecaries. For a 3-star fiend apothecary to be able to refine a 1-star divine pill to divine grade, he could already burn incense and wars. H.I. plus P the G. ODS. 2-star divine grade divine pills. One wouldn't even think about it. Divine grade divine pill. It's actually a divine grade divine pill. I've never seen before a 2-star divine grade divine pill in my life before, exclaimed a 2-star fiend apothecary. Those martial artists waiting for the pill refinement gave him a glance, using a look for looking at a fool, and said, "The medicinal pills that Master Source Knight refines, he's too said to present it if lower than heaven grade. What are you all making such a big fuss for? Getting excited about a commonplace thing?" Yeah, that was a 3-star fiend apothecary who was chased out earlier, right? That guy must be an idiot. That's why he would offend Master Source Knight. 3-star fiend apothecaries also have to obediently call him as a teacher when arriving in front of Master Source Knight, said another person. L lower than heaven grade can't present it. The corners of that 2-star fiend apothecary's mouth twitched. He had never refined heaven grade divine pills before in this lifetime. No, wait, never even refined superior grade before. Those Capone fiend medicine halls, fiend apothecaries, had clearly become accustomed to this scene long ago. They did not feel that there was anything wrong. Rather, if Yi Yuan really refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, only then would they get a surprise. Wu Hao and Metal Heart, 2 people, exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other's eyes. Although they had long known that Master Source Knight was very impressive, being impressive to this sort of degree still made them too surprised. Just looking at the pill refinement process earlier, Master Source Knight was a person from a completely different world than them. As a 3-star fiend apothecaries, they actually could not understand a 3-star fiend apothecary's pill refinement. In front of Yi Yuan, they were like mortals who did not know how to cultivate, watching immortals soar into the sky and tunnel into the earth. Knew that the other party was impressive, but just how impressive, they could not understand at all. At this instant, they were extremely delighted to have drawn a clear line with Kong Shao. Missing the sermon this time, they would regret it for life. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently, that martial artist who received the medicinal pill previously expressed 1,000 thanks and left. The next one brought his own spirit medicines and pill formula over. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resting in the slightest, directly starting to refine. Wu Hao and the rest immediately held their breaths, watching Yi Yuan refine pills without H.I. plusing their gazes, fearing of missing any detail. Divine grade, still divine grade. Half a day, the people who came to watch and learn were all dumbstruck with amazement. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Capone fiend medicine halls, fiend apothecaries, all revealed an understanding slight smile on each and every one of their faces. Only a short while ago, they were like these people too, extremely shocked. But as time passed, said they had long become numb. Master Source Knight's pill refinement level was not what they could imagine at all. It was precisely because of so that Capone fiend medicine hall would revere Yi Yuan like AGOD from top to bottom. In the evening, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's call it a day here. Continue tomorrow." Everyone all stood up respectfully, automatically opening up a path, saluting with their eyes, seeing Yi Yuan away with their gazes. Marvelous work of art. Simply a marvelous work of art. Turns out that a marvelous work of art can still be refined like this. Wu Hao sighed with admiration. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip is really worth it. Sigh, really envious of you all. Able to watch Master Source Knight refine pills every day. Metal Heart said with a look of endless envy. No wonder each and every one of you. Your strength improved by leaps and bounds. With Master Source Knight teaching, you all are killing us with envy, said another fiend medicine hall's hall master. Chapter 15:07 No Way. Chapter 15:07 No Way. Younger sister Ihan. You're a dignified fiend, Lord Powerhouse, and even a Blood Yamahal's hall master. A puny little 2-star fiend apothecary, you can't even subdue him? In front of Ihan was a man in black robes. His expression was somewhat dark, clearly very unhappy. Ihan saw him getting angry, but she just smiled sweetly and said, Big brother Mohan, talk is cheap. Wait until after entering the ancient ruins. You can deal with him however you like. But right now, I really can't subdue him. Don't you question this. This brat is clever and isn't easy to knead. Things that he isn't willing to do. Even if you break him in half, he won't take a step back either. This Mohan was Black Jade Capital City's Blood Yamahal's hallmaster. Kong Xiao could only S this matter for him to know through secret channels in his helplessness. Mohan regarded this matter quite highly too, and immediately rushed over from Black Jade Capital City. He knew that Black Jade Capital City had already become all of the capital city's laughingstock, angering him until he directly gave Kong Xiao 2 large slaps. If not looking on the account that his alchemy skills were pretty good, he would have directly eradicated Kong Xiao. Angry was angry, but what should be remedied ultimately had to be patched up. Hence, he personally found Ihan, but who knew that Ihan actually said that she had no way. A fiend Lord Powerhouse was actually powerless against a fiend general. Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off if this got out? Mohan said with a cold snort. You're powerless against him, is it? I'll go and meet him personally. I want to see just how tough his bones are. Ihan said coolly. If you want to pressure him with strength, I advise that you'd better not go. Putting aside whether he agrees or not, if you get on his nerves, my side isn't easy to clean up the mess. You also know what entering the ancient ruin this time means. I don't want him to show up for work, but not exert himself after going in. You have to know, I only tethered him with the blood essence contract. Mohan's expression was slightly dark as he said, Your meaning is to have me go and beg him? Ihan smiled and said, Why not? Don't think that your status is an obli. You aren't aware that his current standing among fiend apothecaries, probably even you, this Blood Yamahal master, can't compare to. Don't talk about 2-star fiend apothecaries. Even that bunch of 3-star fiend apothecaries all maintain manners of a student in front of him too. It is just that his current realm is still significantly lacking. When he grows up, you and I are both not enough to look at in front of him. Mohan's gaze turned slightly intent, looking at Ihan rather surprisedly. This appraisal was also a bit too high, right? He knew this Yi Yuan was formidable, but his understanding of Yi Yuan was all gotten from hearsay. Mohan came to find Ihan straight away. He really did not understand the situation inside the city right now. Could it be that this Source Knight was really formidable to this kind of degree? All right then, I promise you not to overwhelm him with force. I want to take a look at just what kind of person this brat is, Mohan said in a solemn voice. No way. When Yi Yuan found out Mohan's intention of coming, he directly threw him these 2 words. Mohan's expression instantly turned dark. This punk was also too freaking arrogant, right? He was an exalted Blood Yamahal master, a fiend Lord Realm Powerhouse. You actually did not even acknowledge me? Mohan was just about to fly off the handle, but saw Ihan winking at him nonstop. Mohan forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart and said, This matter was all Kong Zhao's fault. I've already severely punished him and removed his position as the Hall Master. Master Source Knight, you're a magnanimous person. Don't stoop to his level. Although he said so verbally, a fiend Lord Powerhouse lowering his head to a fiend general. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. After the matter of the ancient ruins had Paes said he would definitely find a chance to deal with this brat. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not perceive that the other party's words were not sincere? He just said indifferently, I have my principles. Since I said to blacklist Black Jade Capital City, I never intended to take back. Whoever comes to plead is useless too. You. And Mohan could not help being exasperated. This punk was also too impervious to everything. He, a fiend, Lord Powerhouse, already put the words to this kind of extent. Yi Yuan actually did not even give face. All right, you state the terms. As long as we can let our people listen to you preach on the Tao, I'm willing to pay a certain price. And Mohan said. Han by the side could not help revealing a peculiar expression. Why did this sound so strange? A feeling of asking for it. But Mohan himself clearly did not think so. He was currently in a fit of anger and very aggrieved. How would he think of these? However, Yi Yuan still said coolly, Hall Master Mohan, I think that you're misunderstanding something. Even if you give me your position as Hall Master, I don't care for it too. All right, please go back. The Mohan, who had restrained his anger and suppressed indignation all along, finally exploded. Me, what a rampant punk. Do you really think that this Hall Master doesn't dare to do anything to you? While talking, a surge of powerful pressure spread out from Mohan. Cruz. I, plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Han was long prepared. The power on her body suddenly released too, blocking Mohan. Brother Mohan, too far. If you're like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Han said in a solemn voice. Mohan said with a cold snort. Han, I'll give you face this time. Punk, don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Finish talking. Mohan directly shuttled through the void, disappearing. Han looked at Yi Yuan and could not help saying with a bitter smile, Why did you have to do this? What's in it for you to offend a fiend, Lord Powerhouse? But Yi Yuan said indifferently, Even if the sky falls, isn't there Hall Master Han to support? I have my principles in doing things. Some things that are done, one will have to bear the consequences. Han looked at Yi Yuan with gloomy resentfulness and said, You brat, really making people worry. A month's time, more and more capital cities, fiend apothecaries, gathered in Capone Capital City. For some time, Capone Capital City became the holy land of fiend apothecaries. Through Capone Capital City's fiend medicine hall statistics, the fiend apothecaries that came to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao this time were a total of 5,000 over people. These fiend apothecaries were subordinates of the fiend medicine halls. The others, even Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries, did not have the qualifications to listen to Yi Yuan preach the Tao. Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries had long heard of Master Source Knight's great reputation. It was just too bad that they were not in a favorable position and could not get the moon first too. How could the fiend medicine hall possibly let other forces, fiend apothecaries, come and benefit from their own light? Capone Capital City's fiend medicine halls, fiend apothecaries all felt honored. This kind of grand occasion they had never seen before from birth until now. All of the fiend apothecaries were akin to making a pilgrimage, pouring into Capone Capital City. Due to overwhelming numbers, the fiend medicine hall had long been unable to accommodate the fiend apothecaries' observation. Therefore, it was stipulated later on that only the hall masters of the various capital cities' fiend medicine halls could enter inside to observe. Finally, it was time for the sermon on this day. Sing from mouth to mouth, The fiend apothecaries later had already long learned how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was from the initialmost batch of fiend apothecaries. Regarding this sermon, it could be said to be antic. 1. P. Aided by millions. Chapter 1508 Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Chapter 1508 Great Tao Heavenly Melody. For the sake of this grand meet, the blood battle stage did not scruple for a lockdown for half a month. Although the losses were great, Blood Eagle did not care at all. Yi Yuan and Ka Xian's battle already helped him to earn 3 years of profit. What did a mere half a month count for? The blood battle stage that could accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Over 5,000 people sitting on it seemed somewhat empty. This time, on the main platform, there was only Yi Yuan's lone, solitary figure. But this figure was very strapping and powerful in the eyes of the group of fiend apothecaries. That was an existence that made them admire with great admiration. Martial artists held powerhouses in awe and veneration. Fiend apothecaries were respectful towards powerhouses, respect from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Alchemy Tao is all in compa. Sing, convoluted and disorderly, seeming to have a multiple. 1, 2 to things. As long as you sort out one end of the thread, you'll be able to reel silk from cock. Oh, an S reaching the other SH. O-R-E. Alchemy Tao isn't simple and inflexible pill refinement. If you all understand it as a dreary vocation, you'll become mediocre. Alchemy Tao is a great Tao. The Tao of medicinal pills. The core lies in the medicine and not the pill. Yi Yuan's voice rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire blood battle stage. 5,000 fiend apothecaries were dead silent, listening like they were intoxicated. After reaching the Alchemy D realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of Alchemy Tao became even deeper. Talking tirelessly at this time was like chit-chatting about domestic trivialities. But in the other fiend apothecaries' ears, each word was a gem, containing the maxim of great Tao. The sermon this time, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest for 15 days, talking for 15 days in a row. To deity realm powerhouses, not resting for 15 days was nothing. But this kind of sermon that contained the whereabouts of Tao was extremely energy-consuming. For ordinary people to be able to last 5 days was already pretty good. Yi Yuan preaching for 15 days in one go was seldom seen in the world. For the sake of the sermon this time, Yi Yuan also tidied up what he had learned since becoming an alchemy god. At this time, he talked naturally and smoothly, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. Yi Yuan went from shallow to deep. The things that he narrated became increasingly profound. On the first day, everyone listened like they were filled with wisdom. Many areas of alchemy Tao that they did not understand were enlightened all at once. On the second day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became much deeper. There was already a small portion of people who felt fogged up in the clouds. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became more and more profound. Even 3-star fiend apothecaries also gradually felt somewhat taxing. However, not a single person left. They knew that the things Yi Yuan talked about were extremely hard to come by. Even if they did not understand a single word, it was also an exceedingly rare experience. Yi Yuan was using a very superficial way to display the Tao of medicinal pills to them. Although they only had a hazy nothing, this kind of experience was one of kind. In the past, what was in front of them was a cloud of dense fog, unable to see the direction clearly at all. Now, Yi Yuan helped them to push aside the dense fog, letting them go in front to look around a bit. This kind of opportunity, not everyone had it, but they did not realize that a mysterious aura was gradually filling the air around. This aura developed from nothing, from weak to strong. Gradually, they discovered that Yi Yuan's voice became more and more distant. Yi Yuan was clearly speaking under the grandstand, but this voice seemingly came from the horizons. What's going on? The aura of Tao. This is the aura of great Tao. Great Tao heavenly melody. This must be great Tao heavenly melody. Master Source Night Sermon has already triggered the resonance of great Tao. Right now, every word that he says contains the Tao. Didn't think that I could actually witness this moment. Great Tao heavenly melody. Legend says that it was only triggered once when the medicine ancestor preached about the Tao back then. My God, could it be that this world is actually going to have another medicine ancestor appear? Just what kind of level has Master Source Knight's alchemy Tao realm reached? Stop talking freaking rubbish. Pay attention to the lecture. This kind of opportunity one might not encounter once in a lifetime. We only have to comprehend a tiny bit, and it will be enough to benefit for life. The current Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in the ocean of Tao, his entire person in a state of emptiness. Preaching Tao was giving others an advancement. How was it not a kind of advancement for oneself too? In this half a month, Yi Yuan said his own understanding of Tao word by word. It could be said to be a summary and sublimation of his own alchemy Tao. Therefore, he was enlightened. The doubt and puzzlement enduring this period of time were brought together and understood thoroughly at this moment. Dustless looked at this scene with incredible shock and murmured, "It's really great Tao heavenly melody." Legends have it that back then the medicine ancestor preached on Tao to a group of 8-star alchemy G. Oh yes. Suddenly, great Tao resonated. Heavenly melody played, attracting the envelopment of laws. Only then did it establish the medicine ancestor's name. Could it be that Yi Yuan is already the same realm as him? But he's just 2-star alchemy God. No idea how long had Pa S, said either. Everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the stage again, Yi Yuan's traces were already long gone. Master Source Knight already left. Amen? I feel that I'm going to break through. Me too. Master Source Night Sermon made me have a feeling of being enlightened. Coupled with the Tao ACCU, mulations of the great Tao heavenly melody, my realm finally loosened. Master Source Knight is truly a God. Perhaps he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Those whose alchemy realms did not improve for many years, as long as one's talent was not too poor, it all produced a trace of insight this time. Even if one did not break through realm, their strength also had a massive advancement. These people left the blood battle stage in haste, all finding a place to enter close seclusion. Inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan was wrapped up by the boundless aura of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, revealing an understanding smile. The current Yi Yuan had already broken through his realm unknowingly, reaching grand completion, heaven glimpse. I didn't expect that unintentionally planting a willow led to the willow becoming shade. A single sermon on the Tao could actually let me break through the shackles. Not only did I create the heart-healing heavenly mark pill, it even opened the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 3rd level's door. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Dustless said in surprise, "Just what realm are you right now?" Alchemy Tao was fleeting and ephemeral. Even comparing him with other 2-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, the disparity in strength could be very great. But this realm, no one had been able to differentiate it. Perhaps this 2-star alchemy G. Oh, D could only refine one more kind of divine pill than another 2-star alchemy God. But the current Yi Yuan had clearly already Serpa S. said knowing how to refine a few types of divine pills, this kind of category. That was why Dustless would ask this. Yi Yuan smiled and said this. I can't say for sure, but I think that right now 2-star divine pills shouldn't pose any difficulty to me anymore. Dustless pupils constricted, somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan was not someone who talked through his hat, let alone a man of hubris. For him to dare say so, he definitely had some reliance. Refining 2-star divine pills would not have much difficulties. This kind of words, probably only the medicine ancestor, this level of existence, dared to say, right? A long time ago, the medicine ancestor was once like you, triggering great Tao heavenly melody when preaching on Tao. Laws descended, him achieving the realm of half-ancestor. Could it be that you and the medicine ancestor are already in the same realm? Dustless said in alarm. Chapter 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what the situation of the medicine ancestor was back then, my realm is definitely far worse than him. He could attract a portion of laws to descend, but I can't. But my current realm is still very low. Many high-level alchemy Tao laws are not yet comprehended. One day in the future, if I can step foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, I presume it wouldn't be worse than the medicine ancestor." Yi Yuan had confidence beyond ordinary people in alchemy. Although the medicine ancestor was an existence that the entire heaven-span world's alchemists looked up to, he had confidence in being able to catch up head-on to. These words might be incomparably arrogant if others heard it, but Dustless had reason to believe that Yi Yuan had the strength and talent. One had to know, from when Yi Yuan entered the heaven-span world until now, it was less than 100 years' time. Being able to reach his current strength, it was simply inconceivable. At least, with Dustless's horizons, apart from the medicine ancestor, no one could compare to Yi Yuan. And the matter of Yi Yuan triggering the great Tao heavenly melody set off a huge storm among the Blood Yama Hall's fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight is really too incredible. The things that he talked about simply subverted my understanding of alchemy. Isn't that so? I feel that my understanding in the past was too superficial. Master Source Knight's understanding of the alchemy Tao is on a completely different level than us. That's of course. Otherwise, how would he trigger great Tao heavenly melody? I say, will Master Source Knight become the second medicine ancestor or not? That's hard to say. Medicine ancestor, that level of existence, is simply not what you and I can imagine. Master Source Knight is just a 2-star fiend apothecary after all. There's still a very long road to walk. However, if he keeps maintaining momentum, I feel that it shows great promise. Shu mustn't talk about this matter anymore. Upstairs already issued a gag order. If heard, you won't even know how you died. Inside Capone Fiend Medicine Hall, 2 fiend apothecaries who had heard Yi Yuan's sermon were discussing in whispers. Except the Fiend Medicine Hall had already issued a gag order. They also could not resist the astonishment in their hearts. That was why they would discuss softly. Everyone was all guessing whether or not Master Source Knight could reach the medicine ancestor's height. After all, this was the second fiend apothecary who could trigger the great Tao heavenly melody after the Tao ancestor. Of course, the heaven-span world was too big. Perhaps there were still other fiend apothecaries who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, but they had never heard before. To be able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody while being a 2-star fiend apothecary, this was absolutely a sensational event. Slap, slap, slap. Inside Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall, Emo Han gave one slap after another, slapping Kong Shao into a pig's head. When he heard this news, his entire person was about to go completely berserk. He could already imagine it. Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's standard would be Serpa S, said by all the capital cities very soon. Great Tao heavenly melody. That's great Tao heavenly melody. Are you a pig? To actually offend a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody? The 2-star fiend apothecaries who broke through on the spot were 43 people. Half a month later, the people who broke through were 228 people. Now, there are still over 1,000 people in close seclusion. More than 1,000 people. But what about us? Not one, Not a single one. You pig. It's fine that you lose face yourself. But you even want to cause this hall master to lose face together with you. Emo Han roared at Kong Shao, flinging one slap after another. The others watched the scene, all silent like cicadas in winter. The moment a fiend lord was enraged, corpses would litter 1,000 miles. But they understood Emo Han's anger very much. This matter, if it were them, they would also be as furious as Emo Han. In reality, they had long already cussed Kong Zhao's ancestors several tens of thousand times in their hearts. Such a fine opportunity was actually missed, just like this. Great Tao heavenly melody, missing this time. There probably would be no next time anymore. Emo Han was seriously too angry. According to the news from the Hundred Nose Hall, all who went to Capone capital city basically had 1 or 2 breakthroughs in every family. Those who did not break through, their strength made remarkable strides too. To be able to listen to great Tao heavenly melody, even if it was a pig, it could also unlock spiritual wisdom and step onto the path of cultivation, let alone people. But only their household alone did not have a single person present. The initiator of all this was Kong Shao. How could Emo Han not be furious? Finally, Emo Han's anger subsided. Purple Cloud, from today onwards, you're the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. Kong Shao will be degraded to a medicine slave from today onwards, and locked in the dungeons to refine pills for 3,000 years. Finished talking. Emo Han gave a cold snort and disappeared. Purple Cloud was a 3-star fiend apothecary too, but his strength was much worse than Kong Zhao's. He also did not expect that happiness came so suddenly. Demoted to be a medicine slave for 3,000 years, Kong Shao basically did not have a day to hold his head up high anymore. 2 months' time had passed, said in a blink from Yi Yuan's sermon. During this period, Yi Yuan had been in close seclusion, cultivating the whole time. Triggering great Tao heavenly melody this time, the others had all rode on his coattails. The benefits that he obtained naturally need not be mentioned. The melody of great Tao needed time to slowly digest. 2 months later, Capone capital city welcomed a very distinguished guest. I pay respects to Lord Heavenstar. Ihan gave a deep bow to this old man in front of her, her words filled with respect. Hoo-hoo! Oh, Ihan, this time, you've made great contributions this time. Heavenstar said with a beam. Heavenstar was eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yamahall's 4-star high-rank fiend apothecary, a 9-layered heaven fiend Lord Powerhouse. His status was very venerated. Ihan smiled and said, Ihan doesn't dare to claim any credit. Heavenstar smiled and said, Ha, if there's merit, there's merit. Learning the humans' pretense for what? I really didn't expect that the tiny little Capone capital city could actually give birth to a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This boy must be controlled by my blood Yamahal. Ihan nodded and said, Lord Heavenstar rest assured. After the ancient ruin, I'll personally escort him to the Imperial City. But Heavenstar shook his head and said, Hey, such a prodigy, how can you detain him over? Got to make him willingly serve our blood Yamahal. Ihan's brows furrowed slightly and said, This is probably very difficult. Lord Heavenstar doesn't know this. Ihan used the blood essence contract before barely managing to tie him onto the blood Yamahal, this boat. This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. It's likely very hard for him to submit wholeheartedly. But Heavenstar did not care and said with a broad smile, How can a genius who can trigger great Tao heavenly melody not be arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Only people who are capable have the right to be arrogant. This seat naturally knows that you can't subdue him. That's why I came personally. You bring him over. Don't startle anyone. This matter, the Hall Master has already issued a gag order. Other factions are absolutely not permitted to know. Although the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody was sensational, it was also limited to within the Blood Yama Hall's boundary. The sermon was conducted at the blood battle stage. It was too easy for the Blood Yama Hall to seal off the news. The Blood Yama Hall did not need to block all of the news. They just needed to seal off the news about the great Tao heavenly melody, this incident, and that would do. Yi Yuan's alchemy skill being formidable was already not a secret in Capone capital city long ago. This sentence is weird. Firstly, I think the author made a mistake and mistyped medicine ancestor as Tao ancestor. Second, this sentence insinuates that the first person who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody was a fiend. I think the author made a mistake. Chapter 1510 Blood Soul Curse. Chapter 1510 Blood Soul Curse. Your source night. Heaven Star sized Yi Yuan up and could not help being somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's good looks. He actually did not look like a fiend. However, the pure fiend energy on Yi Yuan's body made him unable to find any fault. I pay respects to Senior Heaven Star. Yi Yuan's attitude was neither obsequious nor haughty. He was not especially respectful toward Heaven Star, even though the latter was a 4-star fiend apothecary. He had long considered the consequences of the great Tao heavenly melody. There was no way eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall headquarters would watch a genius like him slip by their side. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would trigger the great Tao heavenly melody. Otherwise, he absolutely would not display it in front of people. If this kind of thing was known by others, it was impressive, but it was very easy to attract a fatal calamity too. Heaven Star coming to Capone capital city could only have one purpose. That was to have him join the Blood Yama Hall, a fiend apothecary capable of triggering great Tao heavenly melody. His significance to the Blood Yama Hall was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan had long considered this result and also knew that if he did not agree, there was only one outcome. That was death. The Blood Yama Hall absolutely would not allow him to join other forces, then become their enemy. But Yi Yuan could not be too deliberate either. Geniuses needed to have the awareness of geniuses. Arrogance was a natural attribute of geniuses. Even though Yi Yuan was not haughty, in front of Heaven Star he must show arrogance. An alchemy genius capable of triggering great Tao, heavenly Tao, not being haughty at all. This did not conform to common sense. The other party would definitely be suspicious. Hence his attitude was lukewarm toward Heaven Star. Of course, in Yi Yuan's heart, he did not have much veneration towards this so-called 4-star fiend apothecary. He triggered great Tao heavenly melody. Now he already saw a world that others could not see. Ha ha ha! Indeed, the young are to be feared. Everyone says that my fiend race's fiend apothecary's level is too poor and can't groom powerful fiend apothecaries at all. Now those people can all shut up. Heaven Star said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan objected incessantly in his heart. Just the standard of your fiend race's fiend apothecaries. It was simply too unsightly to look at. You actually still wanted to groom a powerful fiend apothecary? This Heaven Star was known as a 4-star high-level fiend apothecary. But Yi Yuan A.S. some that his standard was also not very high, compared to the human race's 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it was probably far off. The strength of fiend apothecaries still need to depend on the person. Nothing to do with the race. Although disdainful in his heart, Yi Yuan still had a proud appearance. Heaven Star did not mind either, chuckling and saying, "Sit down and talk. Come and sample the blood G. Oh, DT that this old man brought. This thing, ordinary people can't drink it." As he said, Heaven Star pushed a pot of tea in front of Yi Yuan. Fragrance immediately overflowed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the blood-like tea and did not detect anything strange. But right at this time, Dustless warned, "Yi Yuan, this guy wants to put the blood-soul curse on you." Blood-soul curse? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. After Yi Yuan entered this room, he looked very conceited on the surface. Actually, he was very vigilant inwardly, except he did not detect anything strange. The blood soul curse is a very sinister and profound method of the fiend race. It doesn't belong to the category of medicinal pills. Hence, you're unable to detect it too. See those lanterns with varying different shapes in the corners of the house? Dustless asked. Yuan glimpsed with his peripherals. Sure enough, he discovered that each corner of the room had a bizarre-shaped lamp. The fiend race's preferences were very different from the human race to begin with. So, Yi Yuan did not think too much either. He did not expect that a profound mystery was actually hidden in these lamps. Yi Yuan secretly thought what a close call. If not for Dustless being around, he would likely really fall for it this time. Saw it. What's wrong with these lamps? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless said these lamps have a name. They are called soul refining lamps. The wicks of soul refining lamps are refined with countless people's tendons. The refiner imprisons living souls in the wick of the lamps, incinerating with endless fire, tempering these living souls, making these living souls billow with monstrous resent. But on the surface, one can't tell it all. Don't talk about humans, even the fiend race themselves. If they didn't understand this Tao, they can't perceive the actual situation too. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. This method was a little too cruel. Members of the fiend race were indeed all vicious and cold-hearted people. Back then, the fiend race also used similar methods to collect sanguine power and also went on a Ma's Saker. Then what does this blood soul curse have to do with the blood G? DT? Yi Yuan asked. The blood G. Oh, DT is indeed a rare spirit T of the fiend race. It can help them increase fiend essence, matching the result of medicinal pills. It's just that this blood G. Oh, DT is a crucial link of the blood soul curse. It is the prelude to launching the blood soul curse. Blood G. Oh, DT is grown by watering with those living souls' blood. Once you drink the blood G. Oh, DT, those living souls suppressed in the lamp wicks will collectively unleash the power of the curse, making you get hit by the blood soul curse. People who get hit with the curse don't have the slightest feeling. But once someone activates the blood soul curse, you'll suffer the torment of the soul being devoured, experiencing a fate worse than death. It looks like they want to use this method to control you. Dustless said. Yi Yuan's heart sunk. He did not expect that this heaven star actually set up such a trap for him. His wrath rose with a whoosh. This blood Yamahal was indeed well deserving of being a mysterious underground force, an existence even more horrifying than the city, Lord Manor. He did not provoke anyone, and they actually used this kind of insidious method to deal with him. Senior, do you have a way to deal with this blood soul curse? If I don't drink this pot of tea, that old thing probably won't let it go. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He did not expect that preaching on the Tao actually caused such a major trouble. He broke through the alchemy Tao shackles because of preaching on Tao, but he also attracted Ma's civ trouble because of preaching on the Tao. It was really misfortune, goes hand in hand with fortune. But Dustless smiled and said, Did you forget what kind of existence I am? The soul-suppressing pearl is the ancestor of Soul Tao, unless a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes personally. Otherwise, how can a measly blood soul curse harm you? Moreover, I have a secret art that can absorb the power of the curse and feed it back to the soul-suppressing pearl. You just drink the blood G. DT. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart was put back in place. He smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank the tea. Seeing this scene, the corners of Heaven Star's mouth revealed a smile of his wicked scheme succeeding. How's the taste? Heaven Star said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was full of praises. Good tea. Refres. I, plussing the mind, and actually has the effect of increasing fiend essence. Heaven Star laughed out loud and said, Haha, if you like, I still have some here. I'll give them to you. Yi Yuan hurriedly said. How can this do? Such a grade of spirit tea. It must be very precious, right? Source Knight cannot receive benefits without sowing anything. Heaven Star pressed him down and said with a smile, Younger brother Source Knight, I'll call you as my younger brother. You're a clever person and should have guessed this old man's intention of coming, right? My blood Yamahal's strength is powerful until you can imagine it. With your talent, there's only joining our blood Yamahal that can let you radiate splendor. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, Senior Heaven Star is very kind. It's just that Source Knight still doesn't plan on joining any faction for the time being. Heaven Star was not surprised either and said very meaningfully, Don't be in a hurry to reject. You go back and consider it first. Perhaps you'll have a change of heart? Chapter 1511, I Have Yielded. Chapter 1511, I Have Yielded. After Yi Yuan left, Ihan's figure appeared. Lord Heaven Star, I didn't expect that you actually employed the Blood Soul Curse. Ihan said with some surprise, the Blood Soul Curse was extremely powerful. Even if it was a fiend Lord Powerhouse, one suck. You, bed, they would wish that they were dead too, without any room to resist. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the materials to prepare the Blood Soul Curse originally needed to expend a lot of manpower and material resources before it can be successfully refined. Just a pot of blood G. Oh, DT was a priceless treasure. Even the Blood Yamahal would rarely use it too. Blood Soul Curse was normally in order to deal with some very troublesome characters. Heaven Star smiled faintly and said, using the Blood Soul Curse to deal with a major figure who might become the medicine ancestor, it's definitely worthwhile. Ihan was still rather worried as she said, This kid is someone who would rather break than bend. Is the Blood Soul Curse really effective? Heaven Star laughed loudly and said, Effective? Take away the question mark. There was once a half-step fiend king's existence. After falling under the Blood Soul Curse, he laid any in front of Lord Hall Master like a dog, begging for mercy. This kid is merely a fiend general. Do you think it will be effective or not? Ihan's gaze turned intent, clearly incomparably shocked. Half-step fiend king. What kind of powerful existence was that? In front of the Blood Soul Curse, he actually did not have any ability to resist at all. Ihan only knew that the Blood Soul Curse was powerful, but did not know how powerful the Blood Soul Curse was. The example that Heaven Star gave let her have an intuitive understanding. Heaven Star continued, The Blood Soul Curse won't kill, but the curse power of countless resentful souls, that agony of the soul being devoured, no matter how powerful the person's mind, they can't withstand it too. Tonight, let this boy experience it a little. I think that he'll take the initiative to come and find me very soon, ha ha ha. Talking about the exciting part, Heaven Star could not refrain from letting out a big laugh. For the Blood Yamahal to be able to solicit an alchemy genius who could trigger great, Tao, heavenly melody. How could Heaven Star not be happy? But does he know that we're playing tricks? Ihan asked, although this boy is stubborn and unruly, he's incredibly smart, as long as he gets H-I-T by the Blood Soul Curse. He'll know that it's definitely related to us, Heaven Star said. It was nighttime. Yi Yuan continued to meditate and visualize in front of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. Suddenly, the soul-suppressing pearl in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. Indeed came. That old punk thinks of himself to be clever, but he doesn't know that it became a wedding gift for this old man. Dustless laughed coldly. The soul-suppressing pearl exited Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness silently and suspended on top of his head. The soul-suppressing pearl emitted rays of dark red light, appearing very strange. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Dustless started chortling with laughter. The soul force curse of the Blood Soul Curse is simply a great tonic. With this soul force curse, I should be able to recover to Tier 3. Yi Yuan was still immersed in the visualization and was completely oblivious to the outside world's events. Dustless told him not to bother about anything and just care about cultivating. Amidst the dark red light, the soul-suppressing pearl's aura became stronger and stronger. Dustless's entire person was also coiled up by the dark red light, his entire person looking seemingly somewhat strange and demonic. But his aura gradually became stronger. In the secret room, sweat gradually seeped out on Heavenstar's forehead. This brat is also too able to hold out, to actually still not yield until now. Activating the Blood Soul Curse had to use one soul force as a guide to lead the resentment in the soul, refining lamps out. The person being cast on naturally would not give in obediently. The other party would definitely use their soul force to resist the power of the curse. When the other party utterly gave up resisting, Heavenstar would be much more relaxed and not need to expend so much soul force. Heavenstar completely did not think that a puny little fiend general could actually resist for so long. How could he know that his opponent was not Yi Yuan at all, but an old monster who had lived for goodness knows how long? Furthermore, this old monster was even the Blood Soul Curse's jinx. The current Dustless was simply feeling way too good. While Yi Yuan was currently immersed in creating the cultivation method and unable to extricate himself. Indeed, worthy of being a genius able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This willpower, this soul force, it's not what a fiend general should have at all. Heavenstar also secretly praised. Finally, Heavenstar felt the soul force ease up. Clearly, the other party had given up resisting. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenstar's mouth, and he said, even if your talent is outstanding, under the Blood Soul Curse, you can only submit obediently too. Forget it. I will only torture you for 2 hours tonight. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll continue again tomorrow. 2 hours later, Heavenstar withdrew the technique contentedly. In his mind, after Yi Yuan was brought to the limits, he should be lying and he on the ground right now without any strength at all. The second night, Heavenstar expended a Herculean effort again before settling Yi Yuan. 5 days said consecutively. Even Heavenstar himself felt like it was a little more than he could bite off. But he still did not see Yuan coming over to submit. But Yi Han was somewhat anxious already and said to Heavenstar, Lord Heavenstar, could this boy have played some trick and didn't get hit by the Blood Soul Curse at all? Heavenstar's face fell and he said, Nonsense. This old man watched him drink the blood G. Oh, DT with my own eyes. Could it be that a puny little fiend general can play sleight of hand in front of me? Yi Han thought about it and also felt that it was not too likely. But a measly little fiend general was actually able to hold out for 5 days. This made the two of them feel unimaginably queer. I don't mean that. What I meant was, no need to say any more. This boy can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. He can't be judged with common sense in the first place. Tonight, I'll increase the Blood Soul Curse's power. Let him know what's truly called agonizing until he wished he was dead. I don't believe that he can still not yield. Heavenstar said in a cold voice, but inside the soul-suppressing pearls S.P.A.C., Dustless had a satisfied look. Absorbing the soul force curse these few nights already let him recover to the state of Tier 3. Gui Yin. Advantages can't be taken up by me alone. Today, your turn. This power of curse is similarly a great tonic to you. 1 night should be enough for you to break through to 3-star. Dustless said with a hearty laugh. Gui Yen's strength had long reached peak 2-star already. Now, with Dustless's help, breaking through to 3-star was something that would happen without extra effort. The moment Gui Yen heard, he was overjoyed and said, Many thanks, Senior. Dustless smiled and said, Still saying this to me for what? It's here. You prepare yourself. A.S. Salt 3-star. Another full night Pa-S. said, even with Heavenstar's soul force, he was somewhat collapsing too. But it was also precisely because of this that he was even more confident in Yi Yuan's prospects. A genius with hopes of reaching the medicine ancestor's heights was naturally extraordinary. The second day morning, Yi Yuan withdrew from within the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. Master. Gue Yun bowed down to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "You broke through." Gue Yin also smiled and said, "All thanks to Senior Dustless. Last night, I borrowed the power of the curse and successfully broke through to 3-star. Yi Yuan laughed out loud when he heard that and said, "This old man really gave us a big gift. It's time to go and yield. Otherwise, that old boy will probably go crazy." Chapter 1512 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. Chapter 1512 Fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure. In front of Heavenstar, Yi Yuan's expression was weary, his complexion pale, looking like he had a serious illness. Seeing Yi Yuan's state, he was very satisfied. Of course, he was also not much better than Yi Yuan. He was almost squeezed dry by Dustless and Gue Yin, 2 people these few days. Although Heavenstar's soul force was strong, it could not withstand the soul-suppressing pearl, this grade of Empyrean spirit treasures extraction. Senior Heavenstar, the matter that you said a few days ago, I've considered it. I've decided to join the Blood Yamahal. Yi Yuan said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Younger brother Source Knight, your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Joining our Blood Yamahal is absolutely a correct choice. This trip, I'll enter the mystic realm together with you all. After you come out from the mystic realm, I'll bring you straight to the Imperial City." Heavenstar said with a laugh, "Senior, arrange as you wish." The current Yi Yuan seemingly lost all of his edge, becoming very docile. Just putting on an act doesn't take a great effort, anyway, as long as you are happy. Heavenstar only represented eminent Orchid Blood Yamahal's Hall Master to come and subdue Yi Yuan. He really did not dare to offend too much. Yi Yuan was bound to be in existence, lording over him in the future. Offending now, it would be hard to avoid squaring of accounts after the autumn harvest. On the contrary, he even had to think of ways to dispel the unhappiness in Yi Yuan's heart for a period of time in the days to come. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan stacked the deck against him in the future, that would be bad. Besides, establish H.I. plussing relations. H.I. plus P with such a genius had tremendous help to him too. Therefore, that was why he would call Yi Yuan as his younger brother again and again, sounding very cordial. "Haha, younger brother Source Knight, really sorry about it. It's truly that the Hall Master loves talent. But we also know that you won't give in obediently. That's why we would come up with this plan. You rest assured, as long as you join the Blood Yamahal, the incidents these few days absolutely won't happen again." Heavenstar's words carried an ingratiating intent, but Yi Yuan did not appreciate it at all and said with a displeased look, "Senior is too kind. Source Knight dares not." Said he dare not, but that expression was an unhappy face. Heavenstar secretly cursed and said with a laugh, "Oh, younger brother, don't have this expression. This medicinal cauldron, elder brother, I have used for 10,000 years. You shouldn't have a convenient medicinal cauldron currently yet, right? Elder brother will give it to you." A tiny little medicinal cauldron appeared on Heavenstar's palm, then rapidly enlarged and landed on the ground. An incomparably profound aura filled the room. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Could this be a fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenstar finally let out a sigh in relief. As expected, to fiend apothecaries a medicinal cauldron was an irresistible temptation. Gifting away a fiend, Lord Mystic Treasure, was also a massive hemorrhage to Heavenstar. Mystic treasures were higher-order existences than celestial deity, divine artifacts. Those suitable for divine Lord Realm martial artists to use were divine Lord Mystic treasures. Those suitable for celestial deity realm martial artists to use were called celestial deity mystic treasures, so on and so forth. It was just that the human race called it divine lord mystic treasure, and the fiend race called it fiend lord mystic treasure. The naming was different, but the function was largely the same. It was just that the fiend race's fiend lord mystic treasures were a little more suitable for the fiend race. The technique for forging a mystic treasure was extremely complicated. A 4-star artifact G. Oh, D might not be able to craft a fiend lord mystic treasure even by spending several thousand years. Hence, each fiend lord mystic treasure was incomparably precious. To a martial artist, a mystic treasure was a tremendous allure. Not every divine lord realm martial artist could own a divine lord mystic treasure, such as E Han and Mo Han, these hall masters, even though they were fiend lord powerhouses. They did not have fiend lord mystic treasures in their hands at all. When the E Han by the side saw this scene, she made no effort to conceal her envy at all. Her ALLS almost popped out. She had already become a fiend lord powerhouse for 20,000 years, but did not even have a single fiend lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan was great. A puny little fiend general actually had a fiend lord mystic treasure. Lord Heavenstar really made a big move. Hoo-hoo, younger brother Source Knight indeed has good eyesight. It's called Profound Yellow Cauldron, a low-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. It has already followed me for 50,000 years. Today, I'll give it to younger brother. Just take it as making an apology. Heavenstar looked very generous as he said this. Luckily, Hall Master promised that as long as I bring Source Knight back, he'll award me a middle-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. Otherwise, I'd really can't bear to give the profound yellow cauldron to people with both hands just like this. Heavenstar secretly thought. Even so, for Heavenstar to be able to gift the profound yellow cauldron to Yi Yuan, he had made a huge resolve too. Who would mind having too many mystic treasures? Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised in his heart, not expecting that he would have such a harvest. This Heavenstar was really a wealthy person. He had already expended soul force to gift Dustless and Gui Yun with breakthroughs. Now he actually gave him a fiend lord mystic treasure too. TSK, really generous when making his move. Yi Yuan gave Heavenstar a suspicious glance and said, Really giving to me? Heavenstar smiled and said, Can this still be fake? How is it? Realized elder brother's sincerity, right? Planting the blood soul curse on you was truly no choice. It's really that we're eager and love talents. I've already removed the owners. HI plus P, the profound yellow cauldron, is a masterless item now. You just have to nurture it with fiend soul sanctification, and it's yours. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, All right then, since Senior Heavenstar is so sincere, Source Knight naturally can't put on airs anymore. This profound yellow cauldron, I'll accept it. Our matter is written off. The moment Heavenstar heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said with a big laugh, Haha, younger brother is indeed forthright. In the future, when you reach eminent Orchid Imperial City, whatever things that you can't settle, feel free to tell me. Elder brother still has some face in eminent Orchid Imperial City. Yi Yuan smiled as he clasped his hands and said, Then Source Knight will thank Senior first. Returning to the Fan family, after Yi Yuan had the profound yellow cauldron acknowledge a master, he tried refining a few medicinal pills. The more he used, the more he liked it. TSK, indeed well deserving of being a fiend lord mystic treasure, to actually have the effect of strengthening divine fire. Refining pills in the future won't need to find them to borrow divine fire each time anymore. This pill refining efficiency also increased significantly. Now, when I refine ordinary 2-star divine pills, it only needs less than an hour. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan discovered that inside the profound yellow cauldron formed its own SPAC. Inside had two wisps of auras circulating erratically. They were very mysterious. That's a wisp of profound yellow energy, Dustless said. Profound yellow energy. Yi Yuan was puzzled. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before. When Divine Lord Realm opens up a world, it will birth this profound yellow energy. Profound as heaven, yellow as earth. Inside this profound yellow cauldron incorporates a trace of profound yellow energy. Each time you refine pills, it will be equivalent to your great Tao pill refinement in the past, Divine Lord Realm explained. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Back then he refined pills with great Tao, refining the Tao-defying pill. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The might of heaven and earth to refine pills was absolutely extraordinary. Indeed worthy of being a fiend lord, mystic treasure. This is undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger to me, Yi Yuan said, being satisfied. Dustless laughed loudly and said, Heaven Star, this old punk used all sorts of intrigues and wiles, but gave you wedding dresses everywhere. When he discovers that it's drawing water with a sieve, all for naught, wonder what kind of expression he'll have, ha ha ha. Chapter 1513, Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1513, Heading for the Ancient Ruins, outside the Fan family's front door. Fan Lin, Fan Yu, and Li Ji were all sending Yi Yuan off. Family head, please go back. This period of time, many thanks for family head's care, Yi Yuan said with cupped fists. Fan Lin hurriedly smiled fawningly and said, What's Master Source Knight saying? It's my Fan family that benefited from you. These few years, the Fan family could be said to be like the noonday sun. Their limelight even pus. Plussing down the city, Lord Manners. Seizing this opportunity, the Fan family expanded its forces without restraint and obtained tremendous benefits. Furthermore, the Fan family already faintly had the momentum of Capone's #1 clan because of coming into contact with the Blood Yamahal, this Leviathan. Fan Lin understood in his heart, and all of this was thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Family head is too courteous. Taking the king's salary, sharing the king's burden. Since I'm a retainer of the Fan family, I naturally have to contribute to the Fan family. Fan Lin smiled and said, This Fan knows that the Fan family's bit of salary, Master holds it in contempt. For Master to be able to keep on staying in the Fan family, this Fan is endlessly grateful. Li Ji, Master Source Knight, is leaving. Why aren't you sending him off? As he said, he winked desperately at Li Ji. Learning the news that Yi Yuan was leaving, Li Ji's entire person was listless, dispirited these few days. Her heart was long dedicated to Yi Yuan, but who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became an existence that she looked up to. The gulf between the two became bigger and bigger. Now, Yi Yuan was about to leave straight away. Li Ji's entire person was fluid S-tiered. Source Knight, have a pleasant journey. Holding in for a long time, Li Ji only squeezed out this one sentence. Suddenly, she discovered that there was already no common language with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, take care. Mountains and water will meet. Perhaps we'll still meet again. All right, it's getting late. Source Knight will take his leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Long Zhan and turned around and left. With his current status, bringing away a slave was naturally nothing. Li Ji looked at Yi Yuan's back view foolishly, a row of clear years quietly falling. Fan Lin looked at this scene and said with a sigh, My good daughter, you're a person from a completely different world from him. He's like the sun in the sky, blinding until people can't open their eyes, while we're destined to be ordinary. Although the matter of the great Tao heavenly melody did not leak out, for him to be able to preach on Tao for several hundred capital cities' alchemy elites, this kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The imperial city was Yi Yuan's stage to display his talents. Haha, younger brother Source Knight actually didn't bring that La S from the Fan family. Very surprising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Heaven Star went up to welcome with a big laugh. Li Ji and Yi Yuan's ambiguous relations. H.I. plus P. Heaven Star was naturally aware. He even thought that Yi Yuan would bring along Li Ji. After all, that little girl was indeed alluring. Hoo-hoo! To me, cultivation is the most important thing. Others will only distract me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heaven Star could not help being secretly shocked when he heard. For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, what he relied on was not just talent. According to his understanding, Yi Yuan indeed secluded himself all year round. The majority of the time was used on cultivation. Haha, younger brother really makes me perspire in shame. No wonder younger brother can achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Yi Yuan smiled. Suddenly, he discovered that Heaven Star's attire was somewhat weird. It was a servant's attire. Furthermore, Heaven Star concealed his aura. One could not tell the actual situation from the exterior at all. Yi Yuan Heaven Star, Yi Yuan wondered. Heaven Star smiled and said, although the ancient ruins trip this time is led by our blood Yamahal. Dragons and fishes are jumbled up together. There are forces from everywhere. Your existence is of great significance to our blood Yamahal. If we let them know that I personally went into action, it will surely arouse a lot of speculations. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Ihan did not scruple to let him finish off Ka Xan in order to pick him out. The ones entering the ruins this time were definitely the various major capital cities' top geniuses. The lousiest were probably also Ka Xan's level. There were even quite a number of geniuses who were probably already fiend Commander Realm. For this, the Blood Yamahal probably also used up quite a few favors. Expending such a great cost seemed like the ancient ruins this time were extraordinary. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let's go then. Long Zhan, you go to the Imperial City first and help me clean up a bit. Long Zhan bowed and said, yes, master. The current Long Zhan already broke through the bottleneck, becoming an origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan naturally would not let Long Zhan really go to eminent Orchid Imperial City. These words were just in order to set Heaven Star's mind at ease. He already instructed Long Zhan to make a detour to Tai Drain City halfway and wait for him. Yi Yuan would go and meet up with him after shaking off Heaven Star and Ihan, these two troubles. Sure enough, when Heaven Star heard Yi Yuan's words, he revealed a look of relief. Long Zhan was just a slave. He naturally would not put him in his sights. What was important was Yi Yuan's attitude. Looks like the profound yellow cauldron really had a considerable effect. Yi Yuan seemed to have already accepted the fact of joining the Blood Yamahal. After Long Zhan left, the party boarded the flying boat. Yi Yuan was also alarmed by the Blood Yamahal's strength, one mystic treasure after another. This flying boat was a middle-grade, fiend, lord, mystic treasure. When flying, it had the effect of shuttling through S.P. AC its speed extremely fast. Along the way, Heaven Star fawned on Yi Yuan in every possible way. How was there any heirs of a fiend lord? Yi Yuan naturally could not hide his inadequacies by keeping too quiet as well. Occasionally, giving Heaven Star a pointer could make him happy for half a day. Although Heaven Star's realm was high in terms of foundation skill solidness, Yi Yuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. Just like that, the three people rode the flying boat for more than half a month before arriving where the ruins were located. The ruins were near eminent Orchid Imperial City's West Side's Trace Light City. The date was approaching. The various major capital cities' elites were also hurrying on the way. When the three people arrived at the vicinity of the ruins, a large group of people already gathered here. The three people's arrival did not cause too big of a disturbance. Yi Yuan swept a glance, his gaze suddenly stopping on a group of people in the middle. 6 young men, gazes sharp, auras extraordinary. One look, and obviously they were experts. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, those 6 people actually collectively looked over at Yi Yuan. But after they discovered that Yi Yuan was only Grand Completion Fiend General Realm, they immediately lost interest, all going to do what they should be doing. Those 6 people were all initial rank Fiend commanders. Clearly, their strength was very powerful. What keen perception! I merely swept a glance, and they noticed me. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. Those 6 people are conferred as Eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Their strength looks down on everyone among Eminent Orchid Imperial City's young generation. They are the same as Ka-Exayan, all killing their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they are stronger than Ka-Exayan, Ihan said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, so that's how it is. An imperial city's resources are indeed not what a capital city can compare to. Although Ka-Exayan was formidable when placed in the imperial city, it was not quite enough to look at. Right now, there were roughly 100 to 200 young geniuses present. Each one of these people was not inferior to Ka-Exayan. Yo, isn't this our Master Source Knight? TSK, both an alchemy genius and also a martial arts genius. It really makes people admire him. Azure Phoenix, if you were to encounter Master Source Knight, you have to greet him properly. Chapter 1514, Purple Extreme. Chapter 1514, Purple Extreme, Secretary Mo Han directly blocked the 3 people's path. Beside him even tagged along a youngster with bright eyes and refined features. Yi Yuan briefly sized up this Azure Phoenix and discovered that this person's gaze was deep and unusually calm. Clearly, he was not a simple person. Ihan's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, Mo Han, what do you mean? Mo Han's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, no meaning, Master Source Knight gained face for me, so I got to give back a little. Don't you think so? Toward Yi Yuan, Mo Han was currently extremely resentful. He already became all of the Blood Yamahal's Hall Master's joke right now. Just earlier, he was even mocked by people. However, if he was mocked, he was mocked. He could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Mo Han was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely get the headquarters, heavy emphasis. After all, an alchemy genius capable of triggering the great Tao heavenly melody was seriously too rare. But before this, he still had to win back a bit of ground. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. The news of Heaven Star coming to find Yi Yuan, only Ihan alone knew. Now, Heaven Star changed his looks and hid his aura. Following by Ihan's side, he looked just like an old servant. Mo Han did not recognize him at all. Yi Yuan gave Mo Han a glance and said coolly, whatever tricks there are, feel free to use them. But Mo Han grinned and said, ha, still so arrogant. What's competed inside this ruins isn't alchemy, but martial arts. Do you think that by winning Ka-Exayan, that kind of weakling, you're invincible under the heavens? Even if you're a genius, if you perish inside the ruins, then you aren't a genius no more. These words were a blatant threat. Humph! Hall Master Mo Han is really so awe-inspiring. You even dare to scheme against a person that headquarters want? A thunderous voice entered his eyes. Mo Han's brows furrowed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle. Suddenly, he discovered that a pale blue flame danced on the fingertips of that old man behind Ihan. His gaze turned sharp, immediately recognizing this flame. This pale blue flame was called Cerulean Heavenly Fire, the divine fire of the Imperial City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Elder Heaven Star. This shock was by no means insignificant. This old man was actually Elder Heaven Star coming in person. Mo Han panicked and was just about to bow when Heaven Star transmitted his voice once more. Hush up. Good that you know. This old man's trip is confidential. If you dare to call it out, be careful of your little life. Also, you'd best warn the people you brought. If they dare to touch Yi Yuan, you know the consequences. Mo Han sweat profusely, frightened until his soul left his body. HR originally thought that he could borrow the opportunity of the ruins this time to deal with Yi Yuan up well. But he did not expect that upstairs moved so quickly. They actually already sent Elder Heavenstar over. Ha! Young sister, Ihan came, huh? Master, Source Knight. Younger sister, Ihan, you came so slow. Younger sister, Ihan, Master Source Knight, our Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master, even made me pa S on a message, insisting on thanking you all. At this time, there were also quite a few people who noticed Ihan, 2 people. Those Hall Masters all came up to greet. When Emohan saw this scene, it was like he was granted amnesty, retreating to one side obediently. How could he still dare to speak? Even though the matter of Yi Yuan triggering great Tao heavenly melody could not be said to the outside world, the matter of him preaching on Tao was not considered a secret. Those Hall Masters coming up to greet was also something within reason. Except these geniuses were all mostly kept in a dark, not knowing what was going on at all. A large group of Fiend Lord powerhouses was actually so polite to a Fiend General. It frightened them badly. Who is that kid? His strength is so weak, but he can actually make so many important people go up to say H, L, low. More than say H, E, L, low. Why do I feel that the Hall Masters are currying favor with him? Could it be that this kid's strength already surpa? S said us? This isn't possible, right? Bulls. HI plus T. What do you guys know? That kid is a fiend apothecary. Heard that his alchemy strength is extremely formidable. The last time at Capone Capital City, he preached on Tao for quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters. What? A 2-star Fiend Apothecary preaching on Tao for Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters? This. No wonder these Hall Masters have this attitude. The geniuses all gathered around and started gossiping about Yi Yuan's origins. Very soon, Yi Yuan's details were figured out clearly by them. Hearing that Yi Yuan was an alchemy expert, they lost interest in Yi Yuan. How much threat could an alchemy expert Fiend General pose to them? At this time, a wave of fiendish energy surged. A powerful aura descended from the sky. Elder D.N. The group of Hall Masters bowed. Clearly, this Lord D.N.'s position in the Blood Yama Hall was extremely high. D.N.'s gaze swept over Heavenstar there, and he opened his mouth to say indifferently, "The time has arrived. Now, I'm going to activate the ruins. Those who can enter and clear it in the end will have generous rewards. But all of the rewards inside these ruins all belong to my Blood Yama Hall. Whoever dares to pocket it will become enemies with my Blood Yama Hall." Talking to the back, D.N. seethed with killing intent, making all of the geniuses' hearts turn cold. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. It seemed like the rewards inside these ruins were quite generous. D.N. reached his hand out and waved. 1,000 milky white stones suspended in the air. He formed a seal. 1,000 milky white stones emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight at the door of the ruins. It's middle grade Fiend Essence Stones. My G. Oh, D. 1,000 middle grade Fiend Essence Stones. The Blood Yama Hall is so extravagant. Looks like this ruin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to bring us over. Looks like the rewards inside this ruin are huge. Those 1,000 milky white stones were a higher level existence than low-grade Fiend Essence Stones. They were middle-grade Fiend Essence Stones. One piece of middle-grade Fiend Essence Stone was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of low-grade Fiend Essence Stones. That was something used by Fiend Lord and above powerhouses. In capital cities, this level of city, it was extremely rare for middle-grade Fiend Essence Stones to appear. Middle-grade Fiend Essence Stones were very precious and tend to have demand but no market. D.N.'s opening move was 1,000 pieces. It was truly extravagant. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave. Younger brother Source Knight, after going in, take good care. If you see that the matter can't be done, Just directly give up. You have to know, your life is more important than the treasures inside the ruins. Heavenstar transmitted his voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, rest assured. I won't treat my life as a joke. Everyone, all go in then. After entering, you all will naturally know what you should do, Dian said coolly. When the geniuses heard that, they did not hesitate either, directly entering in a single line, disappearing into the cave. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and was actually directly transported away. When he appeared again, he already arrived inside a vast hall. And he actually appeared on a ring looking again. Yi Yuan discovered that there were actually 12 arenas in the hall. And he just happened to occupy one. Same as Yi Yuan. There were 11 others standing on the rings, appearing somewhat at a loss. Welcome to the Purple Extreme Sex, land of inheritance. An archaic voice echoed out inside the hall. Chapter 1515 Soft Persimmons. Need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. 1515 Soft Persimmons. Need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Purple Extreme Sect? What's that? Never heard of it before. Does the Heavenspan world have sex, this sort of thing? These ancient ruins are so strange. The Heavenspan world did not have sect forces at all. All of the forces were all under the control of cities, making clear distinctions. Now a purple extreme sect suddenly appeared, surprising the group of geniuses greatly. But that voice clearly did not care what everyone thought and continued on its own. The ones occupying the 12 arenas are arena lords. The others each have one chance to challenge. The one who wins is the arena lord. The loser will be eliminated. Now, you all can freely pick your opponent. The 12 people remaining on the rings in the end will get the Purple Extreme Sex generous rewards. The moment the voice faded, a din immediately broke out in the hall. Swaz, H. Plus Swaz, H. Plus Swaz, H. Plus, quite a number of martial artists reacted very quickly, all scrambling after one another, flying up toward Yi Yuan's ring. In a blink, 20 martial artists arrived on Yi Yuan's ring. Bang! When the number of people on Yi Yuan's ring reached 24, the martial artist at the back seemed to have directly hit a wall. He was ejected out far away. Ouch! Miserable screams echoed together. Seeing this scene, the others could not help being secretly regretful and angry. Clearly, Yi Yuan's arena was already full. It was already too late for others to want to go up. Yi Yuan was clearly the only soft persimmon in the 12 arenas, the easiest to need, while the rest were at least all half-step Fiend Commander realm. Wanting to win would probably still have to expend some effort. Sigh, those tortoise grandsons really know how to take advantage of this. In this blink of an eye, they filled the ring. Just this one soft persimmon. Looks like it won't be our turn to need. Looks like this arena is the best in standing out. Mustn't run into the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, otherwise dead for sure. Below the arenas were animated discussions. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with the current situation. While at this time the eminent Orchid's 6 sons also each chose a ring and slowly stepped up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one shrunk back at the sight of it. Among the people present, there were a total of 8 Fiend Commander realms. These 8 people had a tacit understanding, each choosing a ring. Therefore, the other 3 arenas became very popular. It was only to see figures swarming over toward those 3 rings, one after another inside the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining people even came to blows in order to fight for these 3 rings. For a moment, spiritual energy crisscrossed inside the hall, tremors intense. Very soon, amidst a series of screams, those 3 rings were also filled. The remainder people wailed all round. These 8 rings were without the least bit of suspense. It would definitely be those Fiend Commander powerhouses who win in the end. Hence, some people started to be reluctant to go up the rings. Arg! Suddenly a scream came over. A black, horrifying flame suddenly burst out on the body of a half-step fiend commander, genius martial artist. In a blink of an eye, that person was burned into nothingness. It's the blood essence contract activating. This, we must go up the ring to fight. This, how to fight still. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons. We're definitely not a match. Forget it, isn't it just a loss? Fight it out. Once these people shrink back, it would be equivalent to breaking the blood essence contract. Once the blood essence contract had a backlash, their outcome would still be death. Hence, everyone already had no way out and could only choose a corresponding ring. After everyone had chosen, that old voice sounded out once again. Very soon, the arena compet. 1. Tyan adopts a 1 versus 1 format. The challengers challenge the arena lords in proper sequence, according to the order of getting on the ring. The final victor will enter the next round of challenge. Now the challenge begins. Ha ha ha. Everyone this rookie, Buja, will accept first. The first martial artist who got on the ring laughed his head off. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him picking up a bargain. When the others saw this scene, they could not help nos. Plussing their teeth in hatred. This guy's reaction is really fast. He picked up a huge bargain. Humph. Being smug for what? It's still uncertain who can laugh until the end. Despicable person intoxicated by success. Facing the indignant voices of the rest, Buja did not care in the slightest. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Master Source Knight, is it? This place isn't a pill refining room. Wonder why you ran here to join in the excitement. But since you came, it's also giving this young master a big gift. Haha, this young master will kindly accept it. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a fool and said, Coolly, looks like you all treat me as a soft persimmon. Everyone wants a squeeze, right? Buja laughed and said, Isn't that so? Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a sneer, What you said is very right. Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Ha ha ha. Since you already have the awareness, then bang. Buja was just laughing wildly when he suddenly screamed, the laughter abruptly stopping, directly being ejected out of the ring. Already said that the challenge started. To actually still be in the mood to laugh, Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Ha ha ha. A wave of loud guffaws came over. When the remaining 23 people saw the scene, they all laughed their heads off. Getting on the ring, and still so careless, served him right to directly be eliminated. Buja crawled to his feet with a grunt, bless. Plussing until his entire face was red as he pointed at Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. If you have the ability, let's have an open and above-board battle. Yi Yuan nonchalantly swept a glance over him and said, Fool! You. Who are you scolding a fool? Buja said furiously, Scolding you a fool. Don't even know this? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Ha ha ha. Another wave of roaring laughter. Buja was angered until he was about to explode. He roared furiously and said, Brat, I want to fight you again. Done talking, Buja's figure moved, speeding over towards the ring. Bang! A streak of light flashed across. Buja was directly bounced, flying out far away. Clearly, the ring already did not give him the chance anymore. Next. Yi Yuan said indifferently. The second young genius who got on the ring looked at Yi Yuan with a sympathetic gaze and said mockingly, I won't, bang. He wanted to say that he wouldn't be like Buja, making this kind of low-level mistake. But he was the same as Buja, directly flying out of the ring before saying finish his words. Everyone's gaze turned intent, finally discovering that something was not quite right. This soft persimmon seemed to be somewhat hard. Yi Yuan's attack earlier was inconceivably fast. They actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Those two earlier losing were not because Yi Yuan making sneak attacks at all. but that they could not react to the attacks at all. Those able to come here were all geniuses among geniuses, all clever people. One could still say to be a fluke. Two was definitely not a fluke anymore. Next. Right then, Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounded out in their ears. Chapter 1516, The Strongest 18. 1516, The Strongest 18. Bang, bang, bang. One figure flew down the ring after another. The faces of the people at the back got uglier and uglier. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a bulldozer. These peak geniuses did not have any strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan was able to kill Ka Xan, this level of genius, when he had just become a high-rank Fiend General. Now he already broke through to Grand Completion Fiend General. Regardless of whether it was realm or power of laws, they were much stronger. If he faced off with Ka Xan again, Yi Yuan would absolutely be able to hang the other party up and beat him up. Even if these capital cities' geniuses were more powerful than Ka Xan, they were also not that more powerful. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Furthermore, those who rushed over to Yi Yuan's side were mostly not confident in their own strength. People who wanted to take advantage of the moment, who knew that they kicked an iron plate. Hey, you guys look, is my eyesight failing? That alchemy genius's martial prowess is actually so strong. Holy sh*T. Cruz. H.I. plussing an opponent with one move. I can't even see him make his move clearly at all. Luckily, I was a tad slower just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope at all now. The other arena's people suddenly discovered that their side had not fought 2 matches yet, and Yi Yuan's side already had half the people go down. This speed was a little too fast. Very soon, Yi Yuan cleaned up the people on the ring while the other arenas were only just starting. Didn't expect that the spot of an arena lord was so easy. Yi Yuan smacked his hands and said emotionally, "Poo work." When the people on the other rings heard this, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their side fought for their lives, but Yi Yuan were exceptionally good to actually already sweep away his opponents. The eminent Orchid 6 sons also revealed visible changes in countenance. Clearly, this Source Knight's strength greatly exceeded their imaginations. Congratulations, number 3 Rings Arena Lord is born. Obtain the Purple Extreme Sex Reward. Void Jade Saturn Peach. A bright red Saturn Peach landed from the void, landing in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan looked at the Saturn Peach BRIMMING with spiritual energy, his brows slightly furrowed. "Senior, have you seen this thing before?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. "Never seen before. I believe this Void Jade Saturn Peach is likely an extremely rare item." Dustless said. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly astonished. With Dustless's experience and knowledge, he actually did not even see this Void Jade Saturn Peach before. No wonder the Blood Yamahal expended such a great price to let them come to this ancient ruin. It seemed like the good things here were quite a few. With Yi Yuan's understanding of spirit medicines, this Void Jade Saturn Peach was absolutely a good stuff worth several cities. The eminent Orchid 6 Sun's strength was indeed powerful. They also smoothly took the Tlees of Arena Lord without the slightest effort. Time slowly trickled by. The other 5 platforms also respectively gave birth to their arena lords. Each arena lord obtained a reward belonging to themselves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan noticed that these reward items, most of them he had not heard before. Even Dustless completely did not recognize too. But without fail, they were all good things. At this time, that old voice sounded out again. "Congratulations to the 12 arena lords. Now the real test begins. Starting from now, you guys will be facing the real test. Your opponents are the Purple Extreme Sect's strongest 18 young powerhouses throughout the ages. Every 6 opponents that you all defeat, you'll obtain a corresponding reward. Work hard, youngsters." The 12 people on the rings all revealed solemn looks. Although they did not know what kind of existence this purple extreme sect was, even the Blood Yamahal, this kind of tea, Ten could not do anything about it and could only clear the hurdles honestly and in earnest. It showed that this sect's strength was definitely very strong. The strength of 18 of the young generation's strongest people likely could not be underestimated. Suddenly, 12 beams of light shone down from the sky of the hall. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was transported into a region of S-P-A-C again. A ray of light flashed by. A young man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised look. This was his opponent. Looking at the other party, there was flesh and blood. Could he be a living person still? No need to be so surprised. We've long turned to dust already. Right now, we're merely a projection. The other party seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's thoughts and prompted with a smile. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in surprise, "This projection is also too lifelike, right? Moreover, you actually still have consciousness." An ancient era's projection could actually communicate with him. The other party smiled and said, "This land of inheritance has a trace of our divine sense attached, so we're naturally able to communicate. Your cultivation speed is very fast, 100 years or so bone age. Furthermore, you started cultivating from a small world's mortal. To actually be able to reach such heights, truly remarkable." Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed in his heart. His exact details were actually seen inside out by the other party. When the other party saw Yi Yuan's expression, he said, "You don't need to be shocked. When you were transported here, you've already been thoroughly checked by the land of inheritance. It's not strange that I know these." Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is." The other party said, "I'm called Mei Fong Yu." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "I'm Yi Yuan." Mei Fong nodded and said, "Fighting with you, I'm somewhat winning and scrupulously, but I have no command over myself too. Begin then." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Please." Mei Fong's brows knitted slightly, and he said, "You're not making a move?" He discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move at all. This was also looking down on people too much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior should have heard before, formless beats having moves." Mei Fong's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, truly the young are to be feared. Then I'll have a taste of your formless beats having moves. This is my self-created sword move, literature 36 swords. You be careful." Drawing the sword and seeing nothing but emptiness all round. Mei Fong's sword was full of heroic spirit, profligate and unrestrained. The power of laws already reached late stage, sword Tao, third-layered heaven. The power extremely daunting. Even though he had only half-step origin deity strength, he was one of the most powerful opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered. Similarly being at the half-step origin deity realm, this Mei Fong's strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ka Xan. Right then, Yi Yuan made a move. Shatter! Yi Yuan's sword carried an incomparably bizarre power of laws, directly blocking Mei Fong's sword. Mei Fong's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of great astonishment. This sword move of Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, but the move directly attacked the place where he was the most vulnerable. Good sword. Flas. H.I. Plus in tiger and dragon divine sword soars. Mei Fong yelled out, his move changing. The power of laws suddenly changed dramatically. He changed moves fast. Yi Yuan was likewise not slow. It was only to see the tip of Yi Yuan's sword reverse, stabbing over like a shadow following. Yi Yuan did not know that their 12 people's battle situation was all being projected on the rings at this time. Those eliminated genius martial artists took their every move and action into their sights. The moment the battle began, those geniuses emitted a series of exclamations. Fan is so strong. Indeed, well deserving of being the head of the eminent Orchid Six Sons. He only used 10 moves to finish off his opponent. The eminent Orchid Six Sons are the eminent Orchid Six Sons. Too strong. The slowest only used 20 moves too. Even though that Source Knight became an arena lord, his strength is indeed the weakest. 100 moves had already passed. Said he actually still hasn't finished off his opponent yet. Chapter 15:17, There's Something Shady. Chapter 15:17, There's Something Shady. I lost. Junior, you're very strong. Mei Fong said sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is very strong too. Your sword art gave me great inspiration. Mei Fong laughed loudly and said, Actually, you could defeat me in 1 move, but you tangled with me for 500 over moves. It's in order to glean the strength of my sword art, right? Yi Yuan smiled and did not deny it. Even though Mei Fong's strength was much stronger than Ka Xan, Yi Yuan could defeat him in 1 move by unleash. Plussing Daybreak. The current Yi Yuan, it was already very hard to find an opponent within Heaven Glimpse realm anymore. Hoo-hoo, what a fine formless beats having moves. Your sword art might be able to reach the acme of perfection. All right, you've already said the level, and can go to your next opponent there. Outside, when everyone saw that Yi Yuan finally defeated the first opponent, they could not help revealing a mocking look. Especially Buja, he said with a mocking face. So what if he became the arena lord? Isn't he still a supporting character? Buja, don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. He has at any rate gotten the arena lord's reward too. However, he indeed can only be at the bottom of the barrel too. With his strength, it's likely very hard to even pass the second round. These 18 people are called the strongest. They look like they are SOSO. Fan already defeated 3 people. Reckon that a few 106 people isn't hard. At this time, the Fan, who is known as the eminent Orchid Six Sons #1 person, already won against 3 people in a row and was currently in a fierce battle with the 4th person. But the Fan at this time clearly already could not be like the start, only using 10 moves to defeat his opponent. Their opponents were all half-step Fiend Commander realm, without exception. Clearly, Fan, the 6 of them were already straining more and more. Bang! An arena lord was directly smashed into pieces by his opponent. This crowd of geniuses was all taken aback with fright. Only then did they know that this round did not seem so easy. A single mishap, and it was life-threatening. The other 3 arena lord's strengths were clearly much weaker. He only held on to the second round and was directly slaughtered by his opponent without even having a chance to admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Buja looked even smugger as he said, You all guess. Will that punk called Source Knight be directly killed? This is very likely. It was already so grueling for him in the first round. Being killed in the second round is also something very normal. Someone immediately concurred. The others already secretly nodded their heads, clearly not having objections towards this claim. However, Yi Yuan disappointed them. Even though Yi Yuan still cleared the second round strenuously, after 300 moves, Yi Yuan still said the level. *CKME, is there a mistake? Can even S like this? This guy is also too freaking lucky. Buja stomped his feet in anger. Although the rest would not be like Buja, they were clearly all very surprised by Yi Yuan's clearing of the round. Quickly look. Batu lost. My G. Oh, D. Just how strong are these round guardians to actually be able to jump realms to battle? Suddenly someone exclaimed, Swizz. H. Plus Batu was directly transported back. Coming down from the ring, Batu's expression was very ugly, as one of the eminent Orchid Six Sons. His strength virtually overlooked everyone. Now he actually lost to a half-step Fiend Commander. It had always been him jumping realms to challenge others. Today, he was actually overstepped by others. even though this was a young genius from goodness knows how many years ago. Batu, are these round guardians really so strong? Someone plucked up his nerves and asked. When they looked at the projections on the rings, they could only see both parties' moves and not the undulation of laws. It was very hard to perceive the actual situation. Batu's face was sullen as he nodded and said, "Very strong." Their power of laws basically all reached late stage, third layered heaven, even grand completion realm. Furthermore, their application of laws at least reached the point of unity of mind. Coupled with that, their martial techniques are extremely powerful. Their overall strength is very powerful. It isn't unjust for me to be defeated in their hands. Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath. Only then did they have a clear understanding of their round guardian strength. Before long, there were another 2 eminent Orchid Six Sons who were defeated in the 5th round. Now, among the ones still persisting in clearing this level, only 4 people left. 3 eminent Orchid Six Sons as well as Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's progress speed was very slow. Everyone already lost interest. Everyone's gaze was focused on Defan. At this time, Defan was currently in a fierce battle with the 6th round's guardian. The 2 people were practically already rampaging, fighting until heaven and earth dimmed. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really don't dare to believe that there's actually a half-step fiend commander who can force Defan to such an extent. Yeah, I didn't expect that the ancient era's powerhouses were actually powerful to such an extent. This is just the 6th person. How terrifying must the 18th person be? Even though there were no violent law fluctuations, just relying on the projections, they could already feel the intensity of the battle situation. Boom! Finally, Defan found an opening, blowing his opponent up with one punch. Number 1 Arena Lord cleared the 6th round, obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. That old voice sounded out once more. The moment everyone heard, their faces all revealed incomparably heated gazes. Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, which was also Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. That was something that only Fiend Lord powerhouses had the qualifications to use. Even though this Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure ultimately had to be given to the Blood Yamahal, the Blood Yamahal would definitely give a considerable reward. In the projection, Defan had a proud look. Clearly, he was also fully satisfied and content with defeating this 6th round guardian. Defan is indeed worthy of being the 6 Sons number 1. His strength is too strong. Defan already pa s, said the 6th round. Wonder how many people he can still beat. I estimate he can at least clear until the 9th round. You all look. That kid. Suddenly someone cried out in shock. Batu saw that Defan obtained a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure and was currently not happy. The moment someone cried out, he immediately said in a deep voice, making an unnecessary fuss for what? That kid called Source Knight actually cleared to the 5th round. That person cried out as if seeing something beyond comprehension. Batu's face fell. Looking towards the number 3 arena, he discovered that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared to the 5th round. Everyone turned pale with shock. They were all paying attention to Defan wholeheartedly, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually cleared until the 5th round unknowingly. Batu was defeated in the 5th round. Yi Yuan making it to the 5th round. Didn't it mean that he was already very close to his strength? You got to be kidding. A rookie who did not even reach half-step Fiend Commander was actually about the same strength as him? Is there a mistake? With this kid's realm, how can he possibly make it to the 5th round? Yeah, Batu was so strong and only made it to the 5th round. I don't believe that his strength is even stronger than Batu's. There's something shady. There must be an inside story. This Source Knight's opponent definitely isn't as strong as Batu they all. The group of people immediately exploded. They were unable to accept this face. Even Batu's strength only made it to the 5th round. What right did Yi Yuan's bit of strength have to make it to the 5th round? He was clearly very strained during the first round. Hearing these people's words, Batu felt a little better in his heart and said coolly, "Relax, he definitely can't pass the 5th round." Chapter 1518, Something's Wrong. Chapter 1518, Something's Wrong. No one was clearer than Batu about the 5th guardian's strength. If Yi Yuan could even pass through the 5th round, then he would really have to suspect that there was something shady. At this time, Di Fan was currently resting, preparing to continue challenging. After each round, said that SPAC would automatically help the martial artist recover their strength. It only took around a quarter of an hour, and the challenger would be at a peak state. While the other 2 of the eminent Orchid 6 sons were currently in fierce battles with the 6th guardians, it seemed like it was somewhat taxing. At this time, the 2 defeated eminent Orchid 6 sons were also transported back. Seeing that Batu was already defeated, they could not help being somewhat surprised. "Batu, you were actually defeated so quickly," one of them asked. Batu's strength ranked in the middle among the few of them. Logically speaking, he would not lose so quickly. Batu nodded and said, "I was too eager to win. A careless move, and I was defeated. However, even if I try harder, it's useless too. I can't pass the 6th round no matter what." Those 2 people nodded their heads, indicating agreement. Suddenly, they glimpsed with their peripherals. Their faces revealed a shocked look. "This kid actually made it to the 5th round? Is there a mistake?" Batu said, "I also can't make head nor tail of it. Just now, when everyone was watching Di Fan clearing the 6th round, this kid made it to the 5th round bafflingly." The 2 people were speechless. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength was around the same as them? Well, at this time, Yi Yuan already faced off with the 5th round's guardian. Everyone all stared at the number 3 arena without SHI plusing their eyes, wanting to see what capability Yi Yuan had to actually be able to make it to the 5th round. Yi Yuan still had that unhurried appearance, tangling in battle with his opponent. Under the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat straining, but Yi Yuan was very stubborn. Each time, he could turn peril into safety. "Something's wrong. I remember that when this kid was in the 1st round, he was this half-dead manner. Why is he still like this when he made it to the 5th round?" Buja suddenly said. He discovered to his shock, Yi Yuan's current battle did not seem to be any different from when in the 1st round. It was as if his opponents did not become strong at all. This discovery immediately got many people's acknowledgement. Yeah, he was also being overwhelmed at the 1st round. After 500 to 600 moves, he won without rhyme or reason. The 2nd round seemed to be like this too. Could it be that there's really something shady? Rubbish. This ancient ruins, it's everyone's first time entering. What shady deal can there be? Just as everyone was talking all at once, Yi Yuan's sword said through his opponent's chest bizarrely. Yi Yuan won. The hall was dead silent. Everyone all looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be like this? Could it be that Yi Yuan's strength already said the eminent Orchid 6 sons? This was also too fake, right? King H-E-L-L. There must be something wrong here. This kid's opponent definitely isn't as strong as ours. Batu said with an indignant look. The other 2 people also had SY looks and said in disbelief. There must be something wrong here. They also said earlier, this kid has always been half dead like this. Yet he could clear the round each time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll wring my head off for him to kick like a ball. Whose? H. Plus a streak of cold light flashed by. One of the eminent Orchid 6 sons. His head directly flew out. His fiend soul also ground into pieces. The Purple Extreme sect treats all challengers equally without discrimination. Those who question dies. The old voice sounded out once more. It was just that this time it was unusually cold. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to question whether there was something shady anymore. But for Yi Yuan to clear 5 rounds, this result, they still felt that it was unbelievable. They could not see it. Clearing 5 rounds in a row, Yi Yuan's sword art became even more erratic. Only his opponents could distinctly sense his power. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient-era young geniuses were really incomparably powerful. Their application of laws Serpa said Yi Yuan's imaginations. From them, Yi Yuan learned many things. Learning now and selling now. Yi Yuan discovered that his drawing parallels from inference. His comprehension towards spatial laws became increasingly deeper. Spatial laws were one of the highest-ranking laws, and also one of the hardest laws to comprehend that the heaven-span world universally acknowledged. The heaven-span world's spatial laws were on a completely different level from a small world's. Even grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly. This in itself indicated many problems. Only by reaching half-step divine Lord Realm could one touch the threshold of spatial laws, achieving the goal of temporary flight from there. Yi Yuan's chasing moon. Daybreak, these 2 moves after incorporating spatial laws. It made his sword moves become erratic, the power unimaginable. This was not purely comprehending spatial laws, but the spatial laws which Yi Yuan comprehended through Sword Dao could integrate with Yi Yuan's sword moves perfectly. One would never know where Yi Yuan's sword would appear or when it would appear. Congratulations to the number 3 Arena Lord for defeating the 6th opponent. Obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. This voice sounded out, making everyone trembled all over. Cleared the 6th round. Just like this? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this guy has no limits? Really seeing ghosts. Just what trick is this kid playing? Why does it feel like he's going to lose every time, but win in the end? Ba Tu had a sullen look and said, if his opponent has no problems, then there's only one explanation. The moment these words came out, everyone all perked their ears and listened attentively. Ba Tu paused for a bit and said he's totally hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? He's clearly a grand completion, Fiend General. Can Rel Mill. Trade anything? When I was at half-step Fiend Commander, I could completely hang you up and pummel you. Ba Tu said with a cold sneer. That person did not say anything. He was unable to refute these words. Amen, this way it also makes sense. The strength that he displayed in the ring previously was already very strong. Practically Cruce. Plussing others with one move, unable to see his depths at all. Another eminent Orchid 6, Sun said. Ba Tu nodded and said, he wouldn't be deliberately acting for us to see. I reckon that he deliberately slowed down the pace. He's probably comprehending those ancient geniuses' martial techniques. This is also too freakish, right? Such a strong opponent. He actually still has the mood to learn his opponent's martial techniques? Everyone drew a cold breath, frightened looks showing on their faces. How incredible the nerves for one to dare do such a thing. Very likely. If I didn't come out and see these projections, I wouldn't even know that the situation inside could actually be seen. There's no way he's deliberately concealing his strength, said another one of the 6 sons, agreeing with this. Right at this time, D Fan defeated the 7th round's guardian, successfully clearing the round. Ha ha ha, this challenge is really interesting. So many powerful opponents. It's still my first time encountering such situation. Feels so good. Defeating 7 people, my strength improved a step further. The next opponent will likely make my hot blood boil with excitement even more. Those guys have probably all lost already, right? D Fan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1519, Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 1519, Catching Up from Behind. The 7th round's opponent was clearly much stronger than the previous 6 rounds. But Yi Yuan himself similarly made great strides in strength and did not feel too great a difficulty. After several hundred moves, Yi Yuan sword pa s, said right through the opponent's body. 7th round cleared. Yi Yuan's sword arc became more and more erratic. His entire being gave people an illusionary and ephemeral feeling. At times, Yi Yuan's sword was clearly still very far away, but suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. It was impossible to guard against. And all these were attributed to his comprehension of spatial laws. 2 great laws combining together was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Ha! I didn't expect that you already comprehended spatial laws at just Heaven Glimpse realm. Really an unexpected surprise. Dustless said with a laugh. Roughly what is the level of my spatial laws comprehension currently? Yi Yuan asked curiously. He could sense that spatial laws were too extensive and profound, far more difficult than Sword Dao. These few days he cultivated inside the Death Cultivation SPAC. Coupled with the close seclusion this time, his improvement was already very big, but he still did not feel the bottleneck of the law. The more it was like so, the more Yi Yuan felt the difficulty of spatial laws. You're still early. Your current level isn't even grand completion for spatial laws, first layered heaven initial stage. Dustless said, So weak, huh? Yi Yuan said speechlessly, Weak? Ha ha, right now, your comprehensions in spatial laws are already stronger than the vast majority of half-step divine lords. Even if it's a true divine lord realm powerhouse. He's also merely able to use spatial laws, first layered heaven. Spatial laws aren't as simple as you think. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard. Him comprehending spatial laws was entirely because he drew parallels from inference. Just how powerful this law was, he was utterly clueless. Now hearing Dustless said, so, only then did he have an intuitive feeling. In the past, Yi Yuan only just touched a smattering. But now, after Yi Yuan went through a bout of bitter cultivation, the improvement of spatial laws seemed to show a trend of advancing by leaps and bounds. Spatial laws are actually so hard. Yi Yuan exclaimed with a sigh. More than just hard. Time laws and spatial laws are the 2 most fundamental laws. In the entire heaven-span world, don't talk about being able to comprehend. Even learning the rudiments is also very rare. You don't look at how those divine Lord realm powerhouses all fly in the sky and tunnel into the earth. Actually, they don't understand spatial laws at all. Being able to accomplish this is entirely because the power of the world itself contains a portion of spatial laws. Even with this innate advantage, the vast majority of divine Lord realm powerhouses are unable to learn the rudiments of spatial laws for all their lives too. While you have already opened this door, Dustless said, Like this, I'm very remarkable. Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. He really did not know that the spatial laws he comprehended were actually so formidable. But Dustless said solemnly, very impressive. However, I can't help you with spatial laws either. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortunes. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said, Oh, right inside the world suppressing steel, it can actually alter the time flow. Could it be? Dustless nodded and said, That's right. Back then, Immortal Grove comprehended a trace of time laws by chance. However, he only comprehended a bit of superficial knowledge. Indeed so. The time that Yi Yuan came to the heavenspan world was not short anymore too. He had never heard of changing the flow of time, this kind of thing. It turned out that it was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's unique secret technique. Just comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge, and he could change the time flow ratio of 1 to 10. If one completely comprehended time laws, how terrifying was that? Yi Yuan felt terrified thinking about it. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Yuan continued to clear the rounds, challenging the 8th Guardian. Well, at this time, D-Fan and the 8th Guardian's battle was already drawing to a close. Boom! Once more, D-Fan blew his opponent up with a punch. Ha ha ha, awesome. D-Fan was covered all over with wounds and scars, virtually not an intact spot on his physical body. but he still killed his opponent and succeeded in clearing the round. When he was recovering his strength, Di-Fan murmured to himself, "It's a shame, definitely can't pass us the 9th round. But my battle achievement should be number 1 among the 12 arena lords, right? Those few people's strength can at most only make it to the 6th round. Number 1 or not doesn't matter. The challenges this time caused a tremendous improvement for my strength." Di-Fan was completely unaware of the outside world genius's shock. Yi Yuan actually even cleared the 7th round easily. I remember that Di-Fan fought roughly more than 2,000 rounds with the 7th Guardian, right? This Source Knight settled it in 300 or 400 moves. This is simply unimaginable. Source Knight actually caught up from behind. Wonder what kind of expression Di-Fan will have when he comes out and sees Source Knight. At the state, Yi Yuan's clearing speed was very slow. It could be described using turtle speed. But unknowingly, Yi Yuan actually caught up to Di-Fan's speed. They saw from Di-Fan's state his limit was also just the 9th round, but they completely could not see where Yi Yuan's limit lay. In the 7th round, the time Yi Yuan used, it seemed almost the same as in the 1st round. The time was only a quarter of Di-Fan's. This kind of strange situation made these geniuses even feel somewhat afraid. Finally, Di-Fan was defeated in the 9th round. Afterward, he was transported into a foreign S.P.C., chose a fiend, Lord, Mystic Treasure, and was transported back. But after he came out, he discovered that everyone was using a strange gaze to look at him. Di-Fan even thought that everyone was stunned by his battle record and said with a big laugh, "All using this kind of expression to look at me for what? Haha, the challenge clears this time is really to my heart's content. Making it to the 9th round in one go, even if the Mystic Treasure is given to the Blood Yamahal. This trip was also worthwhile." He still had a young person's temperament in the end. The cheerfulness in Di-Fan's heart inevitably had to be expressed. He seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he made it to the 9th level and showed off a bit without leaving a trace. But he discovered that everyone did not seem to have the intention of pandering to him. Among the 6 sons, Ba-Tu and Di-Fan's relations, H.I. plus P was pretty good. Seeing the situation, Ba-Tu said with a strange look, "Di-Fan, stop showing off. You've met your match this time. Come over and take a look." Di-Fan's expression turned struck dumb with amazement, looking over in the direction Ba-Tu pointed at, and involuntarily shuddered all over, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Regarding Di-Fan's gaze, everyone did not feel surprised. After each of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons came out, they practically all had this expression. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's long sword was sent into the other party's chest once more. 8th round, cleared. Di-Fan was seemingly electrocuted by something, his entire person shuddering, as he said in disbelief, how is this possible? He, a grand completion fiend general, can actually make it to the 9th round? No, wait, there's something shut up. Ba-Tu suddenly shouted coldly, cutting off Di-Fan's words. Di-Fan was taken aback with fright and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Ba-Tu say with a cold bellow, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." Chapter 15, 20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. Chapter 15, 20 Spatial Laws versus Ice Laws. "Ba-Tu, you dare to get mad at me?" Di-Fan said with a sullen look. Ba-Tu looked at him like looking at a fool and said, "What you want to say, we all know." Nuada said it, and then he died. Di-Fan's expression changed. Looking at everyone's eyes, he suddenly understood something. Our thoughts were the same as yours at the start. But now, we discovered that maybe it isn't as simple as we think. His strength is really very strong. Ba-Tu said. Di-Fan seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. That valiant, imposing momentum from before disappeared all at once without a trace. He was actually not first. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was currently in a fierce battle in the projection, Defan suddenly felt somewhat doubtful of life. Could it be that he actually lost to a grand completion fiend general? This result made him somewhat unable to accept it. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was somewhat struggling in the projection, and suddenly found a trace of consolation, and said with a cold smile, "Humph! This eighth guardian's strength, I'm all too clear. There's no way he can clear it." The moment his voice faded, everyone used strange gazes to look at him again. Defan was stupefied and said, "Why, I said wrongly again. You all look at his appearance. Does it look like he can win?" Some people wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh. After all, Defan's strength was placed there. Really annoying him would not have any good outcome. Ba, too seriously, could not look on, recounting the situation of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds for Defan. After Defan heard, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He himself also had great harvests in the challenges this time, but playing like Yi Yuan, he really did not dare, especially after the 7th round. Each and every one of the opponents was too strong, virtually pressuring him until he could not catch his breath. As long as he relaxed a little, that was not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. With this, Defan really had no temper anymore, watching the one and only projection on the arena obediently with the others. But in his heart he was praying frantically for Yi Yuan to lose to the 8th guardian. But he was disappointed very quickly. A plain and ordinary straight stab of Yi Yuan's directly struck his opponent's head. 8th round cleared. Looking from the projection, this move was too plain and ordinary. They could not figure out why the guardian could not even block such a simple sword. Even though everyone did not dare to voice their doubts, at the bottom of their hearts, everyone's suspicions had never been relieved before. Humph! When this punk comes out, I'll definitely have a match with him. I don't believe that there isn't anything shady in here at all. Defan said in his heart with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's battle achievement had truly trampled on his dignity. As the eminent Orchid Six Sun's #1 person, he was unable to accept this. However, the miracle was far from over. Yi Yuan seemed to have switched on a hack, still advancing unhurriedly. 9th round, 10th round, 11th round, 12th round. Congratulations to the #3 arena lord for clearing the 12th round, obtaining the 2nd reward. The old voice sounded out once more. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just up to which level is this guy going to clear? Could it be that he's going to clear through? This is also too abnormal. The last 6 rounds are definitely even harder than before. Maybe he should have reached his limits too, right? Regarding the exclamations outside, Yi Yuan was completely unaware. Along the way, Yi Yuan's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did his comprehensions in Sword Dao laws already reach the realm of grand completion, initial stage, 3rd layered heaven, but he also made great progress in spatial laws. Yi Yuan had a feeling that his spatial laws might be reaching the point of grand completion, initial stage, 1st layered heaven. The 13th round's guardian was an extremely beautiful and cold-looking woman. "Young man, to be able to walk to this step, you're very remarkable." "But it ends here," the woman said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop being long-winded, let's start. My sword already can't bear the thirst and hunger." The cold woman's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, "What a conceited brat! Watch the sword." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Another sword user, perfect." Done talking, Yi Yuan unleashed a chasing moon, his figure instantly disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, unable to see with the naked eye at all. Clank! 2 swords intersected. A burst of cold air transmitted into Yi Yuan's body from the long sword, virtually freezing him. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant, retreating like lightning. The cold woman's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's ear. "Want to run? Too late." Yi Yuan's heart thumped. This woman had such fast movements. While talking, the long sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's neck. Phantom kill. At the life and death moment, Yi Yuan unleashed Phantom kill without the slightest hesitation, his speed suddenly increasingly explosively, narrowing dodging this sword. Clank, clank, clank. The two figures were unbelievably swift, exchanging 100 swords in a blink of an eye, almost evenly matched. The shock in Yi Yuan's heart could not be any greater. Unleash. Plussing Phantom kill with his current strength, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as in the past long ago. Coupled with the augmentation of spatial laws, this move of Yi Yuan practically had no solution. However, this woman was actually able to keep up with his speed. Clank. Two figures separated. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. The cold woman also revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. No wonder you could make it here. Indeed, you have some capabilities, the cold-looking woman said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're very strong, too, to actually incorporate ice laws into Sword Dao." For the first time, Yi Yuan ran into a powerhouse who fused together two kinds of power of laws. This woman's Sword Dao laws were not high, only the level of late-stage, third-layered heaven. But the terrifying thing was that her ice laws already cultivated to third-layered heaven too. Furthermore, she was the same as Yi Yuan, merging two kinds of laws together, the power doubling. Before making a move, the cold woman blanketed her surroundings full of ice laws domain. As long as Yi Yuan entered this domain, his speed would unknowingly slow down. Hence, that was why this woman could contend with him in terms of speed. Yi Yuan's spatial laws were indeed bizarre, but it was only the level of initial stage, first-layered heaven, after all. To be able to exchange blows with the cold woman in itself already demonstrated his might. That move earlier, so fast. This punk indeed concealed his strength. My G.O.D. already made it to the 13th round before he used his full strength? This guy is really ridiculously strong. Although they could not sense the undulations of the power of laws, the speed of Yi Yuan's movement technique, they could still perceive it. Yi Yuan unleashed. Plussing Phantom kill. His speed soared tremendously. Those geniuses naturally took it into their sights. Looks like this time he finally ran into his match. D-Fan, that movement technique earlier, can you keep up? Batu suddenly asked D-Fan. D-Fan thought about and shook his head and said, "Don't know. Can't feel the power of laws here, we can only see the surface. But maybe I can't keep up." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. They looked at D-Fan with incredible shock, not expecting that he actually personally admitted to being inferior to Yi Yuan.